What's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Harry Potter was blessed by Sparda's power. So this will be crossover between Devil May Cry and Harry Potter. So watch till end, you will love this video. So please let's jump right into the video.
On the last night of October, Godric's Hollow was too quiet. It was the kind of silence that came before a storm, when even the wind seemed to hold its breath. The cottage at the edge of the lane glowed faintly with warm candlelight, its windows golden against the dark. Inside, the illusion of safety still lived. A child's blanket lay draped over the arm of a chair. A toy broom no bigger than a man's forearm had rolled beneath the kitchen table. James Potter's laughter had only recently stopped echoing through the house. Then the wards screamed. James felt it before he understood it. The old protections woven into the cottage did not simply break. They convulsed, as if something had touched them that did not belong in the natural world. He was on his feet in an instant. "Lily!" he shouted, already reaching for his wand. Upstairs, Harry had begun to cry. There were some moments in life that stretched so wide they seemed to become eternity. James knew, in that sliver of time, that this was one of them. He knew because the air had turned wrong. The room had gone cold, yet there was a pressure in it like something standing too close to a furnace. His skin prickled. His heart slammed once, hard enough to hurt. Then the front door exploded inward. Voldemort stepped through the shattered frame like the night itself had taken shape. No theatrical flourish, no shouted threat, no wasted movement. Just a tall, skeletal figure in dark robes, red eyes burning in a face that looked less human than serpent. He passed through the broken threshold and the remains of the wards hissed away from him like dying sparks. James raised his wand. "Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go. Run." He did not beg. He did not bargain. James Potter attacked. The first curse he fired tore through the entry hall in a lance of white light. Voldemort batted it aside with contemptuous ease. The second shattered a side table and sent splinters across the room. The third came fast, clever. Angled for the leg. Voldemort did not dodge. He vanished into shadow and reappeared 3 steps nearer. There was no duel after that. There was only slaughter. James lunged forward anyway. Because fathers were not built to calculate odds when monsters came for their children. A flash of green swallowed the hall. James Potter fell without another word. Upstairs, Lily heard his body hit the floor. For one horrible second, everything inside her froze. Then instinct took over. She snatched Harry from his crib and clutched him so tightly he squirmed in protest. Small fists tangling in her hair. He was only a baby, barely understanding the terror cracking through the house around him. He did not know death had crossed the threshold. Lily did. She backed into the nursery. Wand shaking in her hand, tears already spilling down her cheeks. There was nowhere to run. No hidden escape. No time. She knew it with the brutal clarity of a cornered animal. The footsteps came slowly up the stairs. Not hurried. Not angry. Confident. Lily turned toward the door, every breath catching in her chest. Harry had stopped crying. That was wrong too. He stared over her shoulder with wide green eyes, not at the room, not at the moonlit wall, but at the door as if he could already feel what was coming. Then the nursery door opened. Voldemort entered over James's blood and the ruin of a family's last happy evening. "Stand aside, girl," he said softly. Lily did not move. His eyes flicked to Harry. There was hunger there, cold and old and bottomless. He did not see a child. He saw a threat, a prophecy, an obstacle to be erased before it could grow teeth. "Stand aside." "No." Her voice broke, but she did not lower Harry. "No, not Harry. Please, not Harry. Stand aside. You silly girl." "No." She took another step back, though the wall was already at her spine. "Take me. Kill me instead." For the first time that night, something in Voldemort's face tightened. Not pity. Annoyance. He had offered mercy once, because of a debt not even he fully respected, and found himself confronted by the one force he understood least, a mother who had already decided she was dead. Harry stared up at him. The room changed. It was subtle at first. The candle flame bent sideways though no wind moved. The cracked boards beneath the crib groaned. The shadows in the corners deepened until they looked like pools of black water. Voldemort raised his wand. Lily's heart settled. Not with peace. Peace was too gentle a word. This was something harder, brighter, more terrible. Every fear in her body, every desperate instinct to survive, every fragment of love she had ever felt for the little boy in her arms became one unbearable certainty. Not him. The choice locked into the fabric of magic itself. Avada Kedavra. Green light filled the nursery. It hit Lily first. For a fraction of a second, time ceased to obey the world. The curse should have passed cleanly. Death should have done what death always did. Instead, Lily's sacrifice ignited like a sun made from grief. Ancient protective magic erupted around Harry in a dome of blinding gold. So bright that the nursery walls vanished behind it. Voldemort's killing curse struck that shield. And collided with something else. Not Lily's magic. Something beneath it. Something older. Deep under Harry's skin. Hidden not in mind or blood alone but in the very architecture of his soul, a seal broke. No one alive had named it in centuries. No wizard in Britain would have recognized. The infernal script blazing for an instant across the nursery floor, red-black lines forming a great circular sigil beneath the crib like a brand pressed into reality itself. It was not Horcrux magic. Not sacrificial magic. Not any branch taught at Hogwarts or whispered in the Department of Mysteries. It was a sleeping inheritance that had never been meant to awaken in a human child. The rebounding curse did not simply reverse. It struck the gold of Lily's sacrifice, tore through the opened seal, and hit a presence waiting behind the veil of mortality like a buried king hearing his name spoken after an age of silence. The nursery exploded. The walls cracked from ceiling to floor. The windows burst outward into the night. The very air screamed. Voldemort was thrown back as if some colossal unseen hand had seized him by the throat and hurled him across creation. His wand shattered at the handle. Green deathlight warped red. His soul, already unstable from mutilations no sane being would attempt, tore open under the force of impact. And for one impossible instant, the Dark Lord felt fear. Not because he was dying. Because something had looked back. From the smoking ruin of the curse. From behind the infant's bright green eyes, from the infernal sigil burning beneath the floorboards, there had come a presence vast and terrible and utterly calm. It had not raged. It had not snarled. It had merely existed. And in that existence was the terrible weight of something that had once stood above armies of demons and made hell itself kneel. Voldemort's body failed first. His flesh split into ash and vapor. His scream broke apart into 1,000 fleeing fragments. The torn remains of his soul tore free, scattered, and vanished into the dark. Silence crashed down. Then the sigil vanished. The golden light receded. The nursery became only a ruined room again. Lily Potter was gone. Harry sat amid broken wood and drifting dust, a thin cut carved into his forehead. Where the rebounding force had touched him. Blood trickled down into one eye. He should have been wailing. He was not. He sat in the wreckage and looked around with the strange, solemn stillness only infants possessed. As if his tiny body understood nothing while some deeper instinct understood far too much. Downstairs, the remains of the house settled around the dead. Hours later, Albus dumb. Ledore stepped through the front gate with Hagrid looming behind him like a mountain carved into the shape of a grieving man. The village had already begun to whisper. There had been noise. Light. A pressure wave felt 3 streets over. Windows had rattled. Dogs had howled. People were peering through curtains even now, sensing history without understanding it. Dumbledore's face, however, was not merely grave. It was troubled. He crossed the threshold and paused over James's body. For a moment, the old wizard closed his eyes. Not in surprise. He had expected death here. That was the bird. Of men like him, to foresee horror and still hope it would spare the people they loved. But then he frowned. Hagrid, he said quietly, do not touch anything upstairs until I see it. Hagrid, Cr. Adling his pink umbrella in one enormous fist, swallowed. Professor, is it you know who? Is he gone? Dumbledore did not answer at once. He moved through the destroyed house slowly, his wand raised, blue light flickering from the tip. There were traces of dark magic everywhere, yes. The unmistakable stink of killing curses. The residue of torn soul fragments so foul even the walls seemed to recoil from them. But threaded through all of it was something else. Heat. Not literal fire, though parts of the nursery still smoked. A deeper heat, embedded in the magical residue like iron left too long in a forge. Dumbledore could feel it pressing faintly against his own formidable power, not hostile, but alien. Ancient. Sovereign. He stopped outside the nursery door. The wood had been blown half off its hinges. Cracks spread through the stone around the frame in patterns too symmetrical to be random. For the briefest moment, in the moonlight slanting through the shattered window, the old wizard thought he saw the outline of a circle burned into the floor. Then it was gone. Inside, Harry sat in the wreckage of his crib, blinking sleepily. Only a baby. Only Harry. And yet not only that. "Dear me," Dumbledore whispered. Hagrid crowded behind him, then let out a broken sound when he saw the child alive among the ruin. "Harry." The giant lumbered forward, every movement painfully gentle now, and lifted the baby into his arms. Harry looked up at him, small hand curling into Hagrid's coat, and gave a soft, confused little noise. Then the child's gaze shifted past Hagrid's shoulder and locked onto Dumbledore. The old wizard had faced Grindelwald. He had studied dragons, basilisks, blood wards, and prophecies. He had walked through battlefields and burial chambers alike. Still, for one sliver of a second, his breath stalled. Harry's eyes were green, but behind the green, very deep and very brief, something glowed red. Not anger, not corruption, recognition. Then it was gone, and the infant yawned. Hagrid, oblivious, was already crying into his beard. "Poor little Tyke, poor little thing." Dumbledore stepped into the room and lowered himself with more care than his age usually allowed. He touched 2 fingers lightly to Harry's forehead, just above the cut. The scar was forming even as he watched. Not natural scar tissue. Not ordinary curse damage. Magic curled through it in layers upon layers, Lily's sacrificial protection, the torn remains of Voldemort's attack, and underneath both, something like a sealed furnace banked behind iron doors. He withdrew his hand at once. "What is it?" Hagrid asked, voice thick. Dumbledore stood very still. He could have lied, could have said it was nothing more than the trace of dark magic, a wound that would ache in bad weather and no more. But lies spoken aloud had a dangerous habit of becoming comfortable. Instead he said, "Something happened here tonight beyond Voldemort's fall." Hagrid stared. "Beyond, Professor. You know who tried to kill him. Harry's alive. Ain't that enough miracle for one night?" "Yes," Dumbledore said softly. "It should be." But his eyes remained on the floorboards. There, beneath the dust and splintered wood, the faintest outline of a symbol lingered for one final instant before dissolving completely. It resembled no rune set known in Britain. Not Celtic. Not Norse. Not the old Druidic scripts. It felt closer to a sword stroke than writing, each curve carrying the impression of impossible violence held under impossible discipline. A warrior's seal. A king's seal. A devil's seal. Dumbledore straightened. Decision settled over him like a cloak. No one must know. Not the Ministry. Not the surviving Death Eaters. Not even the Order, not yet. If Voldemort had died striking something buried in Harry Potter, then the child's life had become even more dangerous than prophecy alone had already made it. He would need protection, obscurity, and time. Most of all, he would need to grow up human. Because if there truly was an ancient infernal force sleeping inside him, then the most important battle of Harry Potter's life would not be against Lord Voldemort. It would be over who Harry became when that power finally woke. "Take him," Dumbledore said, his voice gentle again, though the gravity beneath it could not be hidden. "Take him to the bike, Hagrid. We have a journey yet to make." Hagrid nodded and shuffled out, clutching Harry as if the child were made of glass. Left alone for one final moment in the ruined nursery, Dumbledore looked at the place where Lily Potter had died. "Lily," he murmured into the silence, "whatever shield you gave him tonight, may it prove strong enough." A low sound answered him. Not from the house. Not from the wind. From Harry. The baby had gone quiet in Hagrid's arms outside the room. Dumbledore turned toward the stairs and saw him peeking over the giant's shoulder. The child's expression was unfocused with exhaustion, yet strangely intent. Tiny fingers clenched once. The candles still burning in the lower hall all went out together. Darkness swallowed the cottage. Far above, hidden behind the clouds, thunder rolled across the sky without rain. Dumbledore said nothing. He merely followed Hagrid down the stairs, stepping over James's body one last time, and carried the secret with him into the night. By the time they left Godric's Hollow, the village had already begun building its legend. The Dark Lord had fallen. The child had lived. They would call him miraculous. Chosen. Blessed by fate. None of them would understand that fate had not simply spared Harry Potter. Something older had marked him. And far away, in places where the walls between worlds were not as strong as mortal men liked to believe. Ancient things stirred at the echo of a power they had not felt in centuries. A name long buried in blood and fire shifted in the dark. Sparda. And in Hagrid's arms, wrapped in borrowed blankets and protected by grief, sacrifice, and secrecy, Harry Potter slept on as if he were only a child. For now, that was true. But under the fresh scar on his brow, hell had already begun to dream. Privet Drive looked like the kind of street where nothing strange had ever happened. Number 4 fit perfectly into that lie. Its hedges were always trimmed. Its curtains were always clean. Its front path was washed often enough that no mud dared linger. The neighbors liked routines, normal voices, normal dinners, normal children. They liked men who went to work in pressed shirts and women who watered flowers with quiet pride. They liked the idea that the world was safe because it was ordinary. The Dursleys loved that idea more than most. Which was unfortunate, because on their doorstep, under a thin bundle of blankets and a letter Petunia read with white, trembling fingers, lay the single least ordinary child in Britain. Harry Potter should have cried through the night. He should have wailed from hunger, or cold, or the absence of the only heartbeat he had ever trusted. Instead, when Petunia opened the door before sunrise and saw him there, he was awake. Not laughing, not smiling, just watching the street with wide green eyes, silent as though he had been listening to something no one else could hear. Petunia's first feeling was not pity. It was dread, because when she lifted the blanket and saw the scar on his forehead, memory crashed into her all at once. Lily's letters she had once hidden under her mattress, the impossible moving photographs. The furious jealousy that had curdled into bitterness, the final letter announcing a marriage to James Potter as if happiness had always been waiting for people like them and never for her. Now Lily was dead, and Lily's son was on her doorstep. Behind her, Vernon Dursley stomped into the hall, broad face already annoyed. "What's taking so long, Petunia?" She did not answer. His eyes followed hers downward, found the baby, and hardened. "No." The word came out so fast and flat it sounded rehearsed, as if he had been waiting all his life to refuse something exactly like this. "Pet." Unia held out Dumbledore's letter with numb fingers. Vernon snatched it, read 3 lines, and turned the color of overboiled ham. "No," he repeated, louder now. "Absolutely not. We are not keeping that." But baby Harry did something strange then. He reached up. Not for Petunia. Not for comfort. Just one small hand opening in the air toward Vernon, palm upward, almost curious. Vernon flinched, like a grown man faced with a striking snake. Petunia saw it. She hated that she saw it. Hated even more that she understood it, because she felt it too. The child had done nothing, yet standing him made the skin at the back of her neck tighten. Not because he seemed dangerous exactly. He was tiny, underfed looking, far too small to threaten anything. But the air around him felt wrong. Like a room before lightning. That first morning set the pattern for nearly all the years that followed. Harry was given a cupboard under the stairs because Vernon refused to let abnormality spread through his house like mold. Dudley was given 2 bedrooms because Dudley was normal, and the Dursleys considered normality something to be rewarded lavishly. Harry received hand-me-down clothes, stale portions, sharp instructions, and long practice at staying unnoticed. Yet from the beginning, Harry never learned helplessness the way most neglected children did. He learned silence. He learned distance. He learned how to curl into the dark and listen. The cupboard beneath the stairs should have been suffocating. It should have smelled only of dust, old shoes, and the stale wool of forgotten coats. And it did, mostly. But late at night, after the television had gone quiet and the house had settled into snores and creaking pipes, Harry would lie awake and hear more than that. The hum of wires in the walls. The scratching of mice 3 rooms away. The slow, wet thump of Vernon's heart when he had drunk too much at dinner. The uneven rhythm of Petunia's breathing whenever she passed the cupboard door and paused there. As if she wanted to open it and never quite could. Sometimes Harry would put his hand flat against the wood and feel a strange heat under his own skin, pulsing faintly like something asleep but not entirely still. He never told anyone. There was no one to tell. By the age of 5, Privet Drive had developed a private mythology around him. Mrs. Next Door. Said it was odd that dogs disliked the Potter boy. They did not bark at him, that would have been ordinary enough. They whined, tucked their tails, refused to go near him if he stared too long. The W. Oman at the corner shop once swore that when Dudley and his gang cornered Harry behind the bins and tried to shove his face into the pavement, the air had gone so hot she thought a boiler must have burst underground. Dudley himself told his parents, through tears, indignation, and theatrical claims of near-fatal injury, that Harry had looked at him and his hand had burned. Petunia had inspected Dudley's fingers. There had been no actual burn. Just a red mark across his skin in the shape of pressure, as though he had gripped something too hot for too long. Vernon's answer to such incidents was always the same. More shouting, more locks, more insistence that the boy was freakish and would be punished until whatever rot lived in him learned obedience. Harry took the punishments with a street illness that unsettled even Dudley after a while. It was not courage, not exactly. He still felt hurt, still felt hunger and loneliness and all the small quiet griefs of a child raised without tenderness. But fear did not bloom properly inside him. Not the way Vernon seemed to want it to. When Vernon's fist slammed into the cupboard door hard enough to crack the paint, Harry's body did not freeze. It sharpened. The first time Harry noticed it clearly, he was 6. Vernon had caught him standing on a kitchen chair, trying to reach the top shelf where Petunia had hidden the better biscuits. It was not even real stealing in Harry's mind. Dudley had already eaten 2 packets that afternoon. Harry had only wanted 1. Vernon roared the way he always did, huge and red and ugly with outrage. The chair tipped. Harry should have fallen. He did not. The world slowed. That was the only way he could understand it later. Vernon's hand looked ponderous, stupidly easy to avoid. The chair tilted so lazily it seemed almost bored. Harry twisted in midair without thinking and landed on both feet in a crouch no normal child should have known how to make. The kitchen went silent. Petunia stood by the sink. One hand pressed hard against her mouth. Dudley blinked. Vernon stared. Harry stared back. For one strange second, no one moved. Harry felt the tiles cold beneath his bare feet, heard the buzz of the refrigerator motor. Smelled gravy thickening on the stove and the salt-sour scent of Vernon's sweat. Everything around him seemed hyper-real, painfully bright, and Vernon, massive, angry Vernon, did not feel large anymore. He felt slow, weak, predictable. Something inside Harry liked that realization far too much. Vernon must have seen some piece of it on his face, because E-Man took half a step backward before anger rushed in to cover the instinctive recoil. "You freak!" Vernon barked, loud enough to shake the cupboards. "You unnatural little freak!" Harry did not remember moving. One moment he was by the fallen chair. The next he was at the kitchen doorway, past Vernon, as though the space between had folded up and let him through. He stood there breathing hard, staring down at his own hands. Petunia made a small, broken sound. Vernon did not strike him that day. That frightened Harry more than the shouting. Because afterward, when the house had gone quiet and he had been locked in the cupboard without supper, he realized something that would haunt him for years. He had not been trying to escape Vernon. For the briefest instant, he had wanted Vernon to try again. Wanted it with a coldness so deep it made him curl up in the dark and press his forehead to his knees until the feeling passed. That night was the first time Harry truly understood there was something wrong with him. He had always known he was different. Things happened around him. Hair grew back after Petunia cut it too short. A teacher's chalk snapped when she grabbed his arm. Dudley's old jumper once tore from shoulder to hem because Harry had wished, with all the miserable fury in his chest, that he did not have to wear it. Those things were strange. This was worse. This lived inside him. As he got older, the pattern deepened. Harry healed quickly. Not instantly, not magically enough to be obvious to strangers, but wrong enough for anyone who watched closely. Bruises faded in a day. Cuts closed too clean. Fevers broke almost as soon as they began. Once, after Dudley shoved him off the school climbing frame, Harry hit the asphalt hard enough that one of the teachers gasped. The whole playground had heard the crack. But when the school nurse checked him 10 minutes later, his wrist was no longer swollen. When she pressed carefully along the bone and asked, bewildered, "Does this hurt, dear?" Harry had shaken his head, equally confused. Another time, a bully from 2 streets over trapped him behind the park toilets and told him to hand over the 50 pence Petunia had sent for milk. Harry remembered the boy's hand closing around his collar. Remembered the rank smell of cigarettes on his jumper. Remembered fear beginning to rise, and then turning, mid-breath, into something else. The world narrowed. He heard the bully's heartbeat quicken. He smelled blood from a split lip the boy must have gotten earlier that day. He saw, absurdly clearly, the twitch in the older boy's left knee before he shifted his weight. Harry moved first. Not with training, not with thought, just instinct. He stepped aside, twisted, and the other boy stumbled first into the brick wall so hard he dropped to one knee cursing. Harry did not even run at once. He stood there, breathing in small measured bursts, staring down at the older boy with an expression he could not name. The bully looked up. Whatever he saw in Harry's face made him scramble backward on hands and heels. Harry ran all the way home and spent the rest of the evening shaking in the cupboard. Not because he had nearly been hurt, but because for those few seconds behind the park toilets, he had known with perfect certainty that if the older boy reached for him again, he would hurt him back. Not push, not escape, hurt. That certainty frightened him so much he stopped making friends at school. Not that he had many chances anyway. Dudley and his friends saw to that with regular efficiency. But even the children who might have been kind found Harry difficult to approach. He was too quiet, too watchful, too hard to startle. Boys his age laughed loudly, cried easily, brawled foolishly and forgot the next day. Harry never forgot anything. He remembered tones of voice, footsteps, the smell of anger, the sound a cupboard latch made when Vernon had been drinking versus when he had not. He learned adults' moods before they spoke. He learned that teachers smiled differently when they were tired. He learned Petunia's resentment had layers. There were days when she looked at him and saw only burden. Only proof that Lily had always lived in a world denied to her. But there were other days, rare and brittle, when Harry caught her staring at his profile in the kitchen window. And her face would go pinched and pale because for half a second he must have resembled Lily too much. On those days she was crueler after. Harry did not understand why. At 7, he began dreaming. The dreams were never normal. Even when they started in familiar places, the cupboard, the schoolyard, the back garden, they always widened into something impossible. Stone halls lit by red light. Endless staircases disappearing into smoke. A sword too large for any man resting upright in the ground while shadows bent around it like courtiers before a throne. Sometimes there was a figure. Not clear enough to describe. Just height, coat, silver gleam, the impression of a presence so steady and immense that even the darkness around it seemed disciplined by force of will. Harry never saw the face properly. He only ever woke with the same feeling stamped into his ribs. Not fear, recognition. Once, when he was 8, he woke with his hand clenched so hard the nails had drawn blood from his palm. When he opened it, he found a line burned faintly across his skin. A symbol. It looked like a curving stroke cut by a blade and sealed in ember red light. It faded before breakfast. Harry never mentioned it. Years passed in this strange, starving fashion. Dudley grew broad and loud and spoiled. Harry grew narrow, quick, and difficult to catch. He learned which floorboards betrayed him. Which windows could open without squealing, how long Vernon's temper lasted when work went badly, how far Dudley would go if his friends were watching. By 10, Harry could cross the house at night without sound. By 10, he could tell who stood outside a door by the rhythm of their breathing. By 10, he had learned that the safest place in the world for him was not where people loved him. It was where no one looked too closely. Then came the summer afternoon that changed the shape of everything. Dudley had invited Piers Polkiss over, and the two of them were in Especia. LLY foul spirits because Rain had cancelled a planned outing. Vernon was in his chair half asleep with the telly on. Petunia was in the garden clipping dead leaves from the rosebushes with quick, irritated snips. Harry had been told to stay out of the way. So naturally Dudley came looking for him. Harry was in the back garden weeding because Petunia said his hands were useful if nothing else. He heard Dudley before he saw him. Heavy, stomping steps. Piers's mean little giggle. The crunch of gravel under trainers. Harry straightened slowly and wiped dirt onto his trousers. Dudley stood at the far end of the garden with the swollen confidence of a boy who had never truly lost a fight. Piers hovered just behind his shoulder. "Mum says you missed a bit," Dudley said, smirking. Harry glanced at the flower bed. "I didn't." Dudley's smile widened. "You talking back?" Piers snorted. Harry felt it then, that familiar shift, the tiny click inside his body that happened whenever trouble crossed from possibility into certainty. His pulse did not speed up. It slowed. The warm afternoon sharpened. He could hear bees in the hedge, a car changing gears on the main road, petunias shears beating through stems on the other side of the lawn. Dudley stepped forward and shoved him. Harry gave ground because he knew the pattern. Another shove would come harder. Then maybe a punch if Piers laughed in the right way. It would have happened like that too, ordinary and ugly, if Dudley had stopped with a shove. Instead he picked up the iron garden rake leaning by the shed and swung it carelessly. Not quite at Harry's head but close enough that the metal tines whistled through his hair. Petunia looked up at the sound. Harry caught the rake handle. Not after it struck. Mid-swing. The motion stopped dead. Dudley's face emptied. Harry stared at his own hand wrapped around the wood. The rake should have ripped free. Dudley was larger, heavier, stupidly strong with the careless strength of a spoiled boy. But the handle did not budge. Harry's fingers tightened without effort. And under his skin, heat rose. Not a fever. Not pain. A furnace. The wood blackened where he gripped it. A thread of smoke curled up between his knuckles. Dudley screamed and let go. The rake hit the grass with a thud. Harry dropped it instantly, stumbling back as though it had burned him too. It had not. His palm looked normal. The handle, however, bore 5 dark finger marks scorched deep into the varnish. Petunia had gone sheet white. Inside, she snapped. Her voice cracked like a whip. Dudley began howling about his hand, though he was barely touched. Piers fled through the side gate without looking back. Inside now, both of you. Vernon came blustering out a moment later, demanding to know what all the noise was about. Dudley shrieked that Harry had done something. Harry expected shouting, perhaps a blow. Instead Vernon stopped short when Petunia turned the rake over in her hands and showed him the burn marks. For once, Vernon had no words. His eyes lifted slowly to Harry's face. Harry stood in the middle of the garden breathing too evenly, heartbeat calm as deep water. And in that instant Vernon Dursley finally understood what some weak and embarrassed part of him had suspected for years. The boy was not just abnormal. The boy was becoming dangerous. That night, they moved Harry from the cupboard to Dudley's second bedroom. To anyone else, it might have looked like kindness at last. It was not. It was distance. Petunia made the bed with jerky hands and would not meet Harry's eyes. Vernon installed a lock on the outside of the door the next day and pretended it was for security. Dudley refused to sleep on the same landing without a nightlight for almost a week. Harry stood in the middle of his new room that first night, surrounded by broken toys and things Dudley had outgrown, and felt no triumph. Only unease. He had wanted out of the cupboard for years. But now that he had it, the victory felt rotten. Because no one had given him a room out of care. They had done it because they were afraid. He sat on the edge of the narrow bed, looking at his hands in the moonlight. They were small still, thin, human, and yet, he remembered the garden rake smoking in his grip. Remembered the way Dudley had recoiled. Worse, he remembered the feeling that had come with it, not panic. Not desperation, but satisfaction. A deep instinctive pleasure in proving that Dudley could not overpower him after all. Harry hated that feeling. He hated how natural it had been. Downstairs, he could hear Vernon and Petunia arguing in hissing voices late into the night. He caught fragments through the floorboards. Just like her. Not normal, I told you, not right. Dumbledore knew. What if the neighbors? Harry lay back and stared at the cracked ceiling until dawn, wondering not for the first time whether something had truly gone wrong with him the night his parents died. Wondering if monsters knew they were monsters while they were still children. The answer came the following week. Harry was walking back from primary school Allo. Nay, because Dudley had gone another route with his gang. Rain clouds hung low and purple above Privet Drive, and the air smelled metallic, like a storm waiting for permission. Harry had his school bag slung over one shoulder and his head down against the wind. Halfway past the playground, a dog lunged at the fence. It was a huge thing, some mastiff cross with scarred jowls and yellowed teeth. It hurled itself at the chain link barking furiously, spit flying through the metal gaps. Harry jumped back on reflex. The dog froze. For a second it stared at him with one paw lifted. Then its ears flattened. The barking stopped. A low whine crawled out of its throat. The great beast backed away from the fence, one step at a time, until it hit the far curb of the run and pressed itself there, trembling. Harry stood in the drizzle, cold water gathering in his fringe, and looked at the animal in silence. He had not done anything. Yet the dog stared as if it had seen something standing behind him. Something with far more teeth than it had. Harry swallowed hard and turned away. By the time he reached number 4, rain had begun in earnest. Petunia opened the door with her usual tight oath and took one look at him dripping on the step. Well, don't just stand there. Harry stepped inside. For the briefest moment, as he crossed the threshold, the hallway light flickered red. Petunia saw it. Her hand tightened on the doorknob until the knuckles went bone white. Harry saw that too. Neither of them said a word. That evening, lying awake in the too small bed of Dudley's second room, Harry listened to thunder roll over Little Whinging. Each peal of it seemed to answer something deep inside him, some quiet pressure beneath the scar on his forehead and the heat in his bones. He pressed a hand lightly to his chest. His heartbeat answered, slow and steady. Not helpless, it seemed to say. Never helpless. Harry turned onto his side, shut his eyes, and tried very hard to imagine what that might one day mean. Far beyond Privet Drive, beyond England, beyond the old wards hidden beneath a suburban roof, ancient magic continued its patient work. It waited in silence. It shaped instinct before power. Survival before revelation. It did not rush, because the strongest monsters were not born in a single night of flame. They were forged slowly, under pressure, in rooms too small for what they contained. And in the dark of a borrowed bedroom, Harry Potter slept without knowing that every year he survived, every threat he endured, every moment he chose not to let cruelty make him cruel in return, was strengthening the chains around something vast. Not weakening them, strengthening them. Because power like Sparda's did not belong to rage alone. It answered will. And somewhere in dreams too deep for a 10-year-old to understand, a silver blade rested point down in endless dark while red embers drifted around it like patient stars. A presence waited beside it, silent and immense. Watching. Not waking yet, but watching. Harry Potter first saw Hogwarts through mist and black water. For most first years, the castle was wonder before it was anything else. It rose out of the night like a dream someone had built from torchlight and stone, all towers and windows an impossible height. The lake reflected it in broken gold. Boats knocked softly together. Somewhere ahead, Neville Longbottom was panicking about his toad, and a girl with too much hair was already correcting people on facts no one had asked for. Harry should have felt only awe. He did feel awe, but he felt something else too. The moment the castle came into view, the heat under his skin changed. Not stronger exactly. Sharper. It was the same sensation he had known all High's life in flashes, in the cupboard under the stairs, in the garden with Dudley, in the strange dreams of red-lit halls and buried blades, but here it rose with deliberate awareness, as if we'd ever slept. Inside him had opened one eye and found a place old enough to be worth noticing. Hogwarts did not feel like Privet Drive. It did not feel like Diagon Alley either, bustling and bright and loud with delight. This castle was ancient in a way that made ordinary people speak softly without knowing why. It had watched too many generations arrive and depart, too many triumphs and funerals, too many secrets folded into its walls. And as Harry's boat drifted nearer, he had the strange, impossible certainty that the castle was watching him back. Head down, boomed Hagrid as they approached the cliffside opening. The little boats shot through the dark arch and out into the underground harbor. 100 lamps blazed above them. Stone steps climbed upward. The first years clambered out in nervous clusters. Their faces washed pale by reflected light. Harry followed, quiet as ever. He noticed things immediately. The exact number of footsteps behind him. The smell of lakewater drying on old stone. The way one torch on the far wall hissed louder than the others because the draft touched it differently. By the time Professor McGonagall met them in the entrance hall, Harry already felt overstimulated by the castle's sheer density. Too many sounds. Too many scents. Too much magic pressing faintly against his skin from every direction. Portraits whispered in their frames. Candles dripped wax in slow, warm lines. Armor stood motionless, but Harry kept glancing at it anyway, certain he would hear metal move before anyone else did. Then came the sorting. The line of first years bled forward one by one beneath the high ceiling of the great hall. The enchanted stars above should have been Harry's whole attention, but they were not. Thousands of eyes were on him. He could feel their curiosity like static. The famous Scar. The boy who lived. The child who had survived the Dark Lord. Only Harry, sitting stiffly on the bench and waiting his turn, felt as though he had survived. Something stranger than any of them knew. When McGonagall called his name, the whisper that moved through the hall was almost physical. He crossed to the stool and sat. The hat dropped over his eyes. Darkness. Then a voice spoke directly into his mind. Well, it did not sound puzzled at first. It sounded interested. Then it touched something in Harry more deeply, and the old hat fell silent. A beat passed. Then another. That is, unusual. Harry stiffened. What is? The Sorting Hat did not answer at once. It was peering, probing the layers of him as it had done for every witch and wizard placed beneath its brim. It found the things others would have found too: loneliness, courage worn sharp by neglect, a streak of stubborn defiance, a talent for survival that had been built too young and too hard. Then it brushed the deeper place. And recoiled. Not in fear. In caution. You have something buried in you, child, it said at last, and for the first time its ancient voice lost some of its playful edge. Not darkness as these halls have known it. Not quite. Something disciplined, violent, bound. Harry's fingers curled against the stool. Is it bad? The hat considered that. That depends, as most important things do, on the hand that wields it. It moved through him again, slower now. You would do well in Slytherin. Survival, instinct, ambition when cornered. Oh yes, they would know what to make of your edge there. Harry's stomach tightened. He had not known much about the houses before arriving, but Hagrid's muttered opinion on Slytherin had been memorable. Not evil, perhaps, but close enough in first-year logic to matter. Not Slytherin. The hat almost laughed. Afraid of what they'd awaken in you. Sensible. There is iron in you already, boy. Better to I've it friends before it becomes only a blade. A pause. Then, with sudden certainty. Gryffindor. The hall erupted. Harry lifted the hat off and blinked into torchlight and applause. The table to his left exploded into cheers. Red and gold ties waved. The twins he had met on the train whooped. Ron Weasley nearly fell off the bench grinning. Harry smiled despite himself, faint and startled. Then, as he moved toward the Gryffindor table, his eyes flicked almost involuntarily toward the staff. Professor Dumbledore was watching him. Not smiling. Not exactly. Merely watching with a stillness that made Harry feel, for an instant, as though the headmaster had heard every word the hat had said. The feast should have been simple joy after that. Food appeared in impossible abundance. Roast meats, potatoes, warm bread, gravy, pies, puddings, vegetables glistening in butter. Around Harry, first years gorged themselves with the desperate enthusiasm of children who had survived nerves and boats and giant ceilings. Ron talked with his mouth full. Hermione corrected people's pronunciations of spell names she had not yet cast. Seamus nearly inhaled a pea laughing. Harry tried to relax. He almost managed it, but every now and then his eyes wandered. To the shadows between the candles. To the way Professor Snape's black gaze lingered on him with immediate, inexplicable dislike. To the flutter under his own scar that came and went like the memory of heat. And when Professor Quirrell finally entered the hall late, turban crooked and hands twitching, Harry felt the first truly violent reaction of his magic since arriving. Pain lanced across his scar. Not the dull ache he would later know. This was a stab, hot and targeted, as though something under his skin had suddenly bared its teeth. Harry jerked. Ron looked over. You all right? Yeah, Harry lied. But he kept staring. Professor Quirrell smelled wrong. Not physically, though there was a stale garlic tang to him, but magically. The sensation was hard to describe. Harry did not yet have vocabulary for dark magic, possession, soul damage, any of the things that might have explained it. All he knew was that when Quirrell turned his head, the air around him seemed bruised. And deep in Harry's chest, something predatory stirred. The first term taught Harry two conflicting truths. The first was that hog arts was the closest thing to happiness he had ever known. The second was that danger here found him almost as naturally as breathing. Lessons came easier to him than Privet Drive had prepared him to expect. Not all of them. His handwriting remained untidy. History of magic nearly killed him with boredom. Potions turned into a private battlefield the instant Snape decided Harry resembled James Potter too much to tolerate fairly. But flying was different. The first moment Harry mounted a broom and kicked off the ground, the world rearranged itself. For years his instincts had made him feel wrong inside his own body. Too sharp, too aware, too hard to startle. On a broom, for the first time, those instincts stopped feeling like defects and became something useful. Wind pressure, balance, acceleration. The slightest angle of wood beneath his fingers, he understood it all with shocking immediacy. Not because he was reckless, as some assumed, but because the sky made sense to him in a language the ground never had. Madame Hooch blew her whistle. Neville's broom shot upward and took him with it. The class descended into panic. Harry barely noticed. He was looking at the empty sky where Neville's remembrall had begun to fall. Something inside him leaned toward it, thrilled. He should not have mounted a broom without permission. He knew that. Knew it even as he kicked off, shot upward, and angled into the open air with such natural precision that the wind itself seemed to accept him as one of its own. The remembrall dropped. Harry rose. For one glorious second there was no school, no teachers. No famous scar, no lingering wrongness under his skin. Only speed. Only cold air in his lungs and the clean certainty of pursuit. He caught the glass ball inches from the ground and pulled up hard. Skimming the grass. The class screamed. McGonagall stormed over. And by sunset, Harry Potter was the youngest seeker in a century. That should have been enough excitement for a first year. It was not. Because Hogwarts did not merely educate Harry. It tested him. The first real test came on Halloween. The mountain troll should have been only terror. For Hermione, trapped in the girls' bathroom with a creature made of stinkin' brute muscle, it probably was. For Ron, white-faced and clutching a wand with wet palms, it certainly was. For Harry, it was terror for precisely 3 seconds. Then the old shift happened. Not disappearance of fear, transformation of it. His heartbeat slowed. The troll's movements became readable. Its smell, filth, rot, sour meat, hit him first. But beneath that came rhythm. Weight distribution, muscle drag, heavy right side swing, slow reaction time after missed strikes. The thing was huge, but not complicated. Why darted in because Hermione would die if he did not, and because some ugly, instinctive part of him already knew exactly how to stay just out of reach while goading something larger into making mistakes. The troll roared. The club smashed sinks to rubble. Water flooded the floor. Hermione screamed. Harry moved faster. He climbed the creature's back almost without thinking, fingers locking in coarse hair. And felt a savage thrill run through him as the troll bellowed in confusion. It was too big, too stupid, too slow. Harry was not stronger, but he was sharper, and in danger sharpness often mattered more. Ron's spell finished it. The troll crashed to the tiles. And Harry found himself crouched on its shoulders, breathing hard, nails dug deep into the thick hide of its neck, heart thudding not with relief but exhilaration. That realization sickened him almost as much as the troll's smell. Hermione survived. Points were lost and redistributed. Friendship was forged in the aftermath. But that night, long after the common room had settled and the castle snored around him, Harry lay in bed awake and stared at his hands in the dark. He had been glad Hermione lived. He had also liked the fight. Liked it in a way that felt dangerous. So he made himself a rule. When the danger came, and it always seemed to come, he would act because people needed him to. Not because some buried part of him enjoyed it. That rule lasted. Mostly. Winter brought the mirror. Harry did not know it was called the Mirror of Arised when he first found it. He knew only that moonlight had led high. Through empty corridors and into a forgotten classroom, and there it stood beneath a dusty cloth, tall and silent and waiting. The first sight of his parents should have broken him in the ordinary way. It did break him. James, messy-haired and alive, hand resting on Lily's shoulder. Lily, bright-eyed and beautiful, smiling at him with a warmth so sharp it hurt. Behind them stood others too, ghost familiar and loving, crowding close as if Harry belonged at the center of them all. He went back again, and again, but on the third night, something changed. He stood before the mirror, desperate for their faces. And the image wavered. James and Lily remained, but the crowd behind them receded into darkness. The glass deepened. Shadows spilled outward like ink in water. Then, beyond his parents, behind the family he had never truly had, Harry saw a throne-shaped silhouette and a sword planted upright before it. A figure stood there, tall, still, a long coat falling in dark lines. Silver glint at the shoulders. Eyes like twin embers banked under ash. Not his father. Not anything human. The figure did not threaten him. Did not move. It simply watched through the mirror with the calm patience of something that had measured battlefields long before Harry was born. Harry stepped back so fast he almost fell. The mirror returned to James and Lily at once. The door opened. Dumbledore stood there in the candlelit dark. For a moment neither spoke. Then the headmaster said gently, "Mirrors can reveal many kinds of longing, Harry. Not all of them simple." Harry swallowed. "I saw my parents. I do not doubt it." Dumbledore's gaze lingered on the glass for the briefest instant too long. Harry wondered, suddenly and sharply, whether the old wizard knew the mirror had shown more than that. If he did, he said nothing. Spring came with traps and secrets and the Philosopher's Stone. Looking back later, Harry would realize that his first year at Hogwarts moved him toward the truth in quiet ways. Quirrell's stammering deceit, Snape's suspicious watchfulness, the forbidden corridor, the three-headed dog, each danger sharpened the line between ordinary schoolboy terror and the colder, more efficient state Harry slipped into when real threat touched him. By the time he, Ron, and Hermione descended through the protections guarding the stone, Harry's instincts were humming under his skin. Devil's snare coiled, keys slashed through the air like silver knives. Chess pieces shattered in showers of stone. Ron stayed behind injured. Hermione stayed behind solving what Harry could not. And Harry went on alone into the final chamber because some part of him had known for a long time that if there was a dark center to the school's troubles, it would wait for him personally. When Quirrell turned and revealed the truth, Harry felt neither surprise nor disbelief first. He felt recognition, not of the man himself, but of the wrongness he had sensed at the feast. And when Quirrell removed his turban, when the face on the back of his head spoke in a high, cold voice that should not have been alive at all, Harry's scar ignited with pain so fierce his vision blurred. Voldemort. Not whole. Not living. But there. The thing beneath Harry's skin answered immediately. Heat tore through his veins. His teeth clenched. The room seemed to tilt as the woe. RLD narrowed around that ruined face and the soul stink pouring off it like poison steam. Seize him. Voldemort hissed. Quirrell lunged. Harry grabbed him because there was nowhere else to move in. Because instinct in crisis always made him strike back, not fold. The result stunned them both. Quirrell screamed. Blisters erupted where Harry's hands touched flesh. Skin grayed and split like paper held over a flame. The smell was horrifying, burning, corruption, and something sharper beneath, like old metal thrust into a forge. Harry let go in shock. Quirrell reeled. Voldemort shrieked. And Harry understood nothing except this: whatever had lived in Quirrell could not bear Harry's touch. Lily's protection explained some of it, later. The old magic of sacrificial love. Dumbledore would tell him that. It was true, but not complete. Because as Quirrell staggered toward him again, Harry felt more than his mother's shield. He felt a savage pressure in his own body, as though Sommet Hing Ancient was rising to the surface in answer to a hated presence. Not to consume Harry. Not yet. To defend territory. Harry reached again. Quirrell's flesh blackened under his fingers faster this time. And for one impossible second, Harry thought he saw red light flash behind his own knuckles, like embers caught beneath skin. Then the chamber exploded into agony and darkness. He woke in the hospital wing. Dumbledore sat beside him with lemon drop eyes and too many unspoken truths. "You were protected by your mother's sacrifice," the headmaster said softly. Harry listened. He accepted because Dumbledore was wise and kind and because children are very good at taking partial answers when the full truth is too large to imagine. But some part of him remained unsettled. His mother's love had burned Quirrell, yes. Yet when Harry remembered the sensation of his hands on the professor's skin, remembered the wild flare under his scar, he could not shake the deeper feeling that something inside him had recognized Voldemort the way a wolf recognizes a trespasser. Summer dragged him back to Privet Drive. Second year dragged him into darker waters. The Chamber of Secrets was where Harry first began to suspect that his instincts were changing faster than he could explain. The voice in the walls terrified everyone else. Harry, hearing it clearly while others heard nothing, should have felt only isolation. Instead he also felt fascination, followed by an immediate surge of self-disgust. Something slithered through the castle unseen, predatory and old, and the hidden PLA. CE inside Harry stirred in answer, not in loyalty, but in alertness. Hunter recognizing Hunter. That thought made him physically ill. Being accused was bad enough. Watching even Hufflepuffs flinch from him in corridors made it worse. Yet the deeper wound came from knowing their fear was not entirely baseless. Harry would never hurt them, he knew that. Never choose it. But he also knew now that anger activated something in him that other children did not carry. Then came the dueling club. Snape paired him with Draco. Spells flew. The snake hit the floor in a coil of living muscle and hate. Students shrank back screaming. Justin Finch Fletchley went pale as parchment. And Harry. Harry spoke. Parseltongue left his mouth before thought, cold and natural and effortless. The snake stilled under his voice. For the room, it was horror. For Harry, it was something more complicated. Because beneath the social disaster, beneath the sudden certainty that he had just become even stranger, there had been a split-second moment of instinctive satisfaction. The creature had listened. It had known him as something not to strike unless told. Harry hated himself for that. Hermione noticed he was pulling away that winter. Ron noticed too, though less elegantly. Neither let him isolate himself completely. That mattered. Because when Ginny vanished and the truth of the chamber finally dragged him underground, Harry arrived not as a boy craving adventure but as someone already exhausted by his own reflection. He found the bones, the tunnels, the skin shed by the basilisk, and all old buried instincts in him woke hard enough to taste metallic. The chamber stank of predator. Ancient scales. Stagnant water. Venom. Hunger. Harry's human fear screamed at him to run. The deeper thing in him did not want to run. It wanted to face what claimed the dark beneath the school and prove which of them had the stronger right to stand there. That realization made his stomach turn. Then as he followed Tom Riddle's shade deeper into the chamber. Then the basilisk emerged. Huge. Blind with age and guided by murder. Its hiss rolled through the stone like knives through silk. Harry should have frozen. Instead he moved. Not better than any hero from a story. Not beautifully. He was still 12, still undertrained, still very mortal. But every instinct in him sharpened to a lethal point. Distance. Timing. The sweep of the basilisk's body through the chamber. The pressure shifts before it struck. He read them with terrifying clarity, ducking and rolling by fractions that should have been luck and were not. Fawkes blinded the snake. The Sorting Hat gave him Gryffindor's sword. And Harry, bleeding and terrified and furious, drove steel through the roof of the monster's mouth. Venom entered his arm. Pain consumed him. He collapsed beside Ginny and felt life draining out in cold waves. That was when it happened. Not a transformation. Not yet. Just a crack. As poison spread, the seal within him reacted with animal violence. His whole body burned. Not fever burn. Furnace burn. His veins felt lined with fire. For one delirious second the chamber darkened red around the edges. And Harry smelled not basilisk blood but smoke and iron and distant thunder. If Fawkes's tears had come a few moments later, perhaps something truly catastrophic might have awakened. Ed there beside the dying diary and the dying snake. They came in time. The poison receded. Harry lived. But after that night, healing felt different. Faster. Deeper. As though it ever slept inside him had learned from the attempt on his life and adjusted. By third year, Hogwarts no longer felt merely magical. It felt dangerous in rhythms Harry was starting to understand too well. The revel of the Dementors changed him more than anyone knew. Most students hated them because they were cold and horrifying, because they sucked joy from the air and left misery behind. Harry hated them for all of that, but also because they stripped away his control. Around trolls, basilisks, and hidden enemies, fear sharpened him. Around Dementors, fear devoured him. They did not trigger the hunting calm. They dragged him back into helplessness. His mother screaming, his father shouting, death coming down a hallway. Worse, the thing beneath his skin recoiled from the Dementors in a way it did not recoil from ordinary danger. Harry felt it every time one came near, not weakness but furious resistance. As though the sleeping infernal force inside him recognized the Dementors as something uniquely offensive, not predators. Not warriors, merely voids with mouths. Professor Lupin began teaching Harry the Patronus. That saved more than Harry understood. Because the Patronus was the Saint magic Harry ever learned that did not rely on instinct, fear, or raw reaction. It demanded focus, memory, deliberate emotional will. Joy shaped into a shield. It was, in a quiet way, the first true counterbalance to the violence sleeping under his skin. Lupin noticed things too. Not everything. Not the deeper truth. But enough. Enough to remark, once, after Harry had produced silver vapor on his fourth try. You always become very still before something dangerous happens. Harry lowered his wand. Is that bad? Lupin's face softened with a sadness that seemed older than the classroom. Not bad, but it can be lonely. Harry never forgot that answer. Then came Sirius Black. Then came the Shrieking Shack. Then came the truth about betrayal, rats, and innocent men condemned to madness. The night by the lake changed everything. It began in chaos, Pettigrew escaping, Snape unconscious, Ron injured, Hermione white-faced with panic. Then the Dementors descended in numbers too vast to comprehend. Gliding across the grounds like a moving grave. Harry tried to fight. His Patronus failed. Cold swallowed him. He heard screams. His mother's. His own. Perhaps others. The world tilted toward unconsciousness. Toward the hungry dark the Dementors brought with them. And then, something else answered. For one flashing instant, beneath the despair, Harry felt the seal inside I am strain against itself like chains drawn too tight. Not breaking. Testing. His scar burned. His chest locked. He had the absurd sensation that if he opened his eyes, they would not be green. Then silver light exploded across the shore. The stag came. The Dementors fled shrieking. Harry survived. Later, when he realized it had been himself casting the Patronus, the moment became one of victory. Of courage. Of faith in his own strength. And it was that. But another truth lodged itself beneath it. The infernal power inside him had not broken loose under the Dementors' assault. It had pushed upward, and been held in check. By what? Harry thought, in the weeks afterward, that maybe the answer was simple. By him. By every time he had chosen not to hit back harder than he should have. Every time Ron's loud loyalty had dragged him toward laughter. Every time Hermione's relentless logic had turned fear into problem solving. Every time he had reached for help instead of surrendering. To the cold thrill of being the most dangerous thing in the room. By the end of third year, Harry Potter had developed a pattern no one fully understood. The closer he came to death, the stronger and calmer he became afterward. Not because trauma made him numb. Because something inside him was learning. Adapting. Waiting. Dumbledore certainly noticed. Snape noticed too, though through a lens of suspicion rather than concern. Madame Pomfrey had privately stopped commenting on how quickly Harry mended because the alternative was admitting his recoveries made no medical sense. Even McGonagall. All watched him more carefully after the incident with the Dementors. And Harry himself, sitting on the Hogwarts Express at the end of third year while summer rolled toward him like an old punishment, finally admitted something he could no longer pretend was temporary. He was changing. Not in obvious ways yet. He still looked like Harry. Skinny, messy-haired, bespectacled, awkward at certain meals. Liable to laugh at Fred and George's nonsense, embarrassed by praise, angry at injustice, loyal to the people he loved. But under that human shape, under the habits and friendships and school robes, something vast was slowly organizing itself. Not random magic, not a curse, a nature. He felt it most strongly that summer in his dreams. The stone hall returned. The sword remained planted in endless dark. And now, for the first time, the tall figure beside it stepped half a pace closer. Still no face. Still no voice. Just presence, immense, disciplined, and terrible. Harry should have woken afraid. Instead he woke with his pulse steady and a single impossible thought lodged in his chest. Whatever you are, you're waiting for me. At Privet Drive, thunder rolled in a clear sky. Harry sat up in bed. Breathing slowly, the scar on his forehead warm beneath his fingers. Downstairs, Vernon shouted at the television. Across the street, a dog began barking and then abruptly stopped. And far away, in the spaces between worlds where old powers slept and remembered, the blessing of Sparta stirred more deeply than ever before. Not awake. Not yet. But no longer dreaming alone. By the summer before Harry's fourth year, Privet Drive had become a place that no longer felt capable of containing him. It still tried. Vernon Dursley still thundered through the house as if the Olum alone could bully reality into obeying him. Petunia still treated abnormality like mildew, something to be scrubbed, denied, and discussed only in hissing tones after dark. Dudley still carried himself with the overfed confidence of someone who had never once been required to examine his own soul. But the balance had shifted. Not openly. Not in any dramatic, satisfying way where Harry stood up at the dinner table and reduced the Dursleys to trembling silence. Real life was crueler and duller than that. Harry still did chores, still got shouted at, still endured the stale suffocation of number 4 with gritted teeth and practiced quiet. Yet all three Dursleys knew, in ways they would never name aloud, that the small frightened boy they had tried to bully into harmlessness no longer existed. Harry had grown. He was still thin, but wiry now rather than frail. He moved with an unconscious economy that made wasted effort look foolish. He did not slam doors, stomp upstairs, or fidget at the table. He simply existed with a contained stillness that unsettled Vernon more with every passing month. The worst part, for them, was that Harry had learned control. He did not lash out when Vernon shouted inches from his face. He did not give Dudley the satisfaction of visible fear when the older boy tried his old intimidation tricks. He did not flinch at Petunia's coldness. He took it all, watched, listened, and held something vast and hot and patient behind his ribs. That patience frightened them more than anger would have. One humid July evening, Vernon found Harry in the back garden trimming hedges. It was unpleasant work in the heat. Sweat clung to Harry's neck beneath his oversized shirt. Midges swarmed in the dying light. Somewhere across the street, a radio played tinny music through an open window. Harry was focused on the rhythm of the shears, clip, gather, drag, repeat, when Vernon loomed behind him with the rigid outrage of a man preparing to be offended by any answer offered. "That owl again," Vernon barked. Harry straightened slowly. On the garden wall, half hidden behind the dense green of the hedge, a tawny owl sat watching the house with bright, unblinking eyes. It had probably been there for several minutes. Harry had heard the whisper of its wings long before Vernon noticed. His heart gave one sharp beat. Not fear. Anticipation. Vernon followed Harry's gaze and turned puce. "I will not have these filthy birds bringing your lot's nonsense here. Do you hear me?" The owl did not move. Harry lowered the shears. "It's probably just delivering a letter. That is not the point." Quote. Vernon took one stomping step toward the wall, as if sheer human offensiveness might frighten a magical owl into submission. The bird looked at him. Vernon stopped. It was only the smallest pause, barely worth noticing unless one had spent years studying the Dursleys the way Harry had. But Harry noticed. Vernon always recoiled for an instant when faced with magic directly. Before anger rushed in to cover the instinct. Harry should have enjoyed that. Instead he found himself watching the pulse at Vernon's throat and feeling a different, darker imp. All stir, the quiet thrill of seeing prey realize the fence between itself and a larger world had never been real. He hated that thought as soon as it came. So he stepped forward first, held out his arm, and let the owl drop the envelope into his hand. It was from Ron. Vernon's lip curled. "Read it in your room." Harry almost smiled. This year, Vernon was pretending Harry had a room by choice. As if the lock had never been installed outside it. As if fear had not shifted the household furniture more effectively than conscience ever had. He climbed the stairs without answering, shut the door behind him, and broke the seal. "Harry. Dad got tickets. World Cup. Ireland versus Bulgaria. Best seats in the world," says Charlie, though Dad says that about every seat if it's Quidditch. "We're coming to get you whether the Muggles like it or not. Mum says to pack properly this time and don't forget socks. Fred and George say bring money if you've got any because they've invented something brilliant. Ginny says hi. Hermione might meet us later. Ron." Harry read it twice. Then a third time. Outside his window, summer evening pressed hot and dull against Privet Drive. Somewhere downstairs, Vernon had turned the television up too loud. Dudley was probably eating something he had been told not to. Petunia was likely scrubbing a perfectly clean surface with increasing resentment. And in Harry's hands was escape. Not just from Privet Drive. From the stagnant waiting of summer. From the careful, constant effort of staying smaller than what lived under his skin. At the Burrow he could laugh. At the Burrow he could be hungry without shame, loud without punishment, half-wild with adolescent excitement about things that actually mattered. He could be 14. Harry folded the letter and sat on the edge of the bed. Then, because joy always seemed to rattle loose stranger thoughts in him, his hand rose almost unconsciously to the scar on his forehead. Warm. Not painful. Just warm. As if the mention of the World Cup, crowds, competition, airborne violence dressed up as sport, had stirred something in him that understood spectacle on an older, more dangerous level. Harry dropped his hand at once. No, he muttered to the empty room. The word came out harsher than intended. He did not know exactly what he was refusing. The heat, the instinct, the private anticipatio. And that had flashed through him when he imagined a stadium full of thousands, danger and excitement crackling in the air like a storm. Perhaps all of it. 2 days later, the Weasleys arrived by flow. Powder and destroyed the Dursleys' living room. Harry would remember that scene for years, not because of the chaos, though there was plenty, but because it struck him as one of the clearest examples of how different worlds could collide without ever truly blending. The Dursleys had attempted hospitality with the rigid panic of people laying a tea service for a lion. Arthur Weasley emerged from tea. He blocked fireplace halfway and immediately got stuck, his cheerful voice muffled behind bricks and soot while Fred and George howled with laughter. Ron stumbled out after him. Ginny followed. The room filled with wizarding noise, ash, accidental elbowing, and the kind of affectionate disorder Privet Drive regarded as a moral failure. Vernon looked apoplectic. Harry looked at Ron and nearly laughed aloud. In the middle of it all, for one shining minute, everything felt normal. Then Dudley ate a Tung toffee and his tongue swelled monstrously. That, too, Harry remembered, but not for the reason anyone else might have guessed. The adults panicked. Petunia shrieked. Vernon blustered. Arthur scrambled to fix the damage while apologizing and scolding the twins in equal measure. Fred and George, unhelpfully, found the result hysterical. Harry's attention, however, had locked on Dudley. Not out of sympathy. Not exactly. Dudley was terrified. His pulse thundered visibly in his neck. Saliva poured down his chin. His eyes bulged with animal horror while he tried and failed to understand what was happening to his own body. And Harry, standing half in shadow by the stairs with his school trunk at his feet, felt the old shift brush against him. All that fear, all that helplessness, all that panic flooding the room until the very air tasted different. For an instant Harry could almost smell it. It hit him so sharply he went still. Not literally smell, perhaps. Not with the nose. But his senses caught on the emotional atmosphere like claws catching velvet. Panic had texture, sharpness, salt, heat. The room became unbearably vivid, the floral polish on the sideboard, the old grease in Vernon's collar, the acrid sweetness of Fred and George's experimental candy, Dud. Lay's terror cutting through it all like a blade through cloth. Harry closed his eyes for a heartbeat. When he opened them again, Arthur had fixed the tongue. Petunia was clutching Dudley to her in outraged maternal convulsions. Vernon looked ready to call the police, Parliament, and perhaps the army. And Harry understood, with a private little knot of dread, that the thing inside him was becoming more responsive. To danger, to fear, to pressure. The burrow washed the feeling away for a while. That was its greatest gift. Not merely welcome, though there was plenty of that. Not merely food, though Molly Weasley attempted to feed him as if recovering all lost meals from Privet Drive were a moral imperative. The true magic of the burrow was that it gave Harry too many human things to hold onto at once for the deeper instincts to dominate him. Ron dragged him into arguments about Chudley Cannon's statistics. Ginny watched him with less childhood awe now and more sharp, curious amusement. Fred and George tested joke products at unsafe distances from parental supervision. Percy was insufferable. The chickens were deranged. The ghoul in the attic banged occasionally like an offended spirit in a bad play. Harry loved every bit of it. Even so, as the day of the World Cup drew closer, a kind of taut expectancy began winding through him. He told himself it was ordinary excitement. Anyone would feel restless about attending the greatest Quidditch match in the world. Anyone would lie awake in the burrow's small guest room listening to the wind through the orchard and imagine stadium lights, national anthems, thunderous cheering crowds. Anyone. But on the morning they took the portkey, Harry woke before dawn with the same alertness that used to come before Dudley's ambu. She's at school or the opening of dangerous doors at Hogwarts. He sat up in the darkness and listened. Gnomes in the garden. The sigh of the house settling. Ron's breathing from the camp bed across the room, slack and oblivious. And beneath everything, under his own skin, a low warmth spreading slowly outward like banked coals being stirred. The portkey was an old boot. Harry had expected so. Nothing more dignified for an event of international importance, but wizarding bureaucracy, he was learning, had a genius for pairing grand purpose with ridiculous object choice. They met Amos Diggory and Cedric on the hilltop under the paling sky. Arthur fussed. Amos bragged. Cedric was decent in a way that made Harry like him instantly and resentfully in equal measure. Then the portkey jerked them forward through nothing. The landing knocked the breath from Harry's lungs. The world resolved into a misty campsite large enough to swallow several villages. Tents stretched in every direction. But they were not truly tents once you looked closely. Some were simple and muddy. Others had peacocks wandering beside them, or towers, or banners, or front gardens with singing fountains. Wizards F. Rom all over the world moved through the morning haze, trying and failing to imitate Muggle camping with the charming incompetence of people who had read about normality in a pamphlet once. The airy strangeness of it all should have distracted Harry completely. Instead, the moment he rose from the ground, his body went taut. Too many people, too many magical signatures, too much energy in the air. The campsite buzzed like an enormous hive, and Harry's senses, already too keen at the best of times, caught on everything. Languages he did not know. Wandwood polish, dragonhide boots, cooking smoke, damp canvas, old magic. Young magic, haphazard magic spilling from tents and trunks and pockets. It all layered together until the morning itself felt electrically alive. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through the overload. He turned. She had just arrived with her parents' permission and looked delighted, slightly smug about punctuality, and entirely too pleased with the educational value of the trip. Beside her, Ron was already craning his neck to see if Victor Crumb had appeared anywhere nearby. "You all right?" Hermione asked, lowering her voice. "You look a bit pale." Harry forced himself to unclench. "Fine. Just, lot of people." Ron snorted. "That's because it's the World Cup, mate." Hermione's eyes narrowed, not convinced but choosing not to push. That, Harry thought, was why he trusted her. Hermione Granger knew exactly when to ask questions and exactly when to leave a door open instead. They spent the day in a blur of tents, strange food, villa gossip, noise, and anticipation. Harry laughed more than he had at Privet Drive in months. He argued with Ron about the Irish chasers. He let Hermione explain something complicated about ministry organization he promptly forgot. Fred and George muttered darkly about bagman bets. Arthur glowed with the happiness of a man surrounded by both family and sporting significance. By evening, the stadium rose before them like a dream engineered by Mad Kings. It was colossal. No Muggle structure Harry had ever seen, even from television, matched the impossible ambition of it. Golden light blazed from every arch. Though, sands upon thousands of witches and wizards poured through the entrances in surging streams of color. Roars rose from within like the breathing of a giant beast. The air itself thrummed. Harry stopped dead for half a second. His scar burned warm. Not pain. Recognition. He swallowed and kept walking. Inside, the world became sound. The villa drew gasps and stupid smiles from half the stadium. The Irish mascots answered with a storm of light and spinning shamrocks. Banners snapped overhead. Betting slips changed hands. Lee Jordan's commentary-like shrieks competed with Ludo Bagman's official announcements. Ron looked as if he might faint from happiness. Hermione tried to pretend she was above the madness while plainly being caught in it anyway. And Harry. Harry felt alive. Quidditch always did that to him. But this was something beyond school matches and house rivalries. This was scale, velocity, national pride sharpened into competition. Danger so expertly controlled it turned into art. Every dive and feint registered through Harry's body before his mind could name it. His muscles tightened in unconscious sympathy with the player's movements. His fingers flexed against the armrest every time Crumb dropped in a suicidal-looking plunge only to recover impossibly. When Ireland scored, the stadium shook. When Bulgaria answered, the sound cut like steel. Harry grinned so hard his face hurt. For a while, nothing else existed. Then the match ended in chaos and glory. Ireland victorious, Crumb brilliant and furious, half the stands laughing and crying and shouting at ONC. And the crowd spilled back into the night carrying all that charged emotion with them. That was when Harry first smelled war. Not literally. Not at first. They were making their way through the campsite under a dark sky glittering with post-match celebration. Lanterns bobbed between tents. Wizards sang off-key in a dozen accents. Somewhere nearby a man in green robes was trying to hug everyone in reach. Somewhere else an argument had already escalated into accidental sparks. The whole field felt drunk on triumph, disappointment, and adrenaline. Harry should have been tired. Instead his body tightened by degrees. The warmth inside him, banked all day, sharpened into alertness so clean it almost hurt. He slowed. Ron nearly walked into him. "What are you?" "Wait." The word came out quietly. Too quietly. Hermione looked at him at once. Arthur turned, still half smiling from the match. "What is it, Harry?" Harry did not know how to answer. The campfire smoke smelled different now. Not enough for anyone else to remark on, probably. But beneath the wood smoke and trampled grass and spilled drink, something harsher had entered the night. Hot metal, old ash, the faint bit. Tang of hostile magic being readied by people who meant to hurt someone. His heart did not race. It dropped into a slower, deeper rhythm. Around them, the campsite had not yet changed. Laughter still rose from one lane over. A Bulgarian supporter staggered past singing. Children chased floating shamrocks near the edge of a tent line. But Harry could feel the shift coming the way animals sensed lightning before clouds broke. "Arthur," he said, more urgently now. Arthur Weasley's smile vanished. It said something that he did not ask for more explanation. Perhaps Harry's tone was enough. Perhaps after everything that had happened at Hogwarts, Arthur had learned to trust the boy's instincts even when they made no obvious sense. Then the first scream tore through the night. Everything broke. A line of masked figures erupted from the dark between tents, wands raised, robes whipping behind them. Green light flashed. Canvas exploded. Families scattered in panic, shrieking and stumbling over guy ropes and trunks. One wizard was blasted off his feet. Another dropped flat while his child wailed beside him. Above the chaos rose mocking laughter, the kind that fed on fear and liked the taste of helplessness. Death Eaters. Harry knew before he consciously recognized the masks. The whole campsite convulsed. Arthur shouted for the children to run. Fred and George were already moving. Percy tried to take charge in a voice gone too thin with fear. Hermione grabbed Ginny's hand. Ron swore. Tents collapsed. Someone nearby started sobbing uncontrollably. Spells whistled past in red and purple arcs. Flames leapt up from a row of canvas shelters as though the night itself had caught. And Harry's world narrowed to a point. Every sound separated cleanly. Footfalls. Wand movements. Heartbeats. Fabric tearing. Breath hitching. A child crying 2 rows over. A man behind them whispering a shielding charm too late. The masked figures advancing with drunken confidence because this was what they loved, the terror. The disorder, the public humiliation of ordinary people. Harry could smell it fully now. Fear. Smoke. Blood. Dark magic. It hit him like a physical force. He should have panicked. Every sane 14-year-old would have. But the deeper system inside him did not interpret this as chaos. It interpreted it as a hunting field. That realization came in horror. IED him even as it made him terrifyingly efficient. Down. He snapped, and shoved Ron hard enough that both Ron and Hermione stumbled behind an overturned crate just as a curse scorched the air where they had been standing. Hermione stared. "How did you?" "No time." His voice sounded wrong in his own ears. Colder. Flatter. Arthur was dueling 2 robed attackers at once, face hard with real battle fury. One of the Death Eaters laughed while sending a shower of sparks into a collapsing tent where someone was still trapped. Harry saw that and something ancient flinched awake inside his chest. Not fully. Just enough. Heat surged through his veins. His vision sharpened so violently the edges of things seemed lined in faint ember red. The shouting crowd slowed. The nearest Death Eater's wand arm telegraphed its movement before the curse formed. Harry moved without thought, dragging Hermione lower as a jet of green lit force smashed the crate to splinters above them. Ron gaped. Bloody hell. Harry was already up. He did not know what he intended to do. He had no wand in hand yet, no plan except the absolute certainty that standing still while masked cowards terrorized families was intolerable. A Death Eater turned toward a woman carrying a toddler. Harry launched himself forward. Not smart, not trained, but fast. The robed figure saw him too late. Harry slammed show. Elder first into the man's side with far more force than his build should have allowed. They both hit the ground hard. The Death Eater cursed, wheeling with his wand. Harry grabbed the wrist. The masked man screamed. For a second Harry did not understand why. Then he smelled it. Burning leather. Burning flesh beneath leather. Not much. Not dramatic. Just a sharp hiss and a reflexive cry, as though Harry's bare hand on the man's skin had become briefly, impossibly too hot to bear. Harry froze. The Death Eater tore free and staggered backward in visible shock. Behind the mask, eyes widened. Not in outrage. In fear. Harry saw that fear and nearly lost himself to the brutal clarity of the moment. This man was larger, armed, experienced, cruel, yet all the predatory math inside Why instantly recalculated him as something that could be broken. He took one involuntary step forward. Someone shouted his name. Arthur. The sound hit like a thrown rope. Harry jerked back into him. Self just as a ministry curse slammed the masked figure away. More wizards were arriving now. Organized resistance. Counterspells. Shouting officials. The Death Eaters began to scatter, some fleeing, some retaliating wildly. Arthur seized Harry by the shoulder and hauled him behind a half-collapsed tent. What were you thinking? Harry opened his mouth. Smoke filled his lungs. Panic and magicka. Adrenaline crashed together all at once now that the first sharp phase had passed. He trembled suddenly, violently, the delayed reaction hitting like a blow. I don't know. Arthur looked at him for one searching second. Then toward the chaos beyond. There was no time to press. Stay with the others. Harry nodded, though his pulse had not risen. That frightened him most. Around them the attack was breaking apart. But the night remained shredded. Families cried for missing children. Ministry officials ran in every direction. Wandlight flickered through smoke. Somewhere distant, our explosion sent red sparks up against the stars. Then the dark mark appeared. It rose above the trees in sickly green brilliance, vast and grinning and horrible. The skull split open, the serpent pouring from its mouth. And the entire campsite seemed to stop breathing. A collective shudder passed through the crowd. Even Harry felt it, an ancient social terror, older than him, older than school stories. Older than names shouted in newspapers. This symbol belonged to murder made political, sadism made into rule. It touched something in everyone who saw it. But while other people recoiled in dread, Harry's deeper instinct answered differently. Not submission. Defiance. The mark was a threat display, a predator's claim over territory. And the thing sleeping in Harry hated being challenged. The heat in his chest flared so hard he bit the inside of his cheek. Copper flooded his tongue. For one breathless instant the green glow overhead reflected wrong in his vision, turning black-edged and hostile. And Harry had the insane urge to leap into the dark after whoever cast it and rip the answer out of them. He squeezed his own fist until the nails hurt. Human, he told himself. Human. The words steadied him, only barely. The ministry swarmed the woods after that. Arthur vanished into official duty. The Weasleys clustered together in shaken knots. Hermione's face had gone white. Ginny trembled openly. Ron was trying to look angrier than frightened and achieving neither completely. Harry stood among them with smoke in his hair and ash on his sleeves and felt like a lie wearing a boy's skin. You were mad, Ron said finally, voice low and rough. Running at one of them like that. Harry looked at him. Ron faltered. But, you pulled Hermione down before that curse hit. Hermione was watching Harry with that same disturbing, intelligent intensity she had worn earlier. You knew it was coming. Harry shrugged because he had no explanation fit for speech. Fred and George exchanged a glance. They looked less amused than usual, which on them was close to solemn. Percy kept trying to herd everyone somewhere safer while being mostly ignored. Mr. Weasley did not return for a long time. When he did, his face told them nothing was over. They left the ruined campsite before dawn in a haze of exhaustion and bad news. No one spoke much on the journey back. Even Fred and George's usual resilience had thinned into muttered speculation. The ministry was in chaos. The mark had been cast. Nobody knew by whom. Old fears were alive again. Harry sat silent, staring out at the paling sky. He should have been thinking about Voldemort. About Death Eaters. About whether the attack meant the war might truly be creeping back. Instead, what haunted him most was the instant his hand touched the masked man's wrist. The scream. The smell. The certainty. Not merely that Harry could survive such moments. That some part of him was built for them. Later, much later, he would learn he had not been the only one watching that night. In the shadowed fringe of the woods, concealed beneath spells and invisibility and the rotting remains of old loyalties, Anyo. Their figure had witnessed the chaos with sharp, feverish attention. Barty Crouch Jr. had watched the campsite burn. He had watched the Death Eaters indulge themselves with the swagger of men who mistook terror for strength. He had watched the mark bloom against the sky and felt a devout shiver of memory run through him. He had watched ministry fools stumble through darkness thinking authority was the same thing as control. But most of all, he had watched Harry Potter. Not the famous scar. Not the schoolboy reputation. Not the public legend of the child who had survived. He had watched the boy move. Too fast. Too exact. Too calm. He had watched Harry Potter sense the attack before it properly began. Watched him navigate curses like someone born with a battlefield threaded into his nerves. Watched one of the masked men recoil from the boy's touch with raw, instinctive fear. And in that brief, incandescent moment, Barty had understood that the Dark Lord's plan involved more Han baiting a lucky child into a graveyard. Harry Potter was wrong in a way no one had yet measured. Interesting. Potentially magnificent. Potentially catastrophic. Barty crouched in the dark and smiled to himself. Though no one sane would have found warmth in the expression. Oh, he whispered to the night, to the memory of a fallen master, to the future taking shape around a boy who did not yet know what he was becoming. This year is going to be far more entertaining than I hoped. Far above, the last tatters of the dark mark faded with dawn. And in the quiet after panic, with smoke still clinging to his clothes and the smell of war lodged permanently in his senses, Harry Potter crossed the threshold into his fourth year carrying more than fear. He carried recognition. The world was changing. So was he. And for the first time, the two transformations had begun to move toward each other. By the time the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station, the memory of the World Cup had not faded. It had settled. That was worse. Harry found that fear, once immediate and chaotic, could be survived almost easily. It was the aftermath that lingered. The quiet moments. The spaces between conversations. The strange pauses where his mind returned, unbidden, to details no one else seemed to notice or remember. The exact pitch of the first scream in the campsite. The SME/LL of burned leather when his hand closed on a Death Eater's wrist. The look in the masked man's eyes. Not anger. Fear. Harry kept replaying it in the train window as fields blurred past in gold and green. Ron had spent the first hour talking animatedly about the World Cup's final plays before circling, as Ron always did, back toward things that actually mattered to him. "Did you see Crumb's dive in the ninth?" he demanded for the third time, hands sketching the angle in the air. "No, honestly, Harry, if Ireland's chasers hadn't been so fast, that would have been the greatest catch anyone's ever seen." Hermione did not look up from her book. "You've already said that twice. Because it's true. It's not an argument if your entire evidence is that you're excited." Ron looked scandalized. "That is absolutely evidence." Harry smiled faintly, but his attention had drifted. The carriage door had opened and shut 4 times in the last 10 minutes. A fifth year with muddy robes. Say. Congear crying because she'd lost her toad. Fred and George, both moving like men with criminal intent and excellent morale. A prefect from Hufflepuff muttering about the corridors being impossible. Too many movements. Too many voices. The train felt different this year. Charged. He rubbed absently at the scar on his forehead. Hermione noticed. Of course she did. "It's not hurting again, is it?" Harry dropped his hand. "No." Ron squinted at him. "You keep doing that." "Doing what?" "Looking like you're listening to something." Harry laughed once, too short. "Maybe I am." Ron opened his mouth with a joke ready. But Hermione looked sharply at Harry and said nothing. That was somehow worse. Outside, the light dimmed. Rain began tapping against the glass. Somewhere farther up the train, someone let off an experimental filibuster firework and got shrieked at by a prefect. It should have all felt normal. Instead Harry sat with the uncomfortable certainty that normal had back. A costume everyone else still believed in. The first sign that Hogwarts itself had changed came before they even reached the castle. The carriages rolled through the gates under a sky full of low thunderclouds. Lantern light gleamed off wet stone. The silhouette of Hogwarts rose ahead, dark and immense, windows glowing like embers through mist. Harry had felt the castle watch him on his first arrival. This year the sensation hit harder. Not welcome. Appraisal. The wards around the grounds seemed to brush against him like old fingers, taking stock of what had returned to them. He stepped down from the carriage and had to force his shoulders loose. The heat under his skin had risen again, subtle but unmistakable. Cold? Ron asked, shivering as rain dampened his fringe. Harry looked at him. No, he said. That was the truth. The Great Hall answered one question and raised 10 more. It had been transformed. Silk banners hung from the enchanted ceiling in colors Harry did know. Recognize at first, deep blue and bronze, rich crimson and black, silver-threaded green. 2 extra tables had been set up along the sides. The staff looked alert in a way that had nothing to do with the start of term. Students from every house buzzed with gossip so intense it rose like heat. Something's happening, Hermione said immediately. Obviously, Ron muttered, craning over heads. Look at all that. Dumbledore rose when the feast had scarcely begun and let the anticipation boil for another 30 seconds before raising both hands. I have several announcements, he said, smiling. With the infuriating calm of a man who knew perfectly well he had everyone's attention already. The first is that this year Hogwarts has the great honor of hosting the Triwizard Tournament. The hall exploded. Questions, gasps, cheering. Shouted speculation. Fred and George looked as though Christmas had broken into the school and started throwing presents. Several older students were already discussing eligibility, glory, and likely dismemberment with enthusiasm that suggested youth had never been particularly bright. Ron nearly levitated off the bench. The Triwizard Tournament. Hermione's eyes widened despite herself. But that hasn't been held for ages. Dumbledore's voice, magnified by magic, rolled over the uproar. Quite so. Our sister schools, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, will be joining us within the month. The tournament will consist of 3 tasks, spread throughout the school year, designed to test magical ability, daring, deduction, and skill in the face of danger. Harry felt it then. Not from the hall. From inside. The word danger landed somewhere deep in him like a spark in dry tinder. His breathing did not change. His face, he hoped, did not change either. But the quiet furnace under his ribs sharpened with instant, eager attention. 3 tasks. 3 public contests. 3 sanctioned life-threatening trials. The reaction disgusted him so quickly he almost lost the next sentence. An age line will be drawn around the goblet of fire, Dumbledore was saying. Only students who are of age, that is to say, 17 or older, will be permitted to put themselves forward. Groans and protests erupted. Fred and George looked personally offended by morality itself. Ron swore under his breath. Seamus asked loudly whether beards helped. McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose in prophetic despair. Harry barely heard any of it. He was staring at the blue-white flames dancing in the goblet's imagined future, though the object itself had not yet been brought in. He could feel the shape of the tournament already, as if the school's excitement was feeding some older competitive instinct in him that knew exactly what such events meant. Contest. Hierarchy. Hunt. He clenched one hand under the table until the sensation receded. Beside him, Hermione was saying, it's probably for the best. The tournament used to have a dreadful death rate. Ron snorted. That makes it sound better, not worse. She turned on him. That is because you're an idiot. Harry almost laughed, and for a moment the tension eased. Then the doors at the F.A.R. end of the hall opened to admit Mad-Eye Moody. The noise dropped by degrees until the whole hall was staring. Moody limped forward with the heavy, uneven gait of a man who had built a life out of injury and refused to apologize for it. His magical eye spun in its socket, whirring faintly as it scanned staff, students, ceiling, walls, and apparently several dimensions adjacent to reality. The wooden legs struck the floor with hard, final knocks. Scars pulled at his face like old war maps. He was alarming in every obvious way. And to Harry's sharpened senses, he was alarming in several less obvious ones too. The man radiated constant vigilance. Not nervousness. Precision. Layers of concealment, readiness, and violent competency held together by a discipline so practiced it had become atmosphere. Harry did not trust him. Exactly, but for the first time in months he felt something close to recognition that did not come from the infernal force inside him. Moody walked like someone who had survived too much to waste movement. The magical eye fixed on Harry for a fraction too long as Moody passed the Gryffindor table. Harry's scar did not hurt. But the warmth beneath it shifted. Interest met interest. Then Moody grunted, took his seat, and began eating as if 100 children staring at him was ordinary weather. Ron exhaled. Blimey. He looks like he bites children for breakfast, Seamus whispered. Only if they're impolite, Dean muttered back. Harry found his own appetite gone. That night, the dream came again. Stone. Dark. Red firelight without visible source. The sword was still there. Plunged upright into endless black ground, its silver edge catching the glow of drifting embers. But the hall had changed. It no longer resembled any place Harry might imagined from a castle dream or childhood fear. It had become vaster, its ceilings disappearing into a darkness too deep for architecture. Pillars the size of towers rose around him. Ancient carvings marked the floor in circles so enormous they looked like the scars of long-finished battles. And the figure was closer. Still faceless. Still impossible to name. But this time Harry could make out a long red coat moving in a wind that did not touch him, gauntlets like dark metal, shoulders carrying the weight of old war without strain. The presence did not threaten. It simply existed with such calm authority that the entire dream bent around it. Harry tried to speak. The figure tilted its head. Then, from somewhere far beyond the hall, something roared. Not an animal. A challenge. The embers flared. The sword hummed. And Harry woke with his whole body tense and the scar on his forehead burning warm. He sat up in Gryffindor Tower before dawn, breathing through the residue of the dream. 4 poster curtains rustled softly around the dormitory. Neville snored. Dean muttered once in his sleep. Rain tapped against the window. Harry pressed his palms against his knees. The heat inside him was still there. Awake. Waiting. He hated that the tournament was already calling to it. The weeks before the visiting schools arrived passed in a haze of lessons and speculation. The castle became almost impossible to cross without hearing some version of the same conversation. What do you reckon the tasks'll be? My brother says there used to be dragons. No, really. You're lying. I'm not. Bet I could do it. You can't even do a shield charm properly. The older students grew progressively more insufferable. 6th and 7th years practiced entrances, boasts, and hypothetical victory speeches with all the dignity of peacocks in formal robes. Fred and George devoted themselves to defeating the age line with a scientific seriousness normally reserved for alchemy or explosives. Harry stayed out of those conversations when he could. Not because he wasn't tempted. Because he was. That was the problem. When danger appeared in his life by accident, he had moral ground to stand on. He had friends to save, mysteries to solve, monsters to stop. The stakes came first and his instincts answered second. But the Triwizard Tournament was different. It was danger chosen, sought, celebrated, and somewhere deep under his human caution, the infernal part of him thrilled at the idea. That frightened Harry enough to avoid the subject entirely for several days. Of course that only made Hermione corner him in the library. You're brooding. Harry looked up from a book he had not actually read in 10 minutes. Thanks. I'm serious. That's usually the problem, yeah. She lowered herself into the seat across from him, folding her arms atop a tower of defensive spell texts. You've been acting strangely ever since Dumbledore announced the tournament. Ron, sprawled nearby with a Quidditch magazine open and his feet almost on another chair, snorted. He's been acting strangely since he was 11. Hermione ignored him with trained skill. Harry. He looked at her. Her expression softened by a degree. Is it your scar? No. Then what? He could not tell her the truth. Not the full truth. Not that some part of him heard E-word tournament the way predators heard movement in tall grass. Not that he had dreamed again of a faceless warrior in halls of ember and stone. Not that the idea of school-sanctioned mortal peril filled him with equal parts dread and anticipation. So he said the nearest true thing. I don't like how much I want to know what the tasks are. Hermione blinked. Ron sat up. That's it. Honestly, mate, that's normal. No. Harry said quietly. Not like this. That got both of them still. For a moment the library noise seemed to recede. Hermione studied him too closely. Ron's easy expression faded into something more alert and loyal and serious. Harry almost regretted speaking. Then Ron said, with awkward bluntness that somehow helped more than delicate sympathy ever would have, "You allowed to want a challenge without secretly being mental." Harry laughed under his breath. "That's reassuring. I'm serious." Ron leaned forward. "Look, all your life people chuck dangerous rubbish at you. Trolls, giant snakes, mad teachers, dementors, whatever else this school's trying to kill us with. Of course you'd want one thing where at least everyone knows the rules." The words land dead more deeply than Ron probably intended. Harry sat back. Rules. That was the difference, wasn't it? The part of him that had been shaped by years of threat and reaction recognized structure in the tournament. Conflict with boundaries. Danger named in advance. A hunt where the field was marked instead of hidden. Hermione nodded slowly. "That doesn't make it safe. But it does make it comprehensible." Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Some knot in him loosened. Not fully. Enough. When Beauxbatons arrived, Hogwarts fell in love with spectacle. The carriage desk ended from the sky pulled by winged horses, all pale silk and blue enamel and impossible elegance. Girls in powder blue uniforms stepped out into the autumn chill with straight backs and unreadable expressions. Madame Maxime descended last, immense and regal in every inch as commanding as her school. When Durmstrang arrived, Hogwarts forgot elegance in favor of intimidation. The ship rose from the black lake like something dredged from legend, black hull gleaming with water, sails like folded shadows. Students in blood-red fur-lined robes marched up from the shore with deliberate boots and colder faces. Their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, smiled too readily and bowed too deeply. Harry watched both arrivals from the edge of the crowd with his hands in his pockets and the old alertness humming under his skin. Not because of the schools. Because of the men greeting them. Madame Maxime carried herself like a mountain in silk, and Harry sensed power in her immediately, vast but contained. The sort that did not need to prove itself every few minutes. Karkaroff was different, too fluid, too polished. His smile slid over people without resting. The moment his eyes passed over Harry, RRY felt again that quiet interior tightening that marked danger not immediate enough for action but near enough for notice. Across the entrance hall, Snape had gone rigid. That told Harry more than Karkaroff's smile did. The goblet of fire was brought into the hall the next day. Blue-white flames rose from an age-blackened wooden cup, and the entire school seemed to lean toward it. Even young students who could not enter looked entranced. The object carried old magic so dense it felt almost geological, older than most buildings, older than current rivalries, older perhaps than some parts of the school itself. Harry stopped 3 paces from it and went absolutely still. The goblet's magic was not like Hogwarts. The castle felt old, layered, watchful. The goblet felt hungry. Not evil. Not sentient in the simple sense. But built to judge ambition, worthiness, and will with merciless clarity. Harry could feel the logic of it, burning steady behind the pale fire. Offer a name. Submit to trial. Be measured by ordeal. His scar pulsed warm once. The deeper force inside him answered. Hermione, standing beside him, shivered. "It's stronger than I expected." Ron looked almost worshipful. "It's brilliant." Fred and George picked that exact moment to swagger forward under the effects of an aging potion, both sporting magnificent white beards and idiotic confidence. The Eline blasted them into opposite walls to universal delight. The hall roared with laughter. Even McGonagall smiled helplessly into her tartan sleeve. Fred and George, sprawled and beardy and furious, looked betrayed by the concept of rules. Harry laughed with everyone else. Yet even as he did, his eyes drifted back to the fire. The blue flames shifted. For one impossible moment, just one, he thought he saw them reflect red. Then they were blue again. That night the older students submitted names. Cedric Diggory went calm-faced and modest while Hufflepuff vibrated with collective pride. Angelina Johnson drew admiring glances from Gryffindor and openly threatened Fred when he tried to offer tactical advice. Students Harry barely knew approached the line with the solemnity of execution or marriage. He did not go near it. He stayed in the back and watched. More precisely, he watched himself not go near it. Each name surrendered to the fire produced a tiny reaction inside him. A coiling recognition that someone else had stepped into the arena. He could almost feel the shape of coming competition forming around the goblet like invisible current. It did not want him specifically. But if it had, some part of him would have answered. That truth followed Harry to bed and sat beside him in the dark while the tower winds rattled the windows. The night of the selection array. Ved with storm clouds over the castle and nerves stretched taut through every corridor. Lessons became meaningless. Even Snape's worst insults failed to hold Slytherin attention for more than 30 seconds at a time. The Great Hall at dinner looked like a battlefield moments before the first arrow flew. Too many sharpened faces, too much expectation, not enough breathing. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione and wished, not for the first time, that his life contained at least one major public event in which his own involvement felt impossible. Dumbledore rose. The hall fell silent. The goblet burned. One by one the slips were chosen. Victor Crumb. Durmstrang erupted. Fleur Delacour. Beauxbatons answered. Cedric Diggory. Hufflepuff nearly brought the roof down. Harry applauded with everyone else. Genuinely pleased for Cedric. The pressure in the hall shifted, celebration overtaking suspense. It was done. 3 champions. 3 schools. The tournament set. Then the goblet changed. The blue-white flames turned sudden, furious red. The hall gasped. A tongue of fire leapt up. One final slip of parchment shot into Dumbledore's hand. Silence crashed down so completely. Harry could hear the hiss of the goblet's returning flames. Dumbledore stared at the parchment. For the first time all year, the old wizard looked truly shocked. Then he read, voice carrying through a hall too stunned to breathe. Harry Potter. The world did not stop. It narrowed. That was worse. Every face in the hall turned toward him at once. Surprise. Disbelief. Outrage. Curiosity. Fear. The emotional force of it hit like weather. Harry sat frozen, and in that frozen second 2 entirely opposite feelings slammed through him. The first was horror. The second was a dark, electric surge of anticipation so fierce it made his hands tremble under the table. No, he thought instantly, violently. No, he had not entered. He knew that with the clarity of a knife's edge. But somewhere far below that human certainty, something predatory had heard his name called and thrilled. Chosen, summoned, marked for trial. Harry's stomach turned. Harry, Hermione whispered. He stood because his body had already decided to obey before his mind caught up. The hall blurred. Ron looked as though he had been slapped. McGonagall had gone pale. Snape's expression was carved from old malice and older alarm. Karkaroff leaned forward like a vulture scenting weakness. Madame Maxime looked furious on principle. Cedric, to his credit, merely looked confused. And Moody's magical eye was fixed on Harry with a cold intensity that was not surprise alone. Harry walked. Every step between the Gryffindor table and the staff dais felt wrong, as though he were moving out the center of a trap already closing. Yet with each step the heat inside him steadied rather than flared. The same instinct that had sharpened under threat at the World Cup now settled into brutal, controlled clarity. A hunting ground, something in him whispered. Harry wanted to be sick. He entered the chamber beyond the hall where the champions waited. Fleur looked offended. Crumb looked unreadable. Cedric looked deeply embarrassed for everyone present. Harry said the truth immediately because it was the only solid thing available. I didn't put my name in. No one believed him. Not at first. Adults arrived in a rush of robes and questions. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Karkaroff, Maxime, Crouch, Bagman, Snape, Moody. Suspicion ricocheted through the room. Raised voices. Demands. Rule arguments. Legal obligations. Political embarrassment. Magical binding contracts. Harry stood in the middle of it and felt something old inside him grow very quiet. That, more than anything, made him afraid. Not the accusations. Not the danger. The quiet. Because the infernal force within him recognized what the adults were still trying to talk around. This was not random. This was invitation. Someone had not merely thrown Harry into the tournament. Someone had offered him to it. Moody's voice finally cut through the arguing like a blade. Someone wanted Potter in this competition. And they went to a lot of trouble to manage it. The room fell still enough for Harry to hear the magical eye spin. Dumbledore turned to him. Harry, he said softly, and only Harry seemed to hear how much iron lay under the softness. Did you ask an older student to put your name into the goblet? No. Did you approach the goblet at all? No. The answers were simple. True. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Harry held the gaze and, because he could not help it, felt the old headmaster searching not merely for lies but for damage. For the source of the heat he must surely have sensed years ago. For signs that the thing sleeping inside Harry had somehow done this of its own accord. At last Dumbledore looked away. Then, he said quietly, "I believe you." The words should have comforted him. They did. A little. But not enough to drown the sick truth rising underneath. He was afraid. Not of the tasks. Of how much a buried part of him had wanted this the instant his name was called. By the time Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, the school had already split into camps. Some thought it a stunt. Some thought it cheating. Some thought it brilliant. And Harry caught the looks, thought it was something worse. That the boy who lived had gone too far this time. That fame, danger, and notoriety clung to him because he sought them, not because they found him. He wanted to deny it. But when he lay awake in bed long after the dormitory quieted, staring into the dark while Ron's wounded silence filled the room like smoke, he could not entirely. The tournament did not feel like a death sentence. Not to the thing inside him. It felt like a gate opening. Elsewhere in the castle, 3 separate men began 3 separate investigations. Dumbledore stood alone in his office, replaying every tremor of old wards and prophecy threads that had brushed Harry Potter's life since infancy. He did not yet know who had entered the boy's name. He knew with cold certainty that the design behind it was deliberate, skilled, and aimed not merely at scandal. At awakening, Severus Snape, prowling the dungeons with a face like thunderclouds sharpened into human form, found his thoughts pulled unwillingly between 2 deeply unpleasant possibilities: that Potter was reckless enough to tamper with ancient magical contracts, or that someone Dangerous had begun maneuvering openly around the child at last. He disliked both explanations. He trusted neither. And Sirius Black, hidden far from the school but tied to Harry by letters, instinct, and the brittle desperation of a man who had already lost too much, felt the news strike him like a curse. He wrote immediately. He would come if needed. He would not let Harry face another year of traps alone. None of them yet understood the worst part. The tournament would threaten Harry from outside, yes. But its most dangerous work would be done inside him. Because for the first time in his life, Harry Potter had been thrown not into an ambush, not into a hidden chamber, not into another person's monster. He had been placed into a structure built entirely from trial, escalation, and survival under pressure. Exactly the sort of field where Sparda's sleeping blessing might finally begin to answer in earnest. And in the dark of his dormitory, eyes open and pulse slow, Harry Potter realized with a coldness that kept him from sleep until dawn that he was not simply trapped in the Triwizard Tournament. Part of him had been waiting for it. If Harry had entered his own name into the goblet, he thought he might have found the experience easier. Not morally. Practically. There would have been no need to keep repeating himself while people looked at him as if he were lying. No need to endure the slow, ugly fracture in Gryffindor where admiration, jealousy, and suspicion blended into something far more exhausting than open hostility. No need to sit through breakfast while whispers trailed him like smoke. He had not entered. That truth remained solid. Everything around it did not. By the 3rd morning after the selection, Harry had learned the exact sound made Henna room quieted because he had walked into it. He had learned that some students wanted to be near him now not because they liked him, but because danger had a social gravity all its own. He had learned that others, especially Hufflepuffs loyal to Cedric, looked at him with the flat disappointment reserved for cheaters and traitors. And Ron was the worst because Harry understood him. Not the anger. Not really. Ron was too good-hearted to hate Harry over fame for long. But hurt pride, old insecurity, and the humiliating suspicion that Harry had hidden something from him had opened a stance between them that did not respond to logic. Hermione argued. Harry snapped. Ron sulked. The dormitory became a miserable parade of unsaid things. Harry could have handled the school. He could have handled the tasks. Handling both while one of the 2 people who made Hogwarts feel like home would not look him properly in the eye was another matter. It made him brittle. That brittleness frightened him more than he wanted to admit. Because every time anger sharpened under his ribs, the dormant thing inside him answered a little faster than before. The first hint of the task came in the least helpful way possible, other people knowing something he did not. That started with Cedric. Harry caught him watching during breakfast on a gray Thursday morning, not with accusation anymore. but with the awkwardness of someone debating whether basic decency outweighed tournament competition. Cedric finally rose from the Hufflepuff table and crossed the hall while half the school followed. The movement with the avidity of vultures spotting narrative. "Can I talk to you?" Cedric asked. Harry glanced toward Hermione, who looked encouraging in the specific expression she reserved for opportunities to solve social problems scientifically. "Yeah," Harry said, and stood. They went just outside the Great Hall into the passage where morning chill still clung to the stone. Students flowed around them in curious eddies. Pretending not to stare, Cedric rubbed the back of his neck, clearly uncomfortable. "Look, I know things have been weird." Harry let out a humorless breath. "That's one word for it." Cedric winced. "Right. Well, I don't know if you really put your name in or not." "I didn't." Cedric searched his face, then nodded once. "All right." He hesitated. "Either way, I thought I should tell you. My head of house mentioned something. Only by accident, I think. About the first task." Harry's whole body went still. Cedric noticed. "Yeah," he said quietly. "That was my reaction too." "What is it?" Cedric's eyes flicked to the corridor, to passing students, to the possibility of being overheard. "I don't know exactly. Just that it's dangerous enough the teachers are already tense about it. And," he lowered his voice, "I overheard Charlie Weasley arriving earlier than expected with some colleagues." Harry's stomach tightened. "Charlie. Dragon Keeper." Cedric watched the understanding dawn and grimaced. "I might be wrong." Harry knew he wasn't. "Why tell me?" Harry asked before he could stop himself. Cedric looked faintly offended. "Because I'm N.O.T. interested in winning because you walked in blind." The answer landed with clean force. Harry had liked Cedric before. He liked him more now. "Thanks," he said. Cedric shrugged, embarrassed by sincerity. "Just don't say it came from me." Harry almost smiled. "Wouldn't dream of it." Cedric left. Harry stood a moment longer in the corridor, pulse gone deep and slow, the world around him narrowing into consequences. Dragons. Of course it was dragons. Only Hogwarts and the broader international wizarding community could hear the phrase student competition and think enormous territory. Fire-breathing apex predators was a reasonable first step. By lunchtime, his mind had split into 3 distinct tracks. One part was purely human panic. How do you fight a dragon? You don't. Adults with specialized training barely do. This is insane. One part was strategic. There must be a goal other than killing it. Egg retrieval. Endurance. There will be rules. There are always rules. And one darker, deeper part had gone utterly still at the word itself. Dragon. Winged. Fire-forged. Predator against predator. Harry hated that part instantly. He hated how it did not panic. He hated how it listened. That evening, Hermione cornered him in the library, which under the circumstances felt less like friendship and more like an advanced legal procedure. "You know something," she said. Harry looked up from a page on shield enchantments he had not absorbed in 10 minutes. "Do I?" "Yes." She sat down opposite him with enough books to flatten a lesser table. "Because you've spent all day acting like someone trying not to run in 7 different directions at once." Harry rubbed a hand over his face. "Cedric thinks the first task involves dragons." Hermione froze. Then, because she was Hermione Granger, she did not scream or panic or declare the situation impossible. She inhaled once, squared her shoulders, and said, "All right." Harry stared at her. "All right. Well, not all right. It's obviously appalling, but at least it's specific." He blinked. She was already dragging a stack of books closer. "Dragons have classifications, habits, weaknesses, territorial tendencies. Eyesight variances. Harry, don't just sit there, help me." There were moments when Harry loved Hermione so fiercely it caught in his throat. This was one of them. For the next 3 hours they researched like people trying to out-argue death with footnotes. Common Welsh green, Chinese fireball, Swedish short snout, Hungarian horntail. The last one made Hermione swear. Not loudly, not elegantly, but with enough heartfelt horror that Madame Pants glared at them over half-moon spectacles. "It's the most dangerous," Hermione whispered, voice tight. "Long-range flame, aggressive temperament, spiked tail, fast in the air, fast on the ground, extremely territorial. Harry, if they've actually brought horntails into a school." "They wouldn't." She gave him a look. He sighed. All right, they might. Hermione's fingers danced over the pages, tracing diagrams and annotations. The task won't be to kill one. There's no way the judges would allow that. It will be something like retrieval under threat. A test of nerve and ingenuity. Which still leaves the part where there's a dragon between me and whatever I'm meant to retrieve. Yes, thank you, I had noticed. He smiled despite himself. Then the smile faded. A sketch on one page showed a dragon mid-lunge, wings half spread, scales plated like armor over a chest full of fire. Most people would have seen only a monster there. Harry saw movement vectors, pressure lines, the tension before launch, the architecture of threat. His skin heated. Hermione looked up sharply. Harry. He shut the book. Too fast. Her eyes narrowed. I'm fine. Quote. You're not. No, he said, more honestly than intended. Probably not. For a second her expression changed from focused academic urgency to something gentler and more worried. Is it your scar? Harry hesitated. Not exactly. Not enough. The closer this gets, he said slowly, the less scared part of me seems to be. Hermione did not interrupt. That made it easier and harder. I know I should be terrified, Harry continued. And I am. But there's this other thing. Like something in me's listening to all this and thinking it makes sense. Hermione held his gaze for a long moment. Then, because she was brave in strange and useful ways, she asked the question no one else would have framed properly. Do you think it makes sense? Why looked down at the dragon illustrations again? No, he said at once. That part was true. Then, more quietly, but something does. Hermione's mouth tightened, not with fear of him, but with anger on his behalf. Then we make sure you are the one deciding what happens. The simplicity of it nearly undid him. Not we fix you. Not we hide this. Not even we stop it. You decide. Harry nodded. All right, he said. The next days became misery shaped into routine. Classes blurred. Social hostility sharpened. Ron remained stubbornly wounded, which meant Harry spent too much time alone. NLESS Hermione forcibly inserted herself into the gap. Sirius's letter arrived with warnings, caution, and the unmistakable undertone of a man prepared to break several laws for Harry's sake. Harry read it twice and felt both steadier and more tired. Then Hagrid asked him to come down after dark. That alone would not have been remarkable. Hagrid asked illegal, inconvenient, or emotionally burdened. Some things with the regularity of seasons. But the note's wording carried a strange urgency. Come at midnight. Bring cloak. Harry stared at the scrap of parchment and knew instantly what it meant. He was right. The walk to the forest edge that night felt like moving towards some private boundary in the world. Fog drifted low over the grounds. The castle windows shone behind him in warm gold squares that seemed too civilized. Too distant. Under the cloak, Harry's breathing sounded loud in his own ears. Hagrid waited with Fang and the expression of a man very bad at secrets. Thought y'ait want ter see, he muttered. Harry followed him through the trees. Then the clearing opened. 4 dragons. The world changed scale. Even at rest they were too large for reason to accept easily. Reed-chained bodies shifting against the earth, muscles bunching under scale and smoke. Handlers moved around them like ants around siege engines. Fire leaked between fangs in impatient bursts. One drive. Ogon snapped at a chain and sent 3 wizards staggering backward. Another dug furrows into the ground with hooked claws as long as short swords. Harry stopped breathing. Charlie Weasley was there, voice carrying over handler commands and grunted warnings. Keep the Swedish one left of the runestones. No, Merlin Sake, left. Then Harry saw her. The Hungarian horntail. Black scales like weaponized night. Bronze eyes. Horns curving from her head like something carved for a war god's amusement. Tail lined with savage spikes, lashing restlessly enough to shred saplings. Even chained, she radiated such concentrated hostility that the clearing itself seemed to recoil around her. Harry's pulse did not spike. It dropped. The dragon turned her head. For one impossible second, her gaze low. CKED directly onto the place where Harry stood under the cloak. She should not have seen him. Perhaps she had not. But the hairs rose on the back of his neck anyway. Every sensible human thought in him screamed run. Something else whispered worthy. Heat flooded Harry's limbs so fast his knees almost buckled. He took a step backward. The horntail exhaled a ribbon of smoke through needled and yanked hard enough on her chains to make the earth shudder. Beside Harry, Hagrid whispered reverently, "Ain't they somethin'?" Harry could not answer. He understood, with dreadful and intimate certainty, that the first task would not simply test courage. It would test what part of him answered when faced with a creature that embodied the same brutal hierarchy his sleeping inheritance seemed to recognize. In other words, it would test exactly the wrong thing. When he got back to the castle, he was shaking. Not visibly to others, perhaps, but inside his bones. Hermione found him in the common room and dragged him into an empty classroom before he could lie convincingly. What happened? He told her. Not every detail. Not the part where the Horntail had looked at him and something in him had answered. But enough. Hermione went pale. A Horntail. And 3 others. She began pacing immediately, muttering. There has to be an objective. It will be egg retrieval or something symbolic. They can't simply expect direct combat. We need strategy. Speed, distraction, terrain, transfiguration. Harry leaned against a desk. He should have been following. Helping. Thinking. Instead his body had begun to overheat. At first he thought it was leftover adrenaline from the forest. Then his hands started trembling. Not fear tremor. Strain. Heat pulsed behind his scar and down his arms in irregular surges. As if the sight of the dragons had woken something and his own system was struggling to force it back down. Harry. Hermione stopped. You look awful. He swallowed. Hot. She crossed to him at once and put the back of her hand to his forehead. Then frowned. You're freezing. Harry laughed once, raggedly. Doesn't feel like it. The room seemed too bright suddenly. His hearing sharpened to painful clarity. Distant footsteps in the corridor, the creak of an old window 3 rooms away, Hermione's pulse quickening. He clenched the edge of the desk until his knuckles whitened. The skin across the back of his hands felt tight. Wrong. He looked down. For a fraction of a second, faint lines glimmered beneath the skin, dark red, branching like hairline cracks in cooling metal. Then they vanished. Hermione saw his expression change. What? Nothing. Harry. It went away. That was not reassuring. Sit down, she ordered. He obeyed because arguing required too much energy. She fetched water from the old jug in the corner and made him drink while she watched with the grim focus of someone mentally constructing an emergency plan. It took 10 full minutes for the worst of the heat to recede. Even then, Harry felt hollowed out. Overused. As if some deep reserve had surged toward the surface, found no outlet, and scorched him on the way back down. What was that? Hermione asked quietly. Harry stared at the floorboards. I think seeing them, he stopped. Reframed. I think something in me reacted. She was silent. Not frightened. Thinking. Like how your scar reacts to Voldemort. She asked eventually. No. Harry lifted his eyes. More like, he broke off, because there was no good way to say more like my body Rico. Gnized another apex predator and tried to answer in kind without making the room colder. Hermione, infuriatingly, seemed to infer half of it anyway. All right, she said. Then we work with 2 problems. Harry let out a tired breath. Only 2. Yes. Dragon, and whatever your magic is doing in response to the dragon. She resumed pacing, but slower now. More deliberate. You're not going to beat a dragon by overpowering it. So we stop thinking like duelists. Harry frowned. Then how do we think? She stopped. And smiled in that dangerous, brilliant way that meant someone else's week was about to worsen. Like thieves. The plan should have been obvious sooner. Harry did not need to kill a dragon. He needed to get past it. Common sense, rare at Hogwarts, but not extinct, sug. Instead the task would involve stealing something from beneath a nesting mother. The egg made the most sense. If that was true, then victory belonged not to the strongest champion, but the one who could exploit distance, distraction, and mobility best. Unfortunately, Harry's obvious canon solution, the Firebolt, would now invite its own problems. He had a broom, yes. He could fly better than almost anyone. But the research Hermione pushed across the table over the next 2 nights made one point painfully clear. Against a Horntail in open air, a broom turned Harry into fast prey, not a superior threat. He needed something more, or rather, something in him kept insisting he already had it. That idea arrived in fragments. First during practice with summoning charms. Harry, frustrated, overtired, And privately furious with the universe, snapped Accio at a school bag hard enough that it shot across the room like a cannonball and shattered a chair. McGonagall gave him such a look that even Harry's recent emotional depletion could not protect him from embarrassment. Then, in defense, Moody demonstrated counter-jinx theory while watching Harry far too closely. After class he called Harry back. "Potter." Harry stopped at the desk. Moody's magical eye spun once, fixed, and held. "How are ye feeling about dragons?" The question hit like a thrown knife. Harry forced his face blank. "I don't know what you mean." Moody's scarred mouth twitched. "Rubbish. But let's pretend. Hypothetically, if a wizard were facing something too large to overpower directly, what'd he need?" Harry thought automatically. Speed. Good. What else? Timing. Positioning. Good. Moody leaned on his desk. "What's the worst thing a prey animal does?" Harry answered before he could filter it. "Runs in a straight line." The room went still. Moody's normal eye narrowed. The magical one did not blink. Interesting answer. Harry realized too late how it sounded. Moody, however, merely grunted. "It's correct." He straightened. "You don't beat beasts by being braver than they are, Potter. You beat them by making them commit before you do. Remember that." Harry left with the unpleasant conviction that the professor had not just given advice. He had tested something. It got worse that weekend. Hermione insisted on private practice out on a disused patch of grounds near the Quidditch pitch. Reasoning that Harry needed to experiment under strain. She had smuggled out every relevant book that did not squeal when opened. The November air bit hard. Frost silvered the grass. Harry looked terrible and knew it. "You need sleep," Hermione said for the fourth time. "I need options. You also need sleep." He ignored that. "Again," she said. Harry closed his eyes and reached inward, not for a spell, not exactly. But for the shifting edge of that heated pressure he had felt after the forest. The instinct that answered danger. The impossible sense that if his life narrowed hard enough, his body would become something else to fit it. Nothing. Then too much. Heat tore down his spine. Harry gasped and staggered forward, catching himself on one knee. The ground under his hand smoked. Hermione was beside him instantly. "Harry, I'm fine. You're back." He twisted. At first he saw nothing. Then pain hit. Not stabbing pain. Tearing pressure. Like muscles he did not actually possess were trying to force themselves into existence beneath skin and bone. He bit back a shout and lurched upright while his shoulders locked and shook. Hermione backed up one step, not in fear but to see better. "Hold still. Easy for you to say." The pressure surged again. This time Harry did cry out. Something burst from between his shoulder blades, not fully formed, not flesh, not stable. Just two jagged projections of crimson-black energy that unfurled half a span each with the shape of wings and the substance of burning smoke. They snapped outward once, scattering heat in a ring through the frosted air. Then shuddered violently. Hermione stared. Harry nearly collapsed. The projections vanished as suddenly as they had come. He hit the ground on both hands, retching dryly. Every muscle in his back spasming. For several terrible seconds all he could hear was blood pounding in his ears and Hermione's sharp, controlled breathing. Then she knelt beside him. "Can you move?" "Yes." "Can you stand?" He tested that. "Probably." He managed it on the second attempt. Everything hurt. Not injury hurt. Strain hurt. As if his body had been asked to perform a shape it had not yet learned safely. Hermione's voice was very careful. "Harry." He laughed weakly, because the alternative was screaming. "I know. No, I mean, Harry, I just saw wings." He leaned hands on his knees and stared at the trampled frost. "I know." They walked back to the castle slowly. Hermione did not bombard him with questions, which was how he knew she was deeply alarmed. RRY himself felt caught between dread and a terrible, guilty thread of certainty. It had worked. Not well. Not safely. Not under control. But it had worked. Something in him had answered the need. For aerial superiority, not by improving his broom strategy, but by trying to manifest its own. That realization should have felt empowering. Instead it made Harry feel as if his own body had just voted in a conversation he did not remember agreeing to have. That night, he wrote a letter to Sirius and burned 2 drafts before sending the third. He kept it vague. Trouble. Task soon. Feeling strange. If Sirius read through the omissions, and Sirius was clever enough to do so, he gave no immediate sign. Harry did not sleep well. When the dream came, it was different again. No hall, no sword, only darkness and wind, then motion. He was flying, but not on a broom, not falling, not carried. Flying under his own power through a red-black sky filled with stormlight. Heat trailed behind him. The clouds below churned like an ocean of smoke. Something huge wheeled beneath, scales glinting. Something older wheeled above in answer. Harry turned in the dream and caught, for one split instant, the reflected outline of himself in a shard of floating metal. Human face, human eyes, and behind him, half unfurled from his shoulders, scorched wings. He woke standing beside his bed. The curtains had caught fire. Not much, just a creeping line along the hem of the fabric, ember red and spreading. Harry threw his blanket over it before Dean or Seamus could wake properly, smothering the flame in panicked silence. He stood in the dark afterward, breathing hard, heart slow and heavy, staring at the singed cloth. The room smelled of burnt velvet. No one else stirred. Harry sat back only when his legs threatened to give. He had crossed some line now. Not publicly, not permanently, but undeniably. The first task was 2 days away. He had a strategy in outline, a frightened, brilliant friend holding the plan together with research and stubborn faith, and a body beginning to answer threats in ways no textbook could help him regulate. By morning, the exhaustion had set. Led so deeply into his bones he felt almost numb. At breakfast Ron still would not look at him for long. Cedric nodded once from the Hufflepuff table. Moody's eye tracked him all through Toast and Owls. And high above the hall, beyond enchanted ceiling and cold cloud, the dragons waited in their concealed paddocks like the opening note of a war song only Harry seemed able to hear in full. He was not ready. That was the honest truth. But for the first time since the goblet had spoken his name, Harry understood what readiness might eventually mean. Not fearlessness, not brute force, adaptation, speed, predatory timing, and if the thing inside him answered again in the arena, then he would have to be the one holding the leash. Because the next time wings came, they could not come by accident. Ron apologized the night before the first task. It was clumsy, late, and exactly right. Harry had gone down to the common room because sleep was impossible and lying in bed only made the next day larger. The fire had burned low. Most of Gryffindor Tower was silent except for the occasional creak of settling stone and the far-off hiss of wind against the windows. He had expected empty armchairs, dying embers, and time alone with thoughts he did not want. Instead, Ron was sitting by the hearth with his elbows on his knees and his hair sticking up as if he had been dragging both hands through it for an hour. Harry stopped halfway down the stairs. Ron looked up. For a moment neither of them spoke. They had gone too long now with half sentences, slammed doors, and all the small stupid injuries that pride inflicted when fear helped it sharpen. Then Ron said, without preamble, "I was a prat." Harry blinked. Ron looked furious, not at Harry, but at himself. A complete prat. Fred says if I'd had any less sense, I'd have been legally classed as ornamental. That startled a laugh out of Harry before he could stop it. Ron's mouth twitched. Yeah, well, I deserved that. He pushed himself to his feet and shoved his hands into his pockets. I know you didn't put your name in. Harry's laugh died. Ron met his eyes properly for the first time in weeks. I didn't at first. Not really. Part of me thought, I don't know, that maybe you'd found a way and didn't tell me because you thought I'd mess it up or blab or something. I wouldn't. I know that now. Ron blew out a breath. And then Hagrid accidentally let slip about the dragons when I was helping Charlie Sword Owl feed, and I realized if someone had tricked me into that tournament, I'd have fainted on principle. Harry stared. You know. Ron gave him a flat look. Hard not to, once you've heard Charlie swearing about chain restraints and singed eyebrows. His expression shifted, awkward and earnest. I'm sorry, Harry. It should not have mattered as much as it did. But it did. The knot that had been sitting under Harry's ribs since the goblet called his name loosened so suddenly it almost hurt. He had gotten used to carrying strain. That was the problem. When it lifted, even a little, the absence felt like dizziness. I'm sorry too, Harry said quietly. I kept getting angry because you were angry. Which isn't exactly brilliant. Ron snorted. No kidding. Then he hesitated. You're still going to have to fight a dragon. Yeah. They both let that truth sit between them. Ron's voice dropped. Can you do it? Harry thought of Hermione's research. Of the Horntail's bronze eyes in the forest. Of the half-formed wings that had burst from his back in a frost-silvered field. Of the deeper answer inside him that had gone still and hungry at the idea of aerial combat. I have to, he said. Ron nodded once, fierce and loyal again in the way Harry had missed enough to ache over. Then we'll get through it. That was all. No grand speeches. No tearful reconciliation. Just Ron moving to sit back down, Harry dropping into the chair opposite him, and the two of them passing the next half hour in low, practical conversation about dragons, terrible odds, and whether Charlie Weasley was technically insane for enjoying his career. When Hermione came down later and found them talking normally, she did not say I told you so. She merely closed her eyes for a second in visible relief and sat down between them with enough notes to prepare for war. That helped too. Morning arrived gray and hard. The castle knew before anyone said so. Harry felt it in the corridors, the tension in the stones, the strange volume of whispers, the way every face turned a little too quickly when he passed. Students who had spent weeks gossiping about the first task now fell briefly silent if one of the champions came near, as if proximity to danger made noise less safe. At breakfast, the hall was louder than usual and somehow more restrained. Too many people pretending appetite under the shadow of an event everyone was desperate to witness. Owls swooped overhead. Plates clinked. Someone from Ravenclaw dropped a goblet and nearly made 3 tables jump. Harry barely touched his food. Hermione kept pushing toast toward him as if calories could be forced into courage by willpower alone. Eat, she said for the 4th time. I'm trying. Ron glanced up from his own plate. You're mostly staring at eggs like they've personally offended you. Harry looked down at the F-read egg on his plate and had the brief irrational thought that after today he might never look at eggs quite normally again. That almost made him smile. Almost. At the high table, Bagman looked overexcited. Crouch looked carved from old fatigue, and Karkaroff kept leaning to speak to Crumb with the proprietary intensity of a man polishing his own ambition. Madame Maxime sat like a queen waiting to observe barbarism and judge it inefficient. Moody ate as though breakfast and imminent mauling were equally ordinary. Then the magical eye snapped toward Harry. Locked. Held. Moody did not smile. He tapped 2 fingers once against the side of his goblet. A meaningless gesture to anyone else. To Harry, already too alert, already reading the room for pressure and threat, it felt like a message. Move first. Harry looked away. His scar pulsed warm. By late morning, classes were a farce no one respected. Even Snape abandoned any real attempt at instruction in favor of terrorizing Neville. Until half the Slytherins lost interest from sheer distraction. Harry heard none of it properly. Time had become strange, both dragging and accelerating. Every minute before noon felt padded with anticipation. Every sound seemed too crisp. His senses had been sharp for days. Now they bordered on painful. When McGonagall arrived outside classroom doors to collect the champions, Harry rose before she finished saying his name. That earned him a look. Not a teacher's look. Not merely concern or discipline. Something older and sadder. Come along, Potter. The walk to the champions' tent felt ceremonial in exactly the wrong way. Students watched from windows. Lower years clustered in side passages until prefects pushed them back. The grounds beyond the doors were washed in weak autumn light, the sky low and silver. Somewhere in the distance Harry could already hear the stadium, crowd noise carrying over stone and grass in great rolling waves. This was real. Not an abstract threat anymore. Not a secret paddock in the forest. Not notes and strategies and late-night fear. Real. The tent was white canvas and ministry-issued anxiety. Fleur stood ramrod straight, pale and furious. Cedric looked tense but centered. Jaw set in a way Harry liked instinctively. Crumb seemed to have retreated somewhere inward where nerves might not reach him. Bagman hovered among them with the usual energy of a man trying to make catastrophe sound festive. Champions, he declared, beaming far too hard. Excellent, excellent. Now, as you know, you'll each face a dragon. The objective is simple, retrieve the golden egg. Simple. Harry almost laughed. Bagman continued, gesturing grandly toward a little sack. You'll draw first which dragon you face, and that'll decide the order too. Crumb drew first. Chinese fireball. Fleur drew second. Common Welsh green. Cedric drew third. Swedish short snout. Harry took the last token because there was no other choice. Hungarian Horntail. F. Or a moment all sound in the tent thinned. Not vanished. Thinned, like reality itself had tightened to let the worst detail through. Bagman kept talking. Rules. Points from judges. Golden eggs. Hospital wing on standby. Which was hardly comforting. Harry heard almost none of it. He was looking at the small model of the horntail perched in his palm, black wings spread, tail spiked, mouth open in frozen challenge. The tiny thing radiated menace even as a toy. He closed his fist around it. It felt warm. Cedric's hand touched his elbow briefly. Harry looked up. Cedric did not speak. He only gave a small nod, the kind one soldier might give another before a battle neither had chosen but both intended to survive. Harry nodded back. That helped more than Bagman's entire existence. Fleur went first. From inside the tent they heard everything. The opening roar of the crowd. Bagman's booming commentary. The sharp collective gasp when the Welsh green loosed its first stream of flame. Then applause, shrieks, another wave of commentary, and finally the ragged triumph of someone succeeding at the edge of disaster. When Fleur came back in, she was ash-streaked and furious, one sleeve scorched nearly through. "Idiot judges," she hissed in French. Cedric went next. His task sounded cleaner, more controlled. Bagman nearly swallowed his own tongue-praising technique. Then came A.B. Last that rattled the tent poles hard enough to make Crumb swear under his breath. Cedric returned limping, hair singed at one temple, but holding his golden egg-like proof that dignity could survive almost anything. Crumb went after that. His dragon roared long and often. The crowd noise turned savage in parts, delighted by danger in the way crowds always were once danger belonged to someone on the other side of a barrier. Harry heard Bagman shouting about a conjunctivitis curse, heard handlers bellowing, heard one terrible crashing impact that made him stand before he knew he had moved. Then Bagman's voice rose again in triumph. Success. 3 champions had gone in. 3 had come back altered but alive. That should have reassured him. Instead the waiting became unbearable. Every second sharpened him more. Sweat gathered cold at the base of his spine though his skin felt fever-hot from within. His heart had entered that deep, deliberate rhythm it found in crises. The human part of him wanted desperately to sit down. Breathe, think, panic properly. The thing inside him had become quiet as a drawn blade. At last Bagman turned. And now, he said too brightly, our 4th champion, Harry Potter. The crowd exploded. Harry moved. The world changed the instant he stepped out of the tent. Sound hit first, 10,000 voices slamming together into a single living force. Then light, brighter than the day warranted, because every eye in the arena seemed to sharpen the world around him. The dragon enclosure spread below, a broad churned field ringed by stands climbing high on every side. Flags snapped in the wind. Judges sat elevated at one end, tiny and distant and absurdly civilized compared to the reality pacing the center. The Hungarian horntail turned as Harry entered. Everything else fell away. She was larger here than in the forest. Not physically, perhaps, but in meaning. In the full glare of daylight, with chains removed and the space between them unobstructed. She became what she truly was, a living weapon built by old brutality and made beautiful by it. Black scales drank the light. Smoke curled between her fangs. Her tail lashed once and scored a line through the ground. Behind her, half buried in torn earth and stone, lay the clutch of false eggs and one glinting gold prize. The egg, that was the objective. Harry knew that. The problem was that the moment the horntail locked onto him, the infernal force inside him answered like a drum struck in a cathedral. Heat roared through him, not a surge, a summons. His scar blazed. His lungs filled with air too sharp to be ordinary. Every instinct in him stood up at once. The dragon's posture, breathing, angle of wings, tail range, fire rhythm, his mind took it all in with horrifying clarity. She lowered her head. He could smell the furnace in her throat. The crowd vanished. There was only the dragon. Bagman's voice thundered from somewhere far away. Potter enters with only his wand, an unusual choice. Harry barely heard him. He had come into the arena with 3 possible plans. Summon something. Distract. Run obliquely, force an opening, accept injury if necessary. All intelligent. All researched. All shaped by Hermione, Ron, and the human part of him that still wanted to live by rules other people could understand. The first step of the horntail erased all of them. Not because they were bad. Because they were prey strategies. The realization hit with such brutal certainty Harry nearly staggered. The dragon was faster in a straight contest on the ground. Stronger in the air against a broom. Smarter in panic than any textbook had properly captured. If he approached this as a boy trying to survive a dragon, he would lose. He had to approach it as something the dragon did not expect. The thought was insane. It was also true. The horntail roared. Flame erupted. Harry moved. Not backward. Sideways, fast enough the first blast scorched only the hem of his robes instead of his body. The heat should have been unbearable. It wasn't. It struck him like a wall. Yes, but some deeper layer beneath skin and bone answered with furious recognition instead of collapse. Pain flashed. So did exhilaration. He hated the second more than the first. He rolled, came up on one knee, and fired a curse at the dragon's left eye more to provoke than blind. The spell burst harmlessly off scale. The horntail lunged exactly as he had wanted, head dropping, tail swinging wide to compensate. Harry ducked beneath the first sweep. The second nearly took him in the chest. Gasps rolled through the stands like weather. Bagman was shouting something frantic. Harry's back burned, not from the near miss. From inside. The pressure that had tormented him for days, the failed wings in the frost. The dream flight, the tearing ache between his shoulders, surged upward with impossible force. He stumbled, teeth clenched, every muscle in his spine locking hard enough to blur his vision. Not now, he thought wildly. Not like this. The horntail charged. There was no time. Harry did the only thing left. He stopped resisting. The choice lasted less than a heartbeat and changed everything. The seal inside him did not break. It opened by degree, like iron doors parting under unbearable pressure. Heat exploded through his body. His scar flared white-hot. The world snapped into merciless focus. He heard every shriek in the stadium, every scrape of claw on earth, every pounding beat of the dragon's furnace heart. Then the transformation struck. It was agony. No poetic lie could soften that. His back split with the sensation of new muscles forcing themselves into being. His shoulder blades felt ripped apart and reforged. The air around him ignited in streaks of red-black light. Something vast unfurled from his spine with the tearing scream of burning silk and beaten steel. Wings. Not feathered. Not clean. Scorched, leathery structures of crimson-black energy wrapped around a skeletal frame of infernal force, half material, half flame-born shadow. They burst outward in a ring of heat so intense the nearest patches of churned earth turned glassy. The horntail checked mid-charge. The stadium went silent. Harry stood in the center of the dragon pit with smoke rising off his shoulders, his breathing ragged, his robes shredded down the back. And wings half unfurled behind him like a nightmare forced into daylight. For one impossible second, dragon and boy simply stared at one another. And the horntail, apex terror of every handler's nightmare, recoiled. Not in fear exactly. In recognition. The crowd made a sound then. Not cheering, not screaming, something in between. The sound people made when the shape of the world changed right in front of them and their bodies had not decided yet whether wonder or terror should come first. Harry barely registered it. The wings were real, heavy and weightless at once. Awkward and instinctive. Pain screamed through the muscles anchoring them, but under the pain lay a terrible, clear knowledge of how to use them. Not gracefully, not perfectly, but enough. The horntail reared and loosed a pillar of flame. Harry launched himself. The first beat of the wings almost broke him. The force of it tore him off the ground in a violent upward arc, nothing like broom flight, nothing like falling dreams. Air slammed into him. The fire washed under his boots in a sheet of orange-white death. The stadium erupted. He climbed. Fast. Faster than his broom would have allowed in such tight space. Because the wings answered directly to instinct and fury, not balance and wood. The horntail roared in outrage and sprang after him, wings pumping, black body surging into the air with devastating speed. For a moment sky and smoke became combat. Harry banked hard. Pain lanced through his back. The horntail snapped where he had been a second earlier, teeth closing on empty air. He twisted, dove, rose again. And with each movement some older knowledge inside him aligned more cleanly. Not full mastery. Not elegance. But the raw beginning of one predator learning it no longer had to move like prey. Below, the judges were on their feet. Bagman had entirely abandoned commentary for something much closer to panicked astonishment. Potter appears to have Good lord. The horntail spat another burst of fire. This time it hit. Not fully. A glancing wash across Harry's left side that should have sent him falling in screaming ruin. Instead the hellish heat met the answering furnace beneath his skin and detonated into pain without destruction. His sleeve burned away. Flesh underneath reddened, smoked, then held. Harry cried out, but he did not fall. The realization struck both him and the dragon at once. Her fire was not enough. Not enough to finish him quickly. Not enough to make him break. Something exultant and savage rose in Harry before he could stop it. He crushed it down with all the will he had. Human, he told himself. Goal. Egg. End this. The horntail came again, furious now. Harry let her. He stopped thinking like a schoolboy trying to outfly a drive. Oggon and started thinking like the thing Moody had warned him to become, only with control. Make the beast commit before you do. He dropped. Straight down. The crowd screamed. The horntail folded after him in immediate pursuit. Wings tucking, body arrowing through the air with murderous focus. Harry counted heartbeats. 1, 2, 3. At the last instant he flared his new wings wide and cut sharply left. The horntail, already committed, overshot. Her bulk slammed into the far side of the enclosure with a bone-rattling crash that shook the stands. Chains of old instinct and territorial raw. GE drove her instantly to recover, but recovery cost seconds. Seconds were enough. Harry dove for the nest. The golden egg flashed below. A tail spiked like a war mace scythed toward him from the edge of his vision. He half saw it, half felt it, twisted in midair, and took the outermost spike across the thigh instead of through the torso. Pain burst white and immediate. Blood splashed hot down his leg. First blood. The scent hit the dragon. It hit Harry too. For one terrible instant the world narrowed to copper, heat, and the exquisite edge between injury and response. The thing inside him surged toward the blood with predatory delight. Not hunger for flesh, hunger for combat, for escalation, for the right to answer injury with overwhelming force. Harry almost gave in, almost turned, ed back toward the horntail, not for the egg, not for survival, but to prove dominance in the oldest language violence knew. Then he heard Hermione scream his name. Not with fear of him. For him. The sound cut through everything. Harry's vision cleared by a fraction. His hands locked on purpose, not instinct. He crashed into the nest instead of turning for the dragon, seized the golden egg with both arms, and kicked off the ground just as the horntail came down where he had been. Her jaws snapped shut on broken rock. Harry rose, bloody and shaking, wings beating raggedly, and climbed above her reach. The judges began firing containment charms. Handlers flooded the perimeter. The horntail roared at the sky with enough fury to shake smoke loose from the clouds. And Harry Potter, bleeding from the leg, robes torn, back burning like opened metal, landed hard in the center of the enclosure with the golden egg clutched against his chest. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then the stadium exploded. Not applause at first. Noise. Sheer, uncontrolled, astonished noise. Thousands upon thousands of people shouting, cheering, gasping, arguing all at once. Some were on their feet in ecstasy, some in horror. Some because their bodies had forgotten how sitting worked. Flags waved wildly. Professors stood. Judges stared. Somewhere high above, a banner caught fire from an overenthusiastic charm and nobody noticed for a full 10 seconds. Harry heard almost none of it properly. The wings were collapsing. He felt it immediately. The force sustaining them was failing, the infernal energy folding back inward now that the crisis point had passed. Each second they remained cost him more than the last. He dropped to one knee because his right leg threatened to give out entirely. The wings shuddered once, twice, and then dissolved into embers and smoke behind him. The crowd saw that too. A fresh wave of sound rolled through the arena. Harry stayed where he was, head bowed, one hand braced on the ground. The other white-knuckled around the egg, fighting not to black out. Blood ran warm into his sock. His back felt flayed. His scar pulsed like a second heartbeat. Boots pounded toward him. He looked up through a haze of light and saw faces, handlers, metawitches, officials, all rushing in now that it was safe enough for other people to be brave. One face broke from the group ahead of the rest. Ron. He should not have been there yet. Students were not meant to breach the lower barrier. Harry would later learn Fred and George considered that more of a guideline t. Hana rule and had created a very loud diversion on the west side of the stands. At the time, Harry only saw Ron skidding to a halt a few yards away, white-faced and breathing hard. "You bloody maniac," Ron said, voice cracking with relief and horror. Harry tried to answer. What came out was a laugh that turned halfway into a wince. "Medowitches swarmed him after that. Someone took the egg. So, one cut the shredded cloth away from his leg. Someone else touched his shoulders and then snatched their hands back because the skin over his back was still hot enough to sting." Over the noise, Bagman had found his voice again. He was attempting commentary and failing gloriously. "Unprecedented, never seen anything like it. Judges will need to confer." "Judges." Harry forced his head up toward the panel. Madame Maxime looked fascinated despite herself. Karkaroff looked genuinely disturbed. Crouch wore the expression of a man whose understanding of the world had just been inconvenienced by reality. Dumbledore sat very still, blue eyes fixed on Harry with the terrible calm he wore only when thinking several moves ahead of everyone else. Moody's scarred face revealed almost nothing. Almost. But Harry caught it. Satisfaction. Not warm. Not kind. Analytical. As if the professor had just watched a theory prove itself in blood and fire. That chilled Harry more than the dragon had. They gave him first place. Barely. Narrowly. After furious scoring arguments and enough muttering among the judges to start 3 separate rumor streams before dinner. The official line praised daring, speed, retrieval efficiency, and novel magical adaptation under pressure. The unofficial line spread through Hogwarts faster than all post. Harry Potter had grown wings. By the time Madame Poe M. Frey finished with him and released him under threat of immobilization if he so much as looked at a staircase too fast, the castle had transformed. People stared. Not the old way. Not just because he was famous, unlucky, scandal-prone Harry Potter. This was different. Students moved aside in corridors before he reached them. Some did it unconsciously. Others with obvious embarrassment once they realized. First years gawked openly. Older students looked at him with something between awe and calculation. Slytherins whispered more quietly than usual, which on them qualified as a public service. At dinner, the hall went through that same odd half-silence when he entered. He hated it instantly. The applause came a second later. Too loud, too united, too charged with fear beneath admiration for him to take any comfort from it. Harry froze at the doors. He wanted very badly to turn around and leave. Then Hermione appeared at his side as if summoned by necessity, chin up and express. Ion full of the kind of calm that dared the entire school to behave. Ron materialized on Harry's other side carrying a plate he had clearly stolen for tactical reasons. "Keep moving," Hermione murmured. "Pretend they're applauding because you didn't set the castle on fire," Ron added. "People here love that sort of thing." Harry managed a weak huff of laughter and kept walking. They sat. The noise slowly resumed. Across the hall, Cedric raised his goblet in Harry's direction. Fleur looked thoughtful and faintly irritated, as though Harry had complicated her understanding of schoolboys in a way she resented. Crumb stared with open, severe interest. Hufflepuff students seemed torn between loyalty to Cedric and the undeniable reality that they had just watched a 14-year-old outfly. A horntail with whatever nightmare the British called extracurricular development. Harry looked down at his plate and realized he was starving. That was nearly normal. He clung to it. Then Dumbledore rose. The hall quieted again. "Today," the headmaster said, his voice carrying gently and perfectly, "you witnessed courage under pressure, adaptability in the face of danger, and the reason rule exist around certain branches of magic." That earned a ripple of uneasy laughter. Dumbledore's eyes, bright behind his spectacles, passed over the hall and came to rest on Harry for the briefest instant. "There will be no speculation in my school that confuses talent with monstrosity, nor fear with wisdom." The words dropped into the great hall like stones into a deep lake. Several students looked down at once. Several others went very still. Harry stopped breathing for a second. Dumbledore continued, conversational once more. "Champions are judged by what they choose under pressure, not merely by the power they wield. Let us all remember that." Then he sat. The feast resumed. But the room had changed. Not enough to fix everything. Not enough to erase what people had seen or felt. Yet the line had been drawn. Whatever Harry was becoming, Dumbledore had chosen publicly, deliberately, to frame it not as contamination, but as choice. That mattered. More than Harry knew how to say. Later that night, After the congratulations, the staring, the unwanted retellings, the seventh request from Dean to just explain the wings one more time, and Fred and George's respectful of fair to market him as the demon seeker, for profit-sharing reasons, Harry escaped to the dormitory. He shut the curtains around his bed and sat in the dark. Only then did the shaking start. Not fear delayed. Aftershock of control. His hands trembled. His injured leg throbbed in time with his pulse. The skin over his back felt raw and feverish where Madame Pomfrey's potions had soothed the surfa. Ce without reaching what truly hurt underneath. When he touched the scar on his forehead, it answered with heat. He should have been pleased. Victorious. Triumphant. He had survived. More than survived. He had dominated the task in a way that would be whispered about for years. Instead he could not stop replaying one moment. The smell of his own blood. The way the infernal force inside him had surged toward the dragon, not for strategy, not for the egg, but for supremacy. Harry bent forward, elbows on knees. He had not lost control. That was the good news. He had wanted to. That was the bad. The bed curtains rustled softly. Harry. Hermione's voice. He opened them a crack. She and Ron stood there in pajamas and stubborn concern. You look dreadful, Hermione said. Ron frowned. That's meant nicely. Harry let them in. They sat on the floor because there was nowhere else and because somehow this, too, felt more normal than 100 cheering students downstairs. Ron handed over contraband toast. Hermione had brought a book and was clearly trying very hard not to weaponize it immediately. For a while none of them said much. Then Harry, staring at the grain of the floorboards, said quietly. I nearly turned back. Ron frowned. What? In the enclosure. Harry swallowed. When the tail cut me. He did not need to explain further. Hermione understood almost at once. Ron took a second longer. Then went pale in a thoughtful way. But you didn't, Hermione said. No. Ron let out a breath. Then that's the important bit. Harry looked up. Is it? Yes, Ron said at once. With surprising firmness. Because a lot of people with less weird magical rubbish inside them would have gone spare after being set on fire and stabbed by a dragon. You still got the egg. Hermione nodded. Power isn't the frightening part, Harry. Preference is. And you still chose the task. The sentence settled in him. Not a cure. Not comfort exactly. A boundary marker. Preference. Choice. He leaned back against the bedpost and closed his eyes for a second. Thanks. Neither of them said for what. They knew. Eventually they left. The dormitory quieted. The castle breathed around him. Harry lay down at last, facing the darkness behind his bed curtains, and listened to his own body. Human heartbeat. Human breath. Pain in a human leg. And deeper than all of it. Banked now but no longer entirely sleeping, the first true awakening of Sparda's blessing. It had answered the dragon. It had answered public danger, blood, challenge, and sky. Now the K's. Tion was no longer whether the power would come. It had come. The question was whether Harry Potter could make it remain his. Far below the castle, where ancient stone held older echoes than the students knew. The wards of Hogwarts adjusted themselves almost imperceptibly around the shape of what had happened that day. A boy had entered the dragon pit. Something more had left it. And all across Britain, in papers, owl posts, ministry whispers, and the private calculations of frightened adults, one truth began to spread. Harry Potter was no longer merely the boy who lived. He was becoming something the wizarding world had no proper name for. And somewhere far away, in whatever hidden place he wore another man's face and waited for a graveyard to become history, Barty Crouch Jr. smiled into the dark. The first task had not broken Harry Potter. It had introduced him. Hogwarts did not return to normal after the first task. That would have required the school to agree on what normal meant in the first place. And Hogwarts had always been terrible at collective restraint. A moving staircase could decide to inconvenience your entire morning on a whim. Portraits held political grudges across generations. And the average student considered, possibly fatal, a manageable complication rather than an absolute deal-breaker. Under those conditions, Harry Potter growing scorched. Wings in front of the entire school did not break normality. It redefined it. By Monday, the rumors had split into species. Some claimed Harry had always been part demon and this merely proved it. Others insisted it was an obscure branch of battle transfiguration from some lost black family grimoire. A few Ravenclaws proposed elaborate theories involving draconic sympathetic magic, ritual inheritance, or illegal ministry experimentation. Seamus heard one third-year swear blind that Harry could now breathe fire if annoyed sufficiently. Dean took that possibility much too seriously and spent an afternoon politely asking what qualified as sufficiently. The younger students stared most openly. First years tended to freeze in corridors when Harry came around a corner, then flush crimson if he noticed. Second years looked as though they desperately wanted to ask questions and equally desperately wanted to survive the asking. A pair of fourth-year Hufflepuffs actually stepped aside on e-morning so fast they nearly flattened themselves against the wall. Harry stopped short. "You can just walk," he said. One of them, a girl with plaited hair and panicked eyes, nodded too quickly. "Right. Sorry." They scurried past. Harry stood in the corridor for a long second after they were gone, his books heavy under one arm, the old familiar ache of isolation settling between his ribs. It was worse than before. Not because people feared him. He had lived around fear for years. Vernon's, Petunia's, Dudley's, the schoolyard sort, the ministry's uneasy kind. Fear he understood. This was admiration twisted through fear. That made it harder to bear. Because some people now looked at him the way crowds had looked at the dragon pit, with wonder sharpened by the thrill of having watched something dangerous from a safe distance. It turned him into an object. A spectacle. Less a person than an event that might happen again if sufficiently provoked. Harry hated it. Unfortunately, the part of him touched by Sparda's blessing did not hate it nearly enough. That was the private horror of it. Walking into a room and feeling attention turned toward him produced two reactions at once. The human one recoiled. The older, darker instinct rose with calm recognition, as if public deference was merely the first honest response the world had ever offered an apex creature. Harry found himself clenching his jaw against that second reaction so often it gave him headaches. The prophet made everything worse. Rita Skeeter's article arrived at breakfast 3 days after the first task. Sprawled across the front page with all the subtlety of a cursed trumpet. Harry Potter, boy hero or growing threat. Hermione snatched the paper first, read the headline, and made a sound so murdero as that 3 people at the next table turned around. "What?" Ron demanded through toast. Hermione slammed the paper flat where Harry could see it. It was foul. Rita had taken the dragon task and turned it into myth wrapped in insinuation. Harry was described as the increasingly strange and ungovernable fourth champion, a boy whose history of attracting catastrophe now appears tied to deeply abnormal magical manifestations, and in one particularly vile passage, a young wizard whose dramatic aerial metamorphosis raises serious questions about what powers have truly marked him since infancy. Ron nearly choked. "She can't print that." "She just did," Harry said. His voice sounded flatter than he meant it to. The worst part was not the malice. Rita's malice had become almost boring in its persistence. The worst part was that some of the students reading over nearby shoulders were nodding. Not because they hated him. Because the article had given shape to what frightened them. Hermione's hands shook with rage. "This is libel." Fred, who had appeared behind them as if summoned by the scent of outrage, peered down at the paper. "Technically only if anyone important plans to enforce it." George read the opening paragraph over his twin's shoulder and whistled softly. "Bit rude." "A bit," Hermione snapped. George considered. "All right, monstrously rude." Harry folded the paper and pushed it away. He did not want to look at it anymore. The article followed him anyway. In classes. In glances. In the particular way Parvati and Lavender hushed each other when he walked near but did not quite stop talking. In the way Justin Finch Fletchley looked embarrassed when their eyes met, as if he had read the piece and disliked himself for believing some part of it. By afternoon, even Neville looked worried. That almost undid Harry completely. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall chose that day to restore some measure of order. She entered Transfiguration 2 minutes late, face like carved granite, and set Rita's article on the front desk without a word. The room went still. McGonagall adjusted her spectacles. "Before we begin," she said, voice crisp enough to chip ice. "Let me clarify something for those of you who apparently require adult intervention to distinguish gossip from judgment." No one moved. Mr. Potter's performance in the first task was extraordinary. It was also dangerous. Painful, and plainly the result of magical stress under life-threatening conditions. Her gaze swept the room, pinning half the class in place. Any student who mistakes this for entertainment alone is a fool. Any student who mistakes it for proof of moral corruption is a greater one. The silence deepened. McGonagall's eyes landed, briefly and deliberately, on Harry. Talent under pressure reveals many things. What matters most is what one chooses to do with it. Then she picked up her wand. Now, since half of you seem incapable of transfiguring a hedgehog without existential drama, let us return to actual work. It was not kindness, not in tone. It was better. It was a public line drawn in stone. Harry sat through the lesson with the strang sensation of having been shielded without being softened, and loved her a little for it. Still, no speech could solve the more immediate problem. His body was changing, not visibly in permanent ways, at least not yet. He remained skinny, black-haired, bespectacled Harry Potter. Madame Pomfrey had healed the cut in his leg so thoroughly only a pale line remained. The torn muscles in his back had been soothed with potions that left him stiff rather than crippled. On the surface, he was recovering. Underneath, recovery had become something else. His appetite doubled first. At dinner Harry found himself eating with startling focus, not from greed but necessity, as if his body had burned through reserves it now meant to replace without compromise. Ron approved on principle and immediately began pushing extra potatoes his way. Hermione pretended not to notice until Harry accepted a second helping of steak and then quietly started handing him her untouched rolls. By the end of the week, he had developed an alarming sensitivity to scent. Not all the time, that would have been unbearable. But under stress, or in crowded rooms, or when people were afraid near him, everything sharpened. Ink and old parchment in the library. Cold iron from suits of armor. Soap on Ron's sleeves. Ozone from recently cast charms. The faint medicinal bitterness clinging to Snape's cuffs long after potions ended. Emotional states seemed to carry texture too, not literally smell, exactly, but something close enough that Harry struggled to explain it even to himself. Fear was the worst. Fear tasted like metal in the air and heat under the skin of a room. Once he noticed the pattern, he could not stop noticing it. He felt it during double potions when Neville melted a beaker and half the Slytherins recoiled from the bubbling result. He felt it when Colin Creevey, overexcited and under-coordinated, nearly dropped his camera while asking if Harry would mind, just one photo with the scar and maw. YBE the back turned slightly if the wings leave marks. He felt it most sharply when students looked at him by surprise and then tried to hide what they felt too late. Harry hated how easily his instincts sorted those reactions. Who feared him? Who admired him? Who wanted something? Who might be useful if danger struck? That last thought made him physically sick the first time he caught it clearly. He was in the corridor outside Charms, books hugged against his chest, watching the flow of students break around him like water around stone. Without intending to, he had already identified which nearest bodies would freeze under pressure, which would run, which professors were within hearing range, and how quickly he could cross the distance to the staircase if attacked. It was battlefield thinking, constant, effortless, wrong. He stood very still until the impulse passed. Harry. He turned. Ginny Weasley stood at the mouth of the corridor with her own books tucked under one arm. Looking neither frightened nor awestruck nor awkward, which in itself felt like a miracle. "You look like you're planning to murder the wall," she said. Harry blinked. "I'm not." "Good," she said. It didn't seem personal. "But with you lot it's hard to tell." He laughed despite himself. Ginny stepped closer, lowering her voice. "They're idiots, by the way." Harry knew at once who she meant. Some of them are just trying to understand. They can try without staring like you're a new species. He leaned against the wall. "Maybe I am." Ginny looked at him for a long moment, expre. Sajan unreadable in a way that reminded him uncomfortably of all the strength people forgot she possessed. Then she said, "I know what it's like when people look at you and see the worst thing that ever happened. Instead of the person standing there." The words landed cleanly. Harry had no easy answer. Neither of them mentioned the chamber. They did not need to. Ginny shifted her books. "The trick is not letting them teach you to do it too." Then she walked on to class as if she had not just said the most helpful thing anyone had offered him all week. Harry watched her go and felt some cold knot loosen by half a turn. Rita Skeeter found him on the grounds the next afternoon. He had escaped after lunch with every intention of being alone. The November air bit clean and cold. Frost clung to the edges of the lawn where the sun failed to touch it. Students moved in clumps nearer the castle, using company as insulation against both weather and social uncertainty. Harry had chosen the edge of the lake because it was quieter there. He heard Skeeter before he saw her. Heels too sharp for common sense. The faint chemical sweetness of her perfume. The scratch of that enchanted quill against her handbag interior before she even sat down. He straightened slowly from the stone where he had been sitting. Harry Potter, Rita trilled, materializing in acid green robes and predatory lipstick. Just the young man I was hoping to catch in a reflective mood. No, she smiled as if he had said something charming. Come now, don't be shy. The public is fascinated by your. No, that stopped her. Only for a second. Then her smile thinned. You should be careful about hostility, dear. It plays ever so badly in print when one is already misunderstood. Harry went very still. He could feel the line in himself between human irritation and something much older begin to heat. Rita was not physically dangerous. She was smaller than Vernon had been, softer than Dudley's gang. Cowardly in exactly the ways that made cruelty efficient. Yet she was a threat all the same, social, reputational, invasive. The predatory part of Harry recognized that instantly and disliked her with cold, mathematical clarity. Rita must have seen something shift in his face, because her own bravado flickered. Just briefly, Harry noticed. That made the darker instinct stir harder. He could smell it now, not fear in full, but the first sharp note of caution rising under her perfume. I'm not giving you an interview, Harry said, his voice too quiet. Rita tried to recover with contempt. You are not in a position to dictate terms to the press, my boy. No, Harry said, but I am in a position to remember exactly what you print. Silence hung between them. Rita's eyes narrowed. She had spent years bullying, coaxing, seducing, and cornering information out of people who mistook sharp teeth for sophistication. She did not know what to do with quiet refusal backed by the sense, correct or not, that the subject across from her might become genuinely dangerous if pushed at the wrong angle. It thrilled some ugly part of Harry to realize that. He hated the thrill immediately. Rita adjusted her dragonhide bag with brittle precision. Very well, I'm sure I can find what I need elsewhere. Harry believed her. That was the problem. She walked away with far more dignity than she felt. If the scent of frayed nerves trailing behind her meant what he thought it did. Harry stayed by the lake after she was gone and swore softly to himself. He had won nothing. He had only enjoyed, for a heartbeat, being able to make someone like Rita Skeeter uncertain. That was how it started, wasn't it? Not with great evil, with the ease of superiority. The comfort of knowing you could dominate a room if you chose. He threw a stone into the lake hard enough to skip 6 times. Behind him, a voice said, Miss Skeeter does seem to bring out the best in people. Harry turned sharply. Sirius Black stood half-shadowed by a low stand of beech trees, gaunt under borrowed layers, face leaner than the last time Harry had seen him, dark hair tied back untidily. He should not have been here. That was Harry's first thought. His second was much less rational and much more important. Sirius. He crossed the ground in 3 long strides before remembering there were rules about public hugging, covert meetings, fugitive godfathers, and all the other annoyances reality imposed. Sirius ignored every one of them and hauled him into a fierce, brief embrace anyway. You look terrible, Sirius said when he stepped back. Harry laughed. Nice to see you too. I mean it fondly. They walked deeper into the shelter of the trees where the castle could not easily see them. Buckbeak was not with him, which Harry found oddly disappointing for half a second. How did you get here? Badly, Sirius said. And with less food than I'd like. His expression changed. I heard about the task. Harry rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. Everyone heard. Yes, but unlike some people, I'm not primarily interested in whether it was spectacular. Harry looked down. Sirius let the silence stretch. He had always been better at giving Harry room than most adults, perhaps because prison had taught him exactly how much damage came from having none. At last he said, tell me the truth. Harry did. Not every detail, not every terror, but enough. The pull toward challenge, the way his body had answered the dragon. The blood, the surge, the impulse to turn back and dominate instead of finish the task. The fear of liking the wrong things. The exhaustion afterward. The way attention at school now felt like baited hooks in his skin. Sirius listened without flinching. He looked older when he was still like that. Not weaker. Just worn in places anger and love had shaped permanently. When Harry finished, Sirius crouched by a tree root and said, "There's a mistake people make about power." Harry waited. "They think the danger begins when you have enough of it to hurt other people." Sirius's mouth twisted. "That isn't when it begins. It begins the first time power makes you feel simpler." Harry frowned. Sirius glanced up at him. "Anger is simpler than grief. Control is simpler than trust. Fear is simpler than love. Power offers that bargain all the time. Not because it's always evil, but because it's efficient." The words sank deep. Harry lowered himself onto a root opposite him. "So what do I do?" Sirius smiled without humor. "The annoying answer. You keep choosing the difficult thing on purpose." Harry let out a breath. "That sounds exhausting." "It is." Sirius's expression softened. "You think James didn't enjoy winning fights? He did. He also had to learn not to enjoy humiliating people weaker than him. Remus had to learn not to hate himself for things he couldn't control. I had to learn that loving a fight was not the same as being right in one." Wind moved softly through the bare branches overhead. Sirius's eyes sharpened. "The important part isn't whether there's something dangerous in you, Harry. There is something dangerous in most people worth knowing." He held Harry's gaze. "The important part is whether you start calling danger honesty, just because it feels powerful." That one hurt, which meant it was true. Rai looked away toward the lake shining through trees. "Sometimes I can feel it sorting people. Like threats. Like, weaker, stronger, frightened, useful." He swallowed. "It happens before I decide to think it." Sirius's answer came at once. "Instinct is not loyalty." Harry blinked. "You hear me?" Sirius said sharply. "What your body notices under pressure is not the same thing as what you believe. Plenty of people notice weak points. Cowards exploit them. Good men protect them." Harry sat very still. Something inside him, tight for weeks, shifted. Not healed. Named. That mattered. Sirius stood at last, brushing bark from his hands. "You'll need to be careful this year. More than careful. Someone put you in that tournament because they wanted something. The dragon task didn't scare them off. It probably encouraged them." Harry nodded. He had begun to suspect the same. Sirius hesitated, then reached out and squeezed the back of Harry's neck once, rough and affectionate. "You are not alone in this. Don't make the mistake of thinking control has to mean isolation." Then he left as abruptly as he had arrived, a dark figure moving between trees until distance turned him into shadow and then nothing. Harry stood by the beech trunk long after he was gone, repeating one sentence in his head like a ward. "Instinct is not loyalty." It helped. Enough to breathe easier, at least. The next challenge came from within. The golden egg screamed. Harry opened it in the dormitory the first time because Cedric had smirked when he asked whether he'd figured it out yet, and Harry's pride had never been especially aligned with common sense. The instant the egg split, the sound that burst out of it seemed designed by sadists with musical training. Ron fell off his bed. Neville yelped. Dean swore. Seamus shouted, "Make it stop," in a tone that suggested spiritual injury. Harry slammed it shut. The screaming cut off at once. Silence crashed down over the room, broken O.N.L.Y. by Ron groaning from the floorboards. "What," Ron demanded hoarsely, "did you do to deserve that?" Harry stared at the egg in his hands. The deeper instinct inside him had no useful opinion on magical riddles. That, at least, felt almost refreshing. Almost. The task clue became the new center of life while the social aftermath of the first task slowly settled into a different shape. Students still stared, but fewer did it with open fear now that Harry had not, in fact, transformed permanently and devour anyone at breakfast. The prophet moved on to other scandals for a few days. The rhythm of school pushed back against spectacle by simple persistence. Harry tried to let it. He failed often, sometimes because his senses ambushed him. Sometimes because his temper flashed quicker now, especially when someone shoved a rumor too close to his face. And sometimes because he caught himself enjoying the extra half-second people gave him in crowded doorways, the tiny instinctive deference that passed through rooms before he entered. Those were the moments that frightened him most. The obvious danger, the wings, the fire resistance, the surges under threat, he could identify. These quieter pleasures were harder. They came dressed as relief. Efficiency. Convenience. Superiority in soft clothes. Hermione noticed one of those moments in the library. A sixth-year Ravenclaw, reaching for the same shelf, saw Harry first and stepped back at once. Sorry. Harry, already moving to claim the space, stopped dead. He had not asked the boy to yield. He had expected it. That expectation landed like a slap. Hermione, watching from the table with a stack of aquatic folklore texts, read his face instantly. When the Ravenclaw left, she said quietly, "You all right?" Harry sat down too hard. No, he told her. Not the whole architecture of the feeling. Just enough. The ease, the expectation, the disgust afterward. Hermione listened, fingers folded around a quill she had not realized she was squeezing. Then she said, "Being obeyed is intoxicating for people who spent years powerless. That doesn't make you monstrous. It makes you vulnerable to the same corruption everyone is." Harry gave her a bleak look. That's not especially comforting. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be accurate. He laughed despite himself. Hermione's expression softened. "The good part," she said, "is that you noticed." He frowned. She tapped the table once. Cruel people rarely feel sick when power starts to feel natural. They feel justified. That stayed with him. So It Ron's less elegant version later that evening when Harry mentioned the same problem while they were coming back from dinner. "Mate," Ron said, stuffing hands into his pockets against the cold, "if you ever start talking like Malfoy, I'll hit you with a chair." Harry stared at him. Ron shrugged. "See. Support network." Harry laughed hard enough that some of the ice in his chest cracked for real. The month wore on. The hunger under Harry's skin remained. Not literal hunger alone, though he was eating like two boys and a wolf stitched together. This was a deeper appetite, for challenge, for movement, for the sharpened edge of danger. Safe days now left him strangely restless by evening, as if his body distrusted too much calm. To manage it, he started flying more. Not for Quidditch practice alone. For himself. Cold afternoons high over the grounds became one of the few places where his instincts and his humanity aligned cleanly. Wind, speed, motion, precision, those things fed the restless parts of him without turning every person nearby into dat or hierarchy. On a broom he was still Harry, still the boy who had first felt truly right in the air. Mostly. Once, banking hard over the Black Lake, he felt the ghost memory of other wings answer beneath his shoulder blades. Just a flicker. A heat. A possibility. He nearly lost his grip on the broom. After that he landed shaking and did not tell anyone. December approached with frost on the grounds and tension thickening quietly under the school's ordinary chaos. The Yule Ball became the new obsession for half the castle. Dresses, robes, invitations. Humiliations, impossible social mathematics. Ron panicked about dancing. Hermione became unreadable in that dangerous way that meant she was noticing things before anyone else. Ginny laughed at boys more often. Fred and George plotted economic crimes for the holiday season. Harry should have been distracted by all of it. Instead the clue from the egg remained unsolved. And the next task sat ahead of him like deep water in the dark. Worse, his dreams changed again. The stone hall returned only once that week, but when it did, the faceless presence beside the sword was no longer still. It paced the edge of a great circular sigil as if waiting for a gate to open. Its coat moved like a living shadow streaked with red. At one point it turned, and Harry saw, not a face, but two ember-bright eyes reflecting off polished steel. Then another sound entered the dream. Water. Deep, crushing, endless water. Harry woke with his scar warm and his whole body tense as if listening for a distant call. He sat up in the dark, breathing evenly by force. On the bed beside his, Ron snored. Neville mumbled something about puffskeins. The room smelled of old wood, laundry soap, and winter air sneaking through stone. Human things. Harry clung to them. Outside, the castle slept under frost and rumor and ancient magic. Inside, Harry Potter lay awake with Sirius's words, Ginny's warning, Hermione's logic, Ron's blunt loyalty, and the restless hunger of Sparda's blessing all turning slowly inside him. He was not becoming evil. That would have been simpler in some ways, clearer, cleaner. Easier to fight. He was becoming powerful in ways that rewarded the oldest instincts a frightened child could develop. Dominate before being dominated, strike before being cornered. Become too dangerous to touch. The challenge was not merely refusing those instincts. It was learning to carry them without mistaking them for destiny. And somewhere, deeper than thought and older than Hogwarts, the sleeping legacy inside him continued to wake not with rage but with expectation. It had tasted the sky. It had answered blood and flame. Now it waited to see what Harry Potter would do with fear, fame, and the first intoxicating signs that the world might start moving aside when he walked through it. The clue in the egg turned out to be a scream. That, Harry thought, was entirely in keeping with the tournament's sense of humor. It took Cedric Diggory, awkwardly decent even as a competitor, to push him in the right direction. They met in the courtyard 2 days before the Yule Ball, both pretending not to loiter in the cold. Try the prefect's bathroom, Cedric said, hands in his pockets, breath silvering in the winter air. Take the egg underwater. Harry stared at him. Cedric shrugged with the kind of embarrassment that came only from people helping rivals because their conscience wouldn't let them to otherwise. You tipped me off about the dragons properly. Harry's mouth twitched. I didn't properly. I muttered like a maniac in the forest. Still counted. And that was that. The prefect's bathroom was absurdly luxurious, which offended Harry on principle and delighted him in practice. Steam hung thick over a vast sunken pool ringed with jeweled taps. The walls glowed warm in candlelight. There was enough polished marble to build a small palace. Harry stood at the edge holding the golden egg and thinking that if the second task involved drowning, the school had at least arranged a very elegant rehearsal space. He slipped into the water. The heat eased some deep stiffness he had been carrying since the first task. His back, still prone to sudden aches where the wings had torn themselves into existence, loosened by degrees. The scar on his forehead went pleasantly warm instead of ominously so. For a few quiet seconds he floated beneath rising steam and allowed himself the dangerous luxury of not thinking. Then he opened the egg underwater. The scream became song. It was not human singing, not exactly. It was too old for that. Too cold. Too layered with hunger, rhythm, and the dragging pulse of deep water. Merpeople's voices curled through the bath in eerie harmony, words stretching and warping through the water until they became clear enough to grasp. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look. Next. Thought for 4 seconds. To recover what we've taken. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Harry surfaced hard, gasping despite the fact he had never actually been in danger in the bath. Water streamed down his face and hair. The golden egg shrieked shut in his hands, once more a hateful piece of ornamental sadism. He stood chest deep in steam and listened to his own breathing echo around the marble chamber. An hour. Black Lake. Merpeople. Something taken that he would sorely miss. The logic assembled itself in clean, unpleasant lines. The second task would be underwater. That alone would have been out to make most reasonable students panic. Harry, however, had long ago learned that reason and his life were not especially committed to one another. What bothered him more was the immediate respawn. Safe from the thing sleeping under his skin. Not fear. Attention. The moment the song's meaning settled, the old heat beneath his ribs shifted and spread in a way he had started to recognize. It was the same interior stillness that had answered the dragon, the same predatory readiness that surfaced whenever the world narrowed into a trial. Deep water. Limited time. Hostages. Unknown creatures below the surface. Challenge. Some darker part of him approved. Harry shut the egg, set it down on the tiles with more force than necessary, and sank back against the edge of the bath. Steam curled around his shoulders. The ceiling above shimmered gold in the reflected waterlight. An hour underwater, he thought. His first instinct was practical. Gillyweed. Bubble head charm. Transfiguration of some kind. That was normal magic. Normal problem solving, the sort of thing Hermione would get her teeth into with terrifying joy. His second instinct arrived quieter and far more troubling. You don't need them. Harry went cold in water hot enough to steam. The thought had not been words exactly. More like a conviction rising from somewhere beneath thought, some older system in him recognizing environment the way it had recognized dragons and fire. The lake wasn't sky, but it was another domain ruled by pressure, adaptation, and survival under conditions human bodies were not made for. He stared at the rippling reflection of his own face in the bath. Too thin, too tired, too much like Harry. And somewhere under that familiar surface, something waited. Hermione took the clue with satisfaction of a general receiving confirmation that the war would, in fact, proceed according to maps. Right, she said, already reaching for parchment. Water-breathing solutions. Transfiguration limitations. Aquatic threat profiles. Merpeople folklore. Time compression charms, if such a thing exists, though I doubt it. Ron, who had been eating toast while Harry explained the clue in the common room, stopped mid-bite. They're taking something we'll sorely miss. Harry nodded. Ron looked deeply offended. That's a bit personal. It's the tournament, Hermione said. Personal is practically policy. Ron turned back to Harry. Do you know what they'll take? Harry thought about it. His broom, perhaps. His wand. No, that would cripple the task. Something emotional. Someone emotional. His stomach tightened. No, he said. But I can guess. None of them said it aloud after that, which somehow made the possibility feel larger rather than smaller. The next weeks became research layered over social chaos. The Yule Ball descended on Hogwarts with the full force of organized humiliation. Ron discovered formal robes could violate human dignity. Parvati looked stunning and knew it. Padma carried herself with enough poise to make half Ravenclaw resent her on sight. Neville underwent a miracle so profound people kept blinking at him. Fleur radiated elegance and impatience in equal measure. Victor Crumb lurked with the focused intensity of a man who approached courtship like advanced dueling. And Hermione. Hermione appeared on the staircase in blue periwinkle robes her hair transformed into something soft and shining and impossible, and for one staggered second Harry forgot about the tournament entirely. So did Ron. In Harry's case, the pause lasted a heartbeat and ended in warm admiration. In Ron's case, it ended in him making every wrong decision available to a teenage boy with functioning lungs. That disaster, Harry privately thought, was one of few things all houses could have united around. But even the ball, awkward, glittering, absurdly human, could not fully dislodge the lake from Harry's mind. He danced because Parvati wanted to, escaped when he could. Laughed at Fred and George's commentary on social warfare, and spent half an hour near the refreshments listening to merpeople songs in his memory instead of the orchestra in front of him. At midnight, when the champions led the first dance beneath floating lantern light and the entire hall seemed made of gold and shadow, Harry caught sight of the black lake through the high windows. Dark, still, waiting, the heat inside him answered. He looked away at once. The search for a safe solution began with ordinary magic. That, at least, was Harry's intent. Hermione dragged him through the library by method. Beginning with the respectable and descending toward the obscure. Water-breathing plants. Modified bubble head spells. Gill transfiguration. Oxygen preservation charms. Emergency rescue protocols for underwater curses. Ron contributed less research and more morale, which was valuable in a different, more edible way. Dobby unexpectedly contributed Gillyweed. Ari found the house elf in the common room one freezing evening after curfew, eyes enormous, ears trembling with urgency, clutching a slimy bundle of what looked like evil salad. Harry Potter is needing this. Dobby squeaked. Harry blinked. Dobby. The elf shoved the weed toward him with reverent insistence. For the wheezy, sir. For underwater. Dobby is hearing things, and Harry Potter must win. Ron, who had come down for a glass of water and some midnight leftovers, stared at the plant. That looks revolting. Hermione, summoned from nowhere by the scent of useful information, squinted it and then made a very Hermione sound of vindicated delight. Gillyweed. Dobby beamed so hard it was almost structural. Harry took the bundle slowly. He should have been relieved. This was the answer. Simple, efficient, proven. Chew the plant, grow gills, swim, retrieve hostage, survive. A neat magical solution that required no gambling on the thing under his skin. Instead, the moment the gillyweed touched his palm, the deeper instinct inside him recoiled. Not violently. Dismissively. It would work, the reaction seemed to say. But it would make him adapt enough to survive, not properly answer the environment. Borrowed weakness. Temporary compromise. Harry nearly dropped the weed. Hermione noticed. What is it? Nothing. That answer convinced nobody. Later, when Ron H. had gone back upstairs and Dobby had vanished in a flurry of gratitude for being useful, Hermione cornered Harry by the fire. You don't want to use it. He rubbed his thumb against the damp stem. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. Quote. The common room was nearly empty. Embers shifted red in the grate. Somewhere above them a dormitory door closed. Harry stared at the gillyweed until its wet green edges blurred. It's the sensible choice, he said. Yes. And it should be enough. Yes. He exhaled slowly. Part of me thinks it isn't. Hermione went very still, not frightened, listening. Harry forced the words out in order, because if he let them stay vague they would get claws. When I heard the clue, it felt wrong to solve it like a problem humans solve. He looked up. I know how that sounds. Then let it sound that way. He laughed weakly. Thanks. Hermione sat opposite him and folded her hands over one knee. Do you think something in you will react to the lake the way it reacted to the dragon? Harry hesitated. Yes. Do you think it will help? Yes. Her gaze sharpened. Do you think it will help in a way you can control? Silence. That was the real question. Harry looked back down at the weed. I don't know. Hermione nodded once, as if he had confirmed the exact answer she expected. Then we use the gillyweed as backup. He frowned. How? You go in planning to complete the task conventionally. If something else happens, fine. But you do not rely entirely on a manifestation we barely understand and that nearly tore your back apart last time. It was sensible. Infuriatingly so. Harry should have accepted at once. Instead the darker instinct in him stirred with quiet contempt. Safe. Limited. Prey solutions. Borrowed lungs and human panic in borrowed water. He stood abruptly and went to the window. Outside, frost gleamed over the grounds. The lake lay beyond like a sheet of black glass. He could not see the merpeople village from here. Could not see anything beneath the surface. Yet some internal part of him responded as if to a distant call. Pressure. Depth. A world where different rules applied. Harry, Hermione said quietly behind him. He closed his eyes. I'll take the gillyweed, he said. That was true. It just wasn't all the truth. The morning of the second task dawned cruelly cold. Ice filmed the shallows along the lake edge. The wind came off the water like something sharpened and deliberate. Hogwarts gathered on the shore in a blur of cloaks, scarves, chatter, and hidden fear. Stands had been erected again. Because apparently the wizarding world believed suffering became sport if enough people brought cushions. Harry stood among the champions near the judge's platform, the golden egg clue and its answer long behind him. His body already too alert for the hour. Fleur looked furious about the weather. Krum had gone silent in the particular way that suggested he was somewhere mentally. Far darker and more practical than the beach. Cedric rolled his shoulders once and stared at the water like a man who had made peace with several uncomfortable possibilities. Bagman was booming into the cold air with the false cheer of an executioner hired from a carnival. At Harry's feet, hidden by the hem of his robes, was the gillyweed. He could use it. He likely would. That had been the agreement with Hermione and, in a way, with himself. Choose the safer path first. Keep the deeper thing leashed. Then Harry saw what the merpeople had taken. Ron sat on a conjured chair at the end of the dock, roped and asleep by magic. Hair blown untidy by the wind, face slack in enchanted unconsciousness. Beside him sat Hermione for Krum, Cho Chang for Cedric, and Gabrielle Delacour for Fleur. LL4 looked unnervingly peaceful in the freezing morning light, like offerings laid out for something old and wet to claim later. Harry's pulse dropped into that deep slow rhythm he had come to fear. The human part of him reacted first with anger. Real, immediate, protective anger. The darker instinct answered with possessive recognition. Mine. He hated the word the instant it formed. Not because it referred to Ron as property. The instinct was older and weirder than that. Not ownership exactly. Pack bond. Protected thing. Something taken into danger that must be retrieved because FAI. Lure would violate the deepest rules of hierarchy. Still hateful. Still effective. Bagman's whistle lifted. Champions poised. Harry's fingers closed on the gillyweed. The wind came off the lake. And the black lake answered him. Not literally. Not with words or voices. With pressure. The surface of the water seemed to tilt toward him, black and depthless. Beneath the ice-bright morning air, He felt an enormous hidden world breathing in cold silence. No sky, no fire, no stands. Just depth, distance, and things adapted to them. The thing inside Harry surged. The gillyweed in his hand suddenly felt pathetic. A child's answer. A borrowed trick. The whistle blew. Fleur-dove first. Crumb followed like a thrown spear. Cedric swallowed his own solution and vanished in a clean plunge. Harry did not move. 3 heartbeats. 4. The crowd roared in confusion. Bagman's commentary stumbled. Somewhere above and behind, Hermione must have gone rigid with terror. Harry stood on the dock. Kay with freezing wind in his face and Ron asleep in his peripheral vision, the gillyweed crushed in his fist, and knew with dreadful certainty that if he used the plant now, he would be surviving the lake as a human intruder. If he let the blessing answer, he would enter as something else. Choice. That was what this always came back to. Choice. Harry looked once at Ron. Then he dropped the gillyweed into the water. And jumped. The lake hit like knives. Cold slammed through him so hard his vision flashed white. He forced his eyes open under the dark rush and kicked downward, robes dragging, lungs already protesting. For one impossible second he was only human, freezing, drowning, stupid in deep water. Then the transformation struck. Not like the wings. The wings had come in fire and tearing violence. A battlefield answer to sky and dragon. This came like a predator slipping into its native depth. Heat burst under Harry's skin, not outward but inward, threading along his ribs, spine, and throat. His chest spasmed once, twice, and then opened. The desperate panic in his lungs vanished, replaced by a shocking, terrible ease. Slits burned themselves into being along the sides of his neck, not bloody, not clumsy, but precise, as if the body beneath Harry's had always known the design and simply needed permission to remember it. His fingers webbed, not fully enough. The muscles along his back and shoulders reconfigured, lengthening subtly for drive and control. His ears sharpened against pressure. His eyes adjusted to the green-black murk with horrifying speed. The cold stopped being an enemy and became information. Harry stopped sinking helplessly. He moved. The first stroke carried him farther than 5 frantic human ones should have. The second taught him the lake. Currents, pressure gradients, the tug of weeds below. Stones, fish, distance, buried voices, heartbeat echoes through water. What had been darkness to human sight became layered space alive with signals. Harry's body no longer fought the water. It cut through it with the smooth, predatory grace of something built to own depth. He should have been horrified. Part of him was. Another part unfurled in cold delight. Harry shoved that delight down and drove deeper. The village was below. He knew it before he saw it, not by logic but by the shape of attention gathering in the water ahead. Creatures moving aside. Territorial boundaries. Watchfulness. The lake was telling him, in currents and silence, where power nested. Grindylows came first. 3 of them peeled out from a tan glay of black weed with clawed hands and yellow eyes, mouths opening in anticipation of easy prey. Harry saw them clearly now, mean little things, quick in their own element, confident because most Wizza RDS entered this realm soft and frightened. Fear should have tasted metallic. Instead, the moment the Grindylows lunged, something far stranger moved through the water from Harry's changed body. Presence. Not a spell. Not scent exactly, though it rode the water like one. A pressure wave of dominance, infernal and abyssal at once, carrying the clear message that whatever they had expected, it was not this. The Grindylows checked. One snapped forward anyway. Harry turned his head. That was all. The creature recoiled so violently it fouled its own movement and spun sideways into the weed. The other 2 scattered immediately. Clawed hands scrabbling for distance. Harry did not understand what he had done. He understood the result. The blessing was not merely adapting his body. It was broadcasting him. The realization was both useful and chilling. He swam on. The merpeople saw him long before he reached them. Their village rose from the black like an old drowned kingdom, stone huts, rough statues. Tethered creatures, clusters of weapons, long ropes winding between carved pillars. They were ugly in the way very old things became ugly when the human world decided beauty and threat should not overlap. Gray skin. Yellowed eyes, green hair trailing in the water like weed. Spears tipped with shark teeth glittered in a semicircle ahead. Harry slowed. Human strategy said, display calm, avoid provoking. Retrieve hostage fast. The darker instinct said, they know you are not prey. Make sure they know that clearly. He hated that the second option was probably more practical. A murmur ran through the merpeople ranks as he approached. He felt it like tremors through the water. Not language at first. Sensation. Surprise. Alarm. Curiosity edged with ancestral caution. Hen, one of the older mermen, swam forward, trident lowered but not aimed. Harry heard the man's voice in the water with new clarity, each word warped but comprehensible through changed hearing. Not wizard, the merman said slowly. Harry answered before thinking, and his own voice came out wrong too, deeper in water, edged by something not fully human, yet still words. I'm here for mine. The sentence struck the entire village. The merman's yellow eyes narrowed. Behind him, the hostages hung sleeping against the central statue, hair streaming, ropes drifting. Ron's head lolled slightly in the current. Gabrielle looked painfully small. Hermione's face was pale and distant in enchanted sleep. Cho floated like a ghost between spear shadows. Task, the merman said at last. Take one, not all. Harry had known that, intellectually. One hostage per champion. Rules. Structure. The thing inside him despised the limitation on sight. They are all taken. Weakly guarded. Vulnerable. RRY clenched his hands until the webbing pulled tight. Human. Choose. I know. The merman did not move aside. Another merperson drifted closer, spear angled, not aggressive but ready. Around the village, more shapes gathered in the dark water. Grindylows lurked farther off now, not advancing. Harry could feel their fear. Not panic. Respectful animal caution. The same kind of recoil he had seen in the Horntail. Filtered through a different ecosystem. The lake had categorized him. Not as wizard. Not as prey. As intrusion from a deeper order of monster. That should have alarmed him enough to break the task entirely. Instead he used it. He let a little more of that cold infernal pressure bleed into the water, not enough to attack, enough to define terms. The water around him seemed to thrum once. The nearest merpeople went utterly still. Spears lowered by half an inch. Predator reclaiming prize. Harry hated the thought. Then he swam straight toward Ron. No one stopped him. He cut the ropes with a knife charm cast through water that should have failed and didn't. The magic came out red gold for a split second before normalizing, slicing clean through the bindings. Ron floated free against him. Limp and warm only by comparison to the lake. Harry caught him automatically. Pack. Retrieve. Rise. Then he saw Gabrielle. Still bound. Still small. Still abandoned for the moment because Fleur had clearly not arrived yet. The darker instinct had a fast answer. Not yours. Not required. Leave. Harry looked at the sleeping girl and felt, underneath all the infernal structure and possessive hierarchy, the simpler human revulsion at the idea of leaving a child in deep water because rules and timing made it convenient. He turned to the elder merman. Fleur. The merman bared sharkish teeth. Delayed. Not lost. Harry did not trust that answer. Not because it was necessarily false. Because it was too calm. He glanced toward the dark water beyond the village. Nothing. No sign of Fleur. Ron drifted half against his shoulder. Time bled away. Choice. Again. Harry swore silently, then slashed Gabrielle's ropes too. This caused immediate uproar among the merpeople. Spears jerked up. Currents churned. The elder merman lunged one body length forward in sharp protest. Not yours. Harry met his gaze. Cold pressure rolled off him so hard the nearest torches guttered in their glass globes. Not attack. Warning. She's coming with me. The elder merman stopped. For one long second Harry thought the village might force the issue. Then the merman looked past Harry. Toward whatever the lake itself was telling his kind, and signaled a retreat with visible reluctance. The ring loosened. Harry gathered Gabrielle with his free arm. 2 hostages. Human arms. In deep water. Under normal circumstances it should have been impossible. His changed body did not think so. He kicked upward. The ascent became brutal work almost immediately. Not because he was failing. But because the lake resisted speed with pure mass. Ron and Gabrielle hung limp against him. Currents caught at robes and hair. The surface remained far above as a pale, unreachable shimmer. Human panic tried to return then, the old drowning terror that measured distance in lungs and not ability. The blessing crushed it. He was not drowning. He was climbing through a realm that recognized him. Behind him the merpeople followed at a distance, not escorting exactly. Watching. assessing, making certain this intrusion ended at the surface and no deeper authority was challenged. Harry's shoulders burned. The slits in his neck pulsed with each drive. His ears rang with the pressure of the lake. The old thrill returned too, ugly and fierce, strength, speed, command over creatures that should have been dangerous. The sense that he could continue deeper if he wished, seize more, force more, become larger in this domain the way he had in the sky. He hated the temptation most of all because, for one instant, it felt true. Then Ron stirred weakly against him in enchanted sleep, made a tiny half-snoring sound even underwater, and the absurd humanity of it cut through everything. Harry laughed in a burst of silver bubbles. The sound broke the spell of the moment. He kicked harder and rose. The surface exploded around him. Cold air hit like another world. The sea, Rout on the shore had been watching Blackwater for too long and did not know how to react at first when Harry burst upward carrying Ron and Gabrielle, water streaming from changed shoulders, gill slits visible against his neck. Eyes too sharp and too bright under the winter sky. Then the screaming started. Cheers, gasps, bagmen bellowing in incomprehensible delight, judges shouting, people on their feet, all of it hit at once. Harry barely registered any of it. His whole body was locked on getting the two hostages to shore. He swam with terrifying efficiency. The changed form held until the shallows. Then began to break apart as air reclaimed him. The gills sealed with a white-hot sting that nearly made him black out. The webbing receded painfully from his fingers. His vision blurred back toward ordinary human limits. By the time he staggered the last few steps through the freezing water and handed Gabrielle to a screaming, grateful Fleur who had only just emerged herself, he was almost fully Harry again. Almost. Not enough. Because the crowd had seen. Madame Pomfrey rushed Ron away under blankets and warming charms. Gabrielle vanished into her sister's arms. Judges argued about timing and hostage counts and task rules. Hermione, already safe on shore for Crumb, was staring at Harry with an expression too layered to read from 10 feet away. He stood dripping in the shallows, breathing steam into the winter air, and became aware all at once that the lake water had left traces on him beyond the temporary changes. His canines felt too sharp. His pupils had not quite returned to normal. And the crowd, instead of merely cheering, had fallen into that same peculiar hush he had heard after the dragon task, wonder tangled with fear, awe-curdled by the realization that the boy in the tournament was beginning to stop looking like a boy under pressure and start looking like something else answering a call. Bagman's amplified voice finally cut through the chaos. An astonishing performance from Harry Potter. Extraordinary speed, extraordinary adaptation, and, some question as to whether additional rescues should be counted. Of course they should, Fleur snapped. Soaking wet and furious in a way Harry liked immediately. He saved my sister. That settled at least one argument. Karkaroff looked like he had bitten into poison. Madame Maxime inclined her head to Harry with grave approval. Crouch watched with haunted calculation. Moody's magical eye fixed on the line of Harry's throat where the gills had been and spun once, very slowly. Dumbledore remained the still point. He did not clap. He did not look shocked. He looked as if the second piece of a pattern had just slid into place and he disliked the picture it made. Hermione reached Harry first. Are you all right? It was the same question she always asked after survival, and Harry loved her for never changing the wording no matter how strange the answer became. I think so. You cut Gabrielle free. Yes. Hermione's expression softened. Good. Only then did he realize what she had not asked. Not what happened to your neck or did you control that or everyone saw. Just are you all right? Ron, revived and bundled in blankets like an indignant corpse, was next. You, he coughed, spluttered, then glared through wet hair. You absolute nutter. You took two. Harry managed a weak smile. Couldn't leave her. Quote. Ron stared for a second, then his face did that strange Ron thing where exasperation and pride collided head-on. Yeah, well, good. Fleur, passing with Gabrielle clutched close. Stopped long enough to fix Harry with bright, unreadable eyes. You were reckless, she said. Harry, still shaking from cold and transformation, blinked. Sorry. She kissed him lightly on both cheeks before he could move away, leaving half the nearby crowd scandalized and Ron looking as though someone had dropped a cannonball in his internal organs. For my sister, Fleur said. Thank you. Then she swept off in a storm of silvery hair and French contempt for everyone else's breathing. Ron watched her go with the expression of a man losing religion and gaining a different, equally unstable one. Harry laughed, and the sound came out more tired than amused. They gave him the highest score. Not because he was fastest. Crumb had likely beaten him on strict timing. Not because he followed rules perfectly. In fact, the judges spent nearly 20 minutes arguing about whether taking Gabrielle should count as noble defiance or reckless disruption. He received the highest score because the entire task had forced the wizarding world to confront something they did not understand and could not comfortably classify. Harry had not used Gillyweed. Had not visibly asked the sort of magic any textbook would offer. He had entered the Black Lake as a human champion and moved through it like an abyssal predator reclaiming what was his. No one said it that way publicly. But the look on the merpeople's faces when they rose later to report to Dumbledore told the truer version. They had not described a clever wizard. They had described a thing their own domain had recognized and chosen not to challenge. That story spread faster than scores. By dinner the castle was alive with it. Not just the rescue. Not just Fleur's gratitude. Not just the renewed scandal. Of Harry Potter once again doing the impossible in a form no one could explain. It was the detail that mattered, the mood of the lake creatures, the Grindylows fleeing, the merpeople allowing him passa. After a confrontation no one on shore had fully witnessed. Students did not know what had passed in the depths. That made it worse. They filled the gap with imagination. He commanded them. No, he threatened them. Maybe they thought he was some kind of lake spirit. Don't be stupid. You didn't see his eyes when he came up. Harry heard all of it. He kept walking. By the time he reached Gryffindor Tower, exhaustion sat on him like soaked armor. The common room erupted anyway. Cheers. Questions. Dean demanding details. Seamus wanting to know whether underwater hearing made people sound more annoying or less. Lavender crying because the whole task had been so romantic and horrible. Neville looking torn between admiration and concern. Harry let the noise wash over him or maybe 2 minutes before escaping upstairs. This time Ron and Hermione followed without asking. In the dormitory, with the curtains shut and the castle noise dulled to a background roar, Harry saw T on the bed and pressed his hands over his face. For several seconds nobody spoke. Then Hermione said, very quietly, "Tell us what happened down there." So he did. The Grindylows. The pressure he had given off without meaning to. The merpeople stepping aside. The words "I'm here for mine" and how wrong they had felt even while being true in some other old, ugly way. The decision to take Gabrielle. The temptation, on the ascent. To keep going deeper because the lake had stopped feeling hostile and started feeling like a domain that could be learned, maybe mastered. That part silenced the room. Ron sat on the trunk opposite with his blanket still wrapped around his shoulders. Hermione sat beside Harry, listening with both hands clenched in her lap. When he finished, Ron rubbed his face and muttered, "Right. So, new problem." Quote. Harry huffed a laugh. "Only one. No, several. But this one's got gills." Hermione shot him a look that somehow allowed and condemned the joke at once. Then she turned back to Harry. "You saved Gabrielle when you didn't have to." Harry nodded. "You came up when part of you wanted to keep going." Another nod. Hermione let out a breath. "Then the lake didn't answer the monster. It answered the part of you that could become one and still stop." Harry looked at her. "That's not the same thing," she said firmly. "And it matters." Ron pointed a damp finger at her. "That smart thing. Keep that." Harry laughed again, more genuinely this time, then winced because apparently even laughing hurt after spontaneous aquatic evolution. The quiet that followed was better. Not easy. Not solved. But human. At last Harry leaned back against the bedpost and stared at the hangings above. "I don't know how many times I can keep doing this." Neither of them pretended not to understand what this meant. Hermione answered first. "As many times as you have to." Ron nodded. "Yeah, and if you start going all Eldritch Lake Tyrant on us, we'll drag you back out by your ankles." Harry turned his head and looked at him. Ron shrugged. Support network. It was absurd. It was exactly what he needed. Outside the curtains, Gryffindor still howled and celebrated. Somewhere below, Fred and George were almost certainly inventing a business plan based on Harry's growing reputation as a supernatural event. The castle pulsed with gossip, fear, admiration, and the delicious scandal of a tournament refusing to behave in academically manageable ways. Inside the small dark space of the bed hangings, Harry Potter sat wet-haired and exhausted with his two best friends and thought about what the lake had shown him. The dragon had awakened the sky. The lake had awakened the deep. Sparda's blessing was not one shape, then. Not one trick, one monstrous transformation. One dramatic crisis answer. It was adaptive, environmental, sovereign in different domains. A legacy built not merely for strength, but for rule over the conditions meant to kill lesser beings. That truth chilled him more than the winter water had. Because it meant the power inside him did not just want to survive. It wanted to be at home wherever survival became impossible. And yet, he had still chosen Ron. Still chosen Gabrielle. Still chosen the surface. Maybe that was the only line that mattered now. Not whether the monster answered. Whether Harry decided what it did when it came. After the second task, Hogwarts stopped pretending Harry Potter was merely unusual. The distinction mattered. Unusual was Parseltongue, improbable luck, and a habit of ending each school year in mortal danger. Unusual was a famous scar in stories large enough to make first-years stare. Unusual still belonged inside the boundaries of the wizarding world, even if those boundaries bent alarmingly whenever Harry got near them. What happened in the Black Lake did not. The school felt it. Harry felt it most clearly in the pauses. Not the obvious ones, the gasps, the whispers. The not-so-subtle gawking from younger students who clearly believed all educational institutions should include at least one boy capable of turning into a myth under pressure. Those were irritating, but understandable. It was the other pauses that dug deeper. The moment before someone chose whether to sit near him. The slight hesitation when a teacher called on him in class, as if Maya's erring not whether he knew the answer but what version of him was listening. The way conversations changed direction when he entered, not always toward silence but toward caution. Fear had refined itself. It was not general anymore. It had become specific. He was no longer simply dangerous in theory. People had seen the pattern now. Fire and wings above the dragon pit. Gills and predatory stillness beneath the Black Lake. Adaptation under pressure so complete it no longer resembled improvisation and had begun to look like inheritance. That word spread quietly through the school before any adult used it aloud. Inheritance. The Slytherins liked it least. They were too accustomed to bloodline logic not to understand the implications immediately. Draco Malfoy spent 2 days moving out the castle with an expression caught somewhere between disgust and calculation. Pansy Parkinson stared openly once in the corridor outside potions, then snapped her gaze away when Harry looked back. Theodore Knott, who said little at the best of times, watched him with the alert stillness of someone mentally rearranging old assumptions. One afternoon Harry passed a cluster of sixth-year Slytherins just in time to hear one whisper. "It's not a curse. It's a line." Harry kept walking. His scar burned warm. The darker instinct inside him liked that sentence far too much. He hated that on principle. Durmstrang reacted differently. They respected him now. Not warmly. Not affectionately. Durmstrang did not seem built for warmth as a cultural pastime. But the glances Harry caught from Crumb's schoolmates had lost their skepticism. What replaced it was colder and in some ways more useful acknowledgement. Several older students began nodding to him in corridors with the faint, severe courtesy one fighter might offer another after a brutal match. That should not have mattered. It did. Because the recognition came without gawking, without pity, without any attempt to make Harry into a spectacle. They simply accepted that he had entered two impossible environments and responded as something not easily categorized. Their attitude said, "We do not understand what you are, but street strength under pressure is a language we speak." Harry found that disturbingly easy to tolerate. Beauxbatons did nearly the opposite. They were not openly rude. Too elegant for that. But elegance could carry fear just as well as malice. The French students had always moved through Hogwarts with controlled distance, but after the lake task that distance hardened. They looked at Harry with an apprising discomfort that suggested they considered the tournament to have become indecently uncivilized. Only Fleur cut through that tension. She did not become friendly exactly, but gratitude had altered the way she regarded him. Once, passing him near the entrance hall, she stopped long enough to say, "They are talking nonsense." Harry Halfway through a bite of toast he had stolen for later, blinked. Who? She lifted one shoulder in a delicate motion of contempt. Everyone. Z school. Z paper. Z judges who act shocked when danger is dangerous. Her eyes, bright and cool, held his. You saved my sister. That matters more than what your magic looks like. Then she swept on before he could answer. Harry stood there with toast in hand, feeling oddly steadied and more tired than ever. Because that was the heart of it. Wasn't it? People kept trying to decide what he was, while the only question Harry still cared about was what he chose. Snape became unbearable. That, admittedly, was not new. But after the second task, the man's existing arsenal of contempt acquired a sharper edge. Harry might have ridden it off as ordinary favoritism curdled into cruelty if not for the way Snap. He kept looking at him when he thought Harry would not notice. Not hatred. Investigation. In potions the following Thursday, Harry was chopping saprophyros beans under instructions no one truly respected. Because half the class was too busy ruining cauldrons and the other half was too busy pretending not to listen to Draco's running commentary about kelpies, demons, and half-breeds of the lake. Hermione's jaw had gone so tight Harry was mildly concerned she might bite someone. Snape drifted behind Harry without warning. Your cuts are uneven, Potter. Harry flattened his voice. Sorry, Professor. Snape did not move away. You continue, he said softly, to display magical manifestations for which no sane school curriculum prepares. Harry kept chopping. He could feel Snape's attention on the line of his neck, where the gills had appeared, on his hands, on the shoulders that had once torn open in fire. Potions simmered around them. Glass clinked. Neville swore quietly at a bubbling mess 2 tables over. I trust, Snape continued, that should you feel compelled to sprout additional anatomy during my lesson, you will do so without damaging school property. Several Slytherins laughed. Harry looked up. Snape's face revealed nothing, but the black eyes were too intent, too searching. It hit Harry then that Snape was not needling him merely for pleasure. He was provoking, testing whether anger sharpened the transformations, testing whether humiliation summoned the thing beneath Harry's skin. The realization brought a wash of heat so sudden Harry almost hissed through his teeth. Snape saw it. Of course he did. Something wrong, Potter. Harry set the knife down very carefully. No, Professor. The answer cost him, not because it was difficult to say, but because the infernal part of him loathed the choice. It did not understand the value of surrendering an immediate dominance contest to a man like Snape. It measured only pressure, insult, hierarchy. Its instinctive answer was simple: push back until the threat recedes. Human, Harry told himself. Choice. He picked up the knife again. Snape's gaze stayed on him a heartbeat longer, then glided away. That evening Harry told Hermione and Ron in the library. He's trying to trigger you, Hermione said at once. Ron looked scandalized. Can teachers do that? Hermione gave him a look. Morally or technically? Either. Technically, he appears to be managing. Harry stared at the page in front of him without reading it. He doesn't think this is normal magic. It isn't, Ron said helpfully. Hermione ignored him. Did he look frightened? Harry thought about it. No. That was the disturbing part. Snape looked suspicious. Fascinated against his will. Disgusted, perhaps, by the shape of what he couldn't classify. But not frightened. As if whatever pattern he was assembling in his head did not place Harry in the category of wild magical accident. It placed him somewhere older. The rumors spread beyond the castle faster than sense could catch them. All post arrived thick for almost a week. Some letters were simply nonsense from strangers. Some begged for interviews. A handful came from worried members of the Order on paper Harry pretended not to recognize. One attempted to sell Harry a patent tonic, specifically designed to soothe spontaneous infernal manifestations in adolescent wizards. Which Ron declared the funniest thing he had ever read until Hermione pointed out that scams flourished around fear. More troubling were the letters Dumbledore did not let reach him. Harry only knew of them because he saw the headmaster's phoenix carrying extra bundles one evening and later caught Professor McGonagall speaking to Flitwick in a corridor, her voice low and furious. The board has no right. Public pressure. Ancient contamination, honestly. Harry rounded the corner too loudly. They stopped talking at once. McGonagall's mouth tightened. Mr. Potter, he almost asked. Instead he said, sorry, Professor. Flitwick looked distressed enough to be physically smaller. As Harry walked away, the old heat behind his scar spread in slow, bitter waves. The wizarding world, it seemed, had decided to do what frightened societies always did when confronted with something they could not control. Name it a threat. Study it from behind wards. Decide whether exile sounded tidier than understanding. That night he dreamed of the Black Lake again, but deeper. No merpeople village this time. No hostages. Only dark water and a pressu. So immense it felt like a second sky inverted over him. He moved through it without lungs, without fear, down past drowned stone and broken statues and things too old for names. At the bottom waited a sword. Not planted upright as in the Hall of Embers. This one lay half buried in black silt, silver edge catching red light from nowhere. As he approached, a figure stood behind it, not faceless now, though the features blurred whenever Harry tried to focus. A red coat, white hair stirring though no current moved, eyes like molten metal cooled into discipline. The figure did not speak. T only rested one gloved hand on the hilt and looked at Harry with an expression too ancient to belong to any living man. Then the water around them turned warm. Harry woke with a gasp and found he had scorched the bedsheets beneath his fists. The final confirmation came from Karkaroff. Harry had suspected for weeks that the Durmstrang headmaster disliked him in a more particular way than simple rivalry justified. The man watched him too much, smiled too falsely, asked questions that sounded casual until you replayed them later and realized they all circled blood, inheritance, and magical anomaly. Harry got proof in the North Tower corridor on a wind-lashed evening when he had gone up alone to escape everyone and nothing. Voices carried around stone in strange ways. One moment there was only weather and the rattling of an old window. The next came Karkaroff's low, oily tone from just beyond the turn. Not ordinary dark marks of possession. You know that as well as I do. Snape's answer was colder. I know only that you are once again seeing what you wish to see. Karkaroff laughed softly. And you are once again pretending the past has no shapes that repeat. A child mark. By a rebounding killing curse does not later answer dragonfire with wings in the lake with gills by accident. Harry went very still behind the wall. Snape said nothing. Karkaroff continued, voice dropping lower. At Durmstrang we have records. Fragmented, but enough. Old southern legends. Devil knights. Blooded kings from beyond mortal planes. Most nonsense, likely, except now I see the boy. Harry's scar flared hot. Snape's reply came in a dangerous whisper. Be careful, Karkaroff. Or what? Karkaroff sneered. You think I do not recognize infernal lineages when I smell them? The Ministry in Britain may still believe in miracles. The rest of Europe remembers monsters. Harry stepped away before the conversation ended. Not out of fear of being caught. Out of fear of what he might do if he stayed. Infernal lineages. Devil knights. Blooded kings from beyond mortal planes. The phrases struck the sleeping place inside him like hammer blows on old metal. Not clarity. Recognition around the edges. As if the world had finally stumbled onto words close enough to stir deeper memory. Harry descended the tower steps too fast, hands shaking, and nearly ran straight into Dumbledore. The headmaster stood in the stairwell as if he had always been there. Harry, he said softly. Harry stopped. For one absurd second he considered lying. Pretending he had heard nothing. Pretending he could still carry all of this alone inside his own skull and not split open from the strain. Then the strain won. I heard Karkaroff, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Did you? He thinks this is some kind of bloodline. Not a curse. Not random. Harry swallowed hard. He said old records. Infernal things. Devil knights. The stairwell seemed to hold its breath. Then Dumbledore said, come with me. Dumbledore's office at night always felt less like a room and more like the inside of an old mind. Silver instruments spun and hummed on long-legged tables. Portraits dozed in gilded frames. One or two cracking an eye open as Harry entered and deciding, wisely, to pretend deeper sleep. Fawkes rested on his perch in a glow of ember red and gold, watching with the ancient patience only phoenixes and very old headmasters seemed able to perfect. Dumbledore did not offer tea. That alone told Harry this conversation mattered. He sat when directed, hands clenched between his knees. The fire burned low. Rain touched the windows in quiet fits. Somewhere in the tower above, wind moved around stone like a thing looking for a way in. For a long moment Dumbledore stood with one hand on the mantle, gaze fixed on the flames. Then he said, "There are truths I have delayed telling you." Harry laughed once, flatly. "That sounds familiar." Dumbledore's mouth twitched, but no humor reached his eyes. "Indeed." He turned. "When Voldemort attacked you as an infant, Lily Potter's sacrifice did more than shield you. You know that much. What I have not told you is that the magic released that night did not behave as I expected." Harry said nothing. Dumbledore stepped to his desk and opened a drawer Harry had never seen him use before. From it he withdrew a all square of parchment sealed in old glass. He set it between them. At first Harry saw nothing. Then the angle changed in the firelight and lines appeared, faint red-black marks arranged in a half-circle, precise and alien. Like writing invented by swords. The breath caught in Harry's throat. "I found traces of this in your nursery after Voldemort fell," Dumbledore said quietly. "Only traces. A residue burned into the floor and air. They vanished within minutes. I captured what little I could." Harry leaned forward without realizing it. The marks on the parchment pulled at him in the strangest way, not like language he knew, but like geometry remembered in the body. His scar went warm. Something beneath his ribs answered with deep, resonant stillness. "What is it?" Dumbledore's eyes held his. "I do not know with certainty." The honesty of it hit harder than a polished answer might have. "I have spent years looking," Dumbledore went on. "Ancient wards, sacrificial anomalies, soul scars, blood protections. Old European demonologies, Muggle mythic overlap, none fit cleanly. A few came close. Karkaroff is not entirely wrong that scattered records exist. Fragmented references across different cultures. A warrior king of infernal origin. A power bound not to corruption alone, but to discipline, rulership, in defiance of darker tyrannies." Harry's fingers tightened. "Sparda," he said before he knew the name. The office went silent. Even Fawkes lifted his head. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. "Yes," he said softly. "That is one of the names." The fire cracked. Harry stared at the parchment and felt his whole life tilt. Not because the name explained everything. It did not. It was too old, too large, too impossible. But it clicked against the shape of the dreams, the sword. The red-coated figure, the instinctive answers under pressure, the sense that the power inside him did not simply want survival but sovereignty over impossible conditions. Sparda. Not a curse. Not madness. Not Voldemort. Something else entirely. "How?" Harry asked at last, voice rawer than he intended. "How could that end up in me?" Dumbledore's gaze drifted briefly to the flames. "My best conclusion is this: the killing curse did not create the power. It struck something dormant." He spoke carefully now, like a man laying stones across a chasm. "Lily's sacrifice wrapped your soul in the strongest protective magic I have ever witnessed. Voldemort's fragmented state, already damaged by his own atrocities, collided with that protection and tore open a gate of resonance, if you will. Something ancient, already adjacent to your fate in ways I do not fully comprehend," answered. Harry sat very still. "Adjacent to your fate," answered. "So it chose me." Dumbledore did not flinch. "I believe it awakened in you." That was not the same thing. It mattered that it was not the same thing. Harry let out a breath that shook once on the way out. "For years," Dumbledore said, "I hoped it might remain dormant. Or perhaps express itself only in minor anomalies. The events of this year make such hopes unrealistic. Why didn't you tell me before?" Pain crossed the old wizard's face then, not dramatic, not performative. Real. Because children should not grow up believing they are destined to become monsters. The answer cut straight through Harry. He looked down. "My mistake," Dumbledore added after a moment, "was in assuming silence might protect you longer than truth. It rarely does." Rain pressed harder at the windows. Harry asked Ed the question that had lived closest to the center of everything and had never once felt safe enough to name aloud. "Am I becoming one?" Dumbledore did not answer quickly. That frightened Harry more than a lie would have. At last the headmaster said, "You are becoming powerful. You are becoming adaptive in ways the wizarding world does not understand. And you are carrying instincts that are not entirely human." He stepped closer to the chair, voice gentler now. "None of that is the same as becoming monstrous." Harry looked up. Dumbledore's eyes were very bright. The simplest way to say it, Harry, is this: power always arrives with a story about what you are meant to be. Some powers whisper, some seduce, some command. This one, I suspect, recognizes dominion, challenge, and the right of the stronger will. He paused. But a power's instinct is not its morality. Sirius had said it differently. Instinct is not loyalty. The same truth, refracted through another mind. Dumbledore drew a long breath. Voldemort believes power justifies desire. If the force waking inside you teaches you anything worth keeping, let it be the opposite. Power must answer principle, or it becomes appetite wearing a crown. The sentence struck somewhere deep enough to hurt. Harry looked again at the marks on the parchment. The red-black lines no longer felt merely alien. They felt like a saint he had been failing and passing by turns without knowing its name. "What am I supposed to do with this?" he asked quietly. Dumbledore's answer came at once. "Refuse to let it tell you who you are." The office fell silent around them. Harry sat with the words. Outside, thunder rolled far off beyond the grounds. Fawkes shifted once and tucked his head back beneath a wing. The sleeping portraits pretended harder not to listen. Refuse to let it tell you who you are. It sounded simple in language. It felt nearly impossible in practice. Because the power did tell stories. In every crisis it offered efficiency, dominance, adaptation, hierarchy, the relief of becoming the most dangerous thing in the room so nothing else could corner him again. It had answered childhood helplessness with the promise of supremacy. That promise was not evil. It was, in some brutal sense, compassionate. It was also a trap. Harry stood. The movement surprised Dumbledore slightly, though the old wizard hid it quickly. Harry looked down at the parchment one last time. Sparda. Infernal King. Devil Knight. A power older than his language, older than Hogwarts, older perhaps than some of the myths Britain called history. It lived in him now. Maybe it always would. That did not mean it got to name him. "I'm not going to be ruled by it," Harry said. His own voice sounded different in the office. Not louder. Heavier. As though some inner chamber had finally opened and chosen an echo. Dumbledore held his gaze. "No," the headmaster said softly. "You are not." Harry straightened fully. The scar on his forehead warmed. Then settled. The old heat under his ribs did not vanish. It coiled there, listening. Measuring. Perhaps even approving the force of his refusal in its own alien way. That was fine. Let it listen. Let it learn that Harry Potter was not a vessel waiting to be overtaken, nor a chosen beast grateful for awakening, nor a throne for old infernal instinct to sit upon. He was Harry. He was Lily's son, James's son, Sirius's godson, Ron's friend, Hermione's infuriating research project, Ginny's occasional lesson in plain truth, McGonagall's headache, and the boy W. Ho had twice now chosen people over power when power would have felt simpler. That had to be enough. Or he would make it enough. Dumbledore resealed the parchment in glass. "There will be more questions," the headmaster said. "From others, and from within yourself. You need not answer all of them at once." Harry almost smiled. "That's probably good, because I don't have most of the answers." "Neither do I," Dumbledore admitted. For some reason that helped most of all. When Harry left the office, the castle felt changed again. Not safer. Not lighter. But clearer. The corridors still whispered. The rumors still lived. Karkaroff still suspected bloodline in Monster King. Snape still circled his conclusions like a man reluctant to name them aloud. The Ministry still feared what it could not classify. Voldemort still waited somewhere in the dark beyond all of this, and the tournament still had one task left: to sharpen everything to a point. None of that had changed. Harry had. He moved down the spiral staircase with a steadier step than the one that had climbed it. The old hunger inside him still stirred a challenge. The lake and sky still lived somewhere in his nerves. He still carried the possibility of wings, gills, fire, and all the other adaptations not yet forced into daylight. But now the power had a name. And Harry had given it an answer. By the time he reached the corridor outside, the storm had broken fully over Hogwarts. Rain lashed the windows. Thunder rolled above the towers. Students hurried through the halls in cloaks and gossip and adolescent panic about homework. Ordinary life went on, absurdly, magnificently. Harry paused at one tall window overlooking the black grounds and the darker line of the lake. His reflection looked back at him in the glass. Messy hair, thin face, green eyes. A boy, still. Under the next flash of lightning, for the briefest instant, the reflection's eyes burned red beneath the green. Harry did not look away. "You don't own me," he said quietly. The thunder answered. Then the glass went dark again, and only Harry remained. The third task was announced at breakfast with all the ceremony of a pub. Lick execution disguised as school tradition. By then, spring had returned to Hogwarts in soft green edges and deceptive warmth. The grounds were losing their winter severity. Sunlight touched the lake without turning it black. Students lounged under trees between lessons and gossiped with the relieved stupidity of people who believed examinations were the only thing left worth fearing. Harry knew better. He knew it the moment Dumbledore rose and the great hall quieted with the same old, hungry anticipation that had preceded every task. The school loved danger when it was structured, timetabled, and far enough away from their own skin. The third task, Dumbledore announced, will take place at dusk on the 24th of June. The hall rustled like a forest catching wind. The champions will enter a maze, he continued, constructed upon the Quidditch pitch. The first to reach the Triwizard Cup at its center will win. A maze. Simple enough in wording. Harry felt the old heat under his ribs answer anyway. Not because he feared hedges. Because he knew the tournament by now. Knew that no task was ever only what it claimed to be on the surface. Dragons had been about retrieval through terror. The lake had been about adaptation under pressure and the moral geometry of who mattered when time ran thin. A maze would not be about direction. It would be about what found you in confined spaces. Hermione, sitting beside him, had gone still with the special kind of stillness that meant she was already constructing 6 categories of probable threat. Ron muttered around a mouthful of toast. Could have just said deadly shrubbery and saved time. Harry almost smiled. Dumbledore continued laying out the rules, obstacles within the maze, points accumulated from previous tasks determining entry order. The cup at the center is final objective. Straightforward, measured, civilized in wording. The thing inside Harry liked that. A contained hunting ground. Boundaries. Escalation. A goal at the center and danger between. He hated that it liked it. When breakfast ended and the hall spilled into movement again, Harry found himself slower to stand. The room felt too bright, too loud. Every fork scrape and bench shift and rising cluster of student speculation cutting with unnecessary clarity. Harry. He looked up. Hermione had not moved yet. Ron lingered on the other side. Face caught between concern and the practical certainty that whatever was happening inside Harry would get worse if left unnamed. You heard the word maze and went miles away, Hermione said. Harry rubbed at the scar on his forehead. It was warm, but not painfully so. I know. Ron grimaced. Not in a good way. Harry thought about it. No, that was true. Then, because truth had become easier since Dumbledore finally named the thing, he added, and yes. Neither of them flinched. Hermione gathered her books. Then we prepare for both. That was her answer to most things. Study, identify, attack by organization. Ron nodded. Yeah, monster hedges, nightmare creatures, curses, giant spiders, whatever. We'll sort it. Harry stood at last. He repeated, and some part of him eased. The maze began as rumor, then timber, then magic. For the first week after the announcement, the Quidditch pitch became a site of escalating absurdity. Crates arrived by the dozen. Ministry officials stomped about with clipboards and deeply self-important expressions. Professors vanished from lessons on tournament business. Enormous sections of ground were cordoned off. The hedges themselves appeared gradually. First as neat green walls no taller than Hagrid's shoulder, then as something denser and stranger as the days passed. By early June they towered high enough to blot out half the castle's view. From the upper floors, students could see only dark green corridors and the suggestion of shifting paths inside. The maze changed even before it was finished. Harry knew because he watched it. He found himself watching too often. At odd hours he would look from the astronomy tower, a library window, a corridor slit over the grounds, and catch the sense, not sight exactly, but sense, that the hedges were not merely growing. They were organizing. Enchanted vegetation, yes, but layered over that came a pressure he recognized from elsewhere in his life now, the feel of a structure designed to answer intrusion with tailored resistance. The tournament was learning him as he learned it. That thought arrived one afternoon and refused to leave. He was sitting with Hermione in the library while Ron suffered visibly through a chapter on defensive curses that, in his opinion, would have been better left theoretical. Outside the long windows, sunlight caught the upper edges of the maze in warm gold. Inside, parchment rustled, students whispered, and Madame Pants prowled like a particularly vindictive ghost. Harry's eyes kept drifting outward. Hermione noticed on the third time. "You think it's looking back," she said quietly. Harry blinked. "Do I make that obvious?" "To me, usually." Ron glanced up from his book. "That's because she collects your oddities like case notes." Hermione ignored him. "Do you?" Harry hesitated. The honest answer sounded ridiculous, which usually meant it was the one he should give these days. "Yes." Ron lowered his book. "The maze." "Not literally." "That's disappointing. I was hoping for insulting topiary." Harry huffed a laugh, but his gaze returned to the window. "It's more like, he searched for it. The other tasks had domains. The dragon pit, the lake. They were environments that forced something in me to answer. The maze feels different." "How?" Hermione asked. Harry stared at the dark green paths from this distance. The way the shadows between them seemed to hold shape longer than sunlight should have allowed. "It feels like it's not testing the environment around me." He swallowed. "It feels like it's going to test what I bring into it." That silenced both of them. Ron was first to recover. "Right. So, worse than monster hedges." Hermione nodded slowly. "Psychological enchantments." "Fantastic," Ron said. "Those are always cheerful." Harry said nothing. He was already thinking of the dragon's fire, the lake's pressure, the way his own instincts had answered challenge with adaptation and dominance. A maze could not burn him into wings or drown him into gills. So what would it do? Show him what happened if he stopped choosing. The question stayed. Training for the third task became less about spectacle and more about survival. Moody, of all people, took the most practical interest. His classes grew nastier in useful ways. More jinxes. More counters. More emphasis on what fear did to timing. He stalked between desks barking corrections while his magical eye saw too much and concealed too little of its fascination whenever Harry managed something under pressure that looked just a fraction too fast. One evening after class he stopped Harry with a voice like gravel dragged over stone. "Potter." Harry turned. The room had emptied except for a few lingering students escaping the smell of scorched fabric and singed nerves. Moody leaned on his staff at the front desk, scarred face unreadable. "The maze won't care how dramatic Ye looked with a dragon." Harry said nothing. Moody's magical eye spun once. "It'll care what Ye do when Ye can't see the danger, can't reach it, can't force it into a straight fight." The heat beneath Harry's ribs coiled. "That meant to be advice?" he asked. Moody's mouth twitched. "Depends whether you're clever enough to use it." Harry should have left. Instead he heard himself say, "You knew the dragon would push me." Moody went very still. Not surprised. Not exactly. Evaluating. "It pushed all of you. You watched me. That's my job." Harry took one step closer. The old predator instinct in him, RPENED by months of scrutiny and the growing ease with which power wanted to simplify relationships, rose hard at Moody's tone. Not because Moody frightened him, though in a sense he did, but because E-Man kept circling him like a handler studying whether a dangerous creature had learned obedience or merely patience. "I'm not a specimen," Harry said quietly. Moody's normal eye narrowed. The magical one fixed on Harry's face. Then throat, then shoulders, measuring an angle of threat invisible to everyone else. "Good," he growled at last. "Specimens get dissected. Champions survive." Then he turned away as if dismissing the conversation by force. Harry left with adrenaline simmering under his skin and no satisfaction at all. Because Moody's answer, infuriating as it was, had not sounded like mockery. It had sounded like warning. Crumb was easier. That surprised Harry at first. Durmstrang's champion was not friendly in any easy, sprawling Weasley way. He remained stern, inward, and built of spare words. But after the second task, something like mutual recognition had settled between them. They crossed paths one evening on the grounds near the edge of the maze, where most students had enough sense not to loiter after sunset. Crumb stood with his hands behind his back staring at the hedge walls. Harry slowed, then stopped beside him. For a while they simply stood there. At last Crumb said, in his blunt, Careful English, in Durmstrang, they are taught some magic's answer challenge by becoming bigger than it. Harry looked at him sharply. Crumb kept his eyes on the maze. This is dangerous teaching. Yeah, Harry said after a second. I'm starting to notice. Crumb's mouth moved by half a fraction. On him it was almost a smile. Maze is not like dragon. Not like water. He turned his head slightly. You know this. Harry nodded. Crumb considered him. Dragon, you became sky. Water, you became deep. Maze, he tapped 2 fingers lightly against his temple. Maze Vance Vat you fear to become. The simplicity of it hit like cold water. Harry did not know if Crumb intended the sentence as mystical insight or practical observation. Perhaps with Durmstrang that distinction barely existed. How do you fight that? Harry asked before he could stop himself. Crumb shrugged once. You do not believe every shape your mind shows you. Then he walked back toward the castle, leaving Harry at the hedge line with wind in the grass and the sinking certainty that the Bulgarian seeker had just described the problem more clearly than most professors could have managed. The maze started before the task did. That was the real trouble. A week before the 3rd task, Harry began seeing things in the corners of reflective surfaces. Not constant hallucinations. Not enough to make him question reality. Just flashes. A dark corridor in a window that should have shown only afternoon sky. A red eye under lake black water in the polished silver of a spoon. The sug, Hestion of wings behind him in a classroom cabinet glass, gone when he turned. It could have been exhaustion. Stress. Tournament nerves mutating into spectacle. Any normal explanation would have been comforting. Unfortunately, Harry knew the feeling too well. These were not random. The maze, or the magic preparing it, was already reaching for material. He did not tell Ron and Hermione at first. That was stupid. And he knew it was stupid, but some old part of him still clung to the belief that if a weakness remained unnamed, it remained more manageable. The problem with that logic was Hermione Granger could spot withheld information the way dragons spotted movement. She trapped him in an empty charms classroom on a wet Tuesday afternoon. You're hiding something. Harry leaned against a desk and aimed for casual. I hide lots of things. It's practically a hobby. Hermione folded her arms. That was all. No argument. No threat. Just the look. Harry lasted 8 seconds. I'm seeing things, he admitted. Her expression changed at once. Not fear, not exasperation. Immediate analysis over concern. What sort of things? He told her. The reflections. The flashes. The sense of being watched not by a person, but by possibilities assembled from his own dread. Hermione listened without interrupting, then made him repeat the part about the reflections twice more while she paced. When did it start? A week ago. Maybe a bit less. Only near the maze. No. Harry rubbed his face. But more often when I've looked at it first. Hermione stopped pacing. All right. Then the enchantments are leeching ahead of schedule. At his expression, she added, not intentionally, I think. More like resonance. The maze is probably layered with perception-based defenses, fear amplifiers. Disorientation charms, maybe tailored illusions. If you're unusually sensitive to magical environments now, it's reaching me early. Yes, that should not have calmed him. It did, a little. Because explanation turned threat into shape, and shape could be worked with. Hermione, seeing that, softened by half a degree. You need to tell someone if it gets worse. Harry gave her a bleak look. And say what? Sorry, Professor, the giant murder hedge is preloading my private nightmare content. She nearly smiled. Not like that. Shame. Then she stepped closer and lowered her voice. Harry, listen to me. Whatever it shows you in there, it's built from fear, not fate. The sentence struck deep because it answered exactly what he had been too ashamed to frame aloud. Fear, not fate. He nodded. That night he wrote it on a scrap of parchment and kept it in his pocket. Snape cornered him 3 days later. Not literally in a passage with robes flaring and murder in his eyes. Harry's life had taught him to reserve that category for more ambitious threats. No, Snape did it worse, in private and with unnerving calm. He detained Harry after potions on the transparent pretense that everyone else had bottled their antidotes properly and Harry had not. Once the dungeon emptied, Snape set his own vial aside and said without looking up, your concentration has deteriorated. Harry stood stiffly by the table. Sorry, Professor. Snape's lip curled faintly. If I wished for apologies, Potter, I would haunt confessionals. He finally lifted his gaze. You are distracted, Snape said. Not by fame, I think. You wear notoriety like a badly fitted coat and always have. No, this is something else. Harry said nothing. Snape stepped closer, black robes whispering around stone. The third task is designed to expose weakness under pressure. That much is obvious. But your weakness is not, as most would assume, physical vulnerability. His eyes sharpened. It is appetite. The word hit like a slap. Harry's hands curled at his sides. Snape did not blink. You have discovered, he said softly, that danger awakens power in you. That should frighten you more than any maze. Silence stretched. Harry felt the old heat rise, hard and immediate. Not because Snape was wrong, he was not, but because he had said the truth in the ugliest possible way. Stripping it down to its most accusatory shape. Appetite. Not duty. Not adaptation. Appetite. And yes, sometimes that was what the power felt like. Hunger for the simpler hierarchy of challenge met, enemy dominated. Impossible thing made native by force of will. Snape watched the reaction move through Harry and, for once, did not seem pleased by it. Control is not suppression, he said at last. Suppressed forces return stupidly. Controlled ones answer command. He paused, then added with visible distaste, should you insist upon carrying this thing, learn the difference. Harry stared. This was not kindness. It might, however, be help. Before he could decide, Snape had already turned back to his desk as if the conversation had exhausted his willingness to act like anything other than himself. Leave, he said. Harry did. In the corridor outside, his pulse hammered faster than usual, which in itself said enough. Appetite. Control. Suppression. The words followed him through the stone passages and into the open air where late afternoon sun touched the castle in gold and students laughed on the lawns as if no one was about to be fed into a psychological killing garden. He found Ron near the Ollery later and repeated as much of the exchange as he could bear. Ron listened, face tightening in stages. So Snape insulted you into useful advice, he said finally. That's annoyingly on brand. Harry laughed under his breath. Ron kicked at a stone. He's not wrong, though. Thanks. Not like that. Ron grimaced. I mean, look, you've spent years being the person danger happens to. Of course some horrible, non-human bit of magic inside you thinks the answer is to become danger first. Harry leaned against the wall. That's one of the more disturbing ways you've ever supported me. Ron shrugged. I contain multitudes. Then his face sobered fully. Just remember you don't have to prove you're the worst thing in the maze. Harry looked at him. Ron met his eyes. Completely serious now. You only have to get through it. That, too, stayed. The maze was finished 2 days before the task. From the castle battlements it looked impossible, gray. At walls of dark hedge thicker than carriage houses, paths twisting inward on themselves, the center utterly hidden. At dusk the enchantments shifted across it like breath over glass. Spells sank into the leaves and vanished. Somewhere inside, creatures had been placed. Illusions. Traps, cursed objects, maybe worse. The Quidditch pitch no longer existed. It had become a green mouth. Harry stood on the astronomy tower that evening with the wind pulling at his robes and watched sunset bleed red across the topmost branches. The light made the hedge walls look briefly black. Behind him, a voice said, "You do realize staring at it won't make it friendlier." Ginny. He did not turn immediately. Wasn't the goal. She came to stand at the parapet beside him, not crowding, just present. Her hair burned copper in the last light. She followed his gaze toward the maze and made a face. Hideous. Harry smiled faintly. That's one word. It looks like a bad decision grew roots. He laughed for real at that. For a while they stood in quiet. Then Ginny said, "You're doing it again." He frowned. Doing what? Standing like you're about to go somewhere alone so no one gets caught in the fallout. Harry did turn then. She met his look without flinching. That's not what this is. It is a bit. He opened his mouth to deny it and found, irritatingly, that the denial lacked conviction. Ginny leaned her elbows on the stone. Tom tried to do the same thing to me, you know. Harry's chest tightened. She kept her eyes on the maze. Make me think isolation was clarity. That, being alone with the thing in my head would make it easier to manage. Her voice remained steady, which made the truth in it sharper. It doesn't. It just gives the voice more room. Harry looked away first. He had not told her about the reflections. Not in detail. Yet she had seen enough of him this year, of the pauses, the listening, the strain around the eyes when power and fear pulled in different directions, to read the pattern anyway. I know it isn't the same, she said after a moment. But don't hand your mind over to an enemy just because it already knows the floor plan. The sunset slipped lower. The maze darkened by degrees. Harry let out a slow breath. I'll try. Ginny nodded once, accepting the answer for what it was. Then she bumped her shoulder lightly against his before heading back to the stair. At the door she paused. You know what I think, she said. Harry raised an eyebrow. I think the maze should be frightened of you too. Then she vanished down the steps, leaving him with wind, dusk, and the uncomfortable suspicion that she was probably right in ways he wished were less complicated. The night before the third task, sleep refused to come. Harry lay under the hangings listening to the dormitory breathe around him. Ron snored softly. Neville turned once and settled. From outside came the occasional scrape of branch against tower stone. Normal sounds. Human sounds. The sort that should have anchored him. Instead, every time he closed his eyes, the maze rearranged itself behind them. Not as it truly looked. As it intended to. Corridors narrowing into arteries. Hedges whispering in voices he knew. The cup at the center replaced by a throne, then a gravestone, then a sword planted upright in dark soil. Cedric's face behind leaves turning into his father's for half a blink. Hermione calling for help from 3 directions at once. Ron laughing in one corridor and screaming in another. Dumbledore at the center saying nothing. Voldemort's red eyes opening in the green. Harry sat up hard. His skin was hot. The room was dark except for moonlight through the narrow window. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and reached automatically for the scrap of parchment in his pocket. Fear, not fate. He read it twice. Then again. His pulse slowed. Not enough to sleep. Enough to choose something else. He slipped quietly out of bed, pulled on a jumper over his shirt, and went downstairs to the common room. The fire had burned down to embers. The windows were black mirrors. He sank into an armchair and stared into the grate until sparks shifted red and gold. After a while, without asking permission, the chair opposite creaked. Hermione sat there with a blanket around her shoulders and hair half undone. You left the stairs like someone trying not to wake a dragon, she said. Harry gave a tired huff. Didn't want to wake Ron. He'd only ask whether insomnia counts as tactical preparation. That sounded accurate enough to help. Hermione pulled her knees up slightly beneath the blanket and studied him in the firelight. Bad. Harry nodded. Maze. Yes. She considered, then reached into the folds of the blanket and held out something small. It was a bit of string tied around a bead-sized charmstone. Harry frowned. What's that? A focus anchor. At his look, she added, Professor Flitwick helped me with the theory. It won't stop illusions or fear charms if the maze is using both. But if you hold it and repeat a chosen truth, it should help stabilize your own perception enough not to lose yourself immediately. Harry took it carefully. The charmstone was warm from her hand. Is this allowed? Hermione looked offended. Of course. It isn't offensive magic. It's cognitive reinforcement. He smiled despite everything. That's not an answer. It's the best answer you're getting at this hour. He turned the stone between his fingers. What truth did you choose? She asked softly. Harry looked down at the scrap of parchment in his other hand. Fear, not fate. Hermione nodded once. Good. A long silence followed. Then Harry asked, because the hour and the dark and the honesty of approaching danger made it possible, what if it shows me something I want? Hermione's eyes lifted to his. That's the cruelest kind of trap, she said. But wanting a thing isn't the same as obeying it. Harry swallowed. What if the thing I want is to stop having to fight it? Her expression changed then, not less intelligent, just more human. You rest when it's over, she said. Not by surrendering halfway through. The answer hit him with more force than anything dramatic could have managed. Rest when it's over. Not by surrendering halfway through. He closed his hand around the charmstone. By the time Hermione went back upstairs, the fire had burned low enough to glow more than flame. Harry stayed where he was until the sky beyond the windows began to pale at the edges. Tomorrow the maze would come for what it thought he feared most. Harry intended, as best he could, to make it work for its meal. The day of the third task arrived bright and almost offensively beautiful. June sunlight spilled over the grounds in warm gold. The lake shone harmlessly blue. Students laughed after lunch in little clusters as though the evening did not contain serious risk of maiming. The absurdity of it all pressed at Harry until he could almost laugh. The score standings placed him and Cedric equal at the top. That meant they would enter first. He saw Cedric before dusk near the champion's tent. Both of them already changed into task robes, both carrying the same contained tension under different faces. Cedric gave a small nod. Ready? No, Harry said honestly. Cedric's mouth twitched. Right answer. They waited together in the strange calm before public danger, listening to the crowd fill the stands beyond the canvas walls. Bagman shouted. Students roared. The maze rustled in the rising evening breeze like something breathing through teeth. Harry touched the charmstone in his pocket. Fear, not fate. The heat inside him coiled, watchful and eager. The maze wanted to hunt his mind. Fine, let it come close enough to be seen clearly. Because Harry Potter was no longer entering it as a frightened boy stumbling into other people's monsters. He was entering as someone who knew exactly what monster the hedges would try to build from his fear. And exactly why he had to refuse it. Outside, the whistle blew for champions to take their positions. The crowd thundered. The green walls opened. Cedric stepped to Harry's side. Together they faced the mouth of the maze as dusk gathered over Hogwarts and the final task prepared to stop being a game. The maze swallowed sound first. One moment Harry stood beneath an evening sky full of crowd noise and banners and Bagman's artificially jubilant voice. The next he crossed the hedge line beside Cedric Diggory. And the world closed. The difference was immediate enough to feel physical. Behind them the spectators still existed, 10,000 people, teachers, judges, the whole bright the Aider of the third task, but the enchanted hedges devoured their presence almost at once. Noise dulled to a distant pressure. Light thinned. Even the air changed, going cool and green and still, thick with the smell of crushed leaf. Damp earth, and old magic woven too tightly through living things. Harry stopped after 3 steps. Cedric looked sideways. What? Harry did not answer at once. The maze was alive, not literally in the simple sense of plants growing and shifting where magic told them to. That much was obvious. This was deeper. The corridors held tension the way animals held tension before springing. Leaves whispered against one another with no wind to move them. The spaces between turns felt measured, as if the maze were deciding not merely where they walked, but when. The heat under Harry's ribs answered. Not sky this time, not water, nothing environmental. This was different exactly as he had feared it would be. The maze was not a domain meant to force adaptation of body. It was an encounter, an intelligence of pressure. It wanted to see what Harry brought into confinement. Cedric, reading none of that but enough of Harry's face, lowered his voice. You all right? Harry touched the charmstone in his pocket. Fear, not fate. Yeah, he lied. Cedric's expression said he did not believe that, but he nodded anyway. Right, we split or stay together. That question carried more weight than Bagman or the judges likely intended. The tournament wanted a winner. One champion. Competition reduced to a single cup at the center. The sensible answer, in raw strategic terms, was to separate early and trust skill. Harry looked down the first fork in the path. Shadows lay there wrong, not darker than they should have been. More attentive. He looked at Cedric. Together for now, Harry said. Cedric's shoulders loosened by a fraction. Good. They took the left path. The maze responded immediately. Not with violence. With uncertainty. The first corridor stretched farther than it had looked from outside. Then it narrowed so subtly Harry only noticed because his senses were already too sharpened to miss the drag of leaves against cloth. The next turn opened onto a straight run that should have taken them deeper toward the center, but by Harry's reckoning the angle was wrong. The path bent space just enough to deny easy mapping. A lovely start, Cedric muttered. Harry almost smiled. Then something moved ahead. Low. Fast. Cedric's wand came up first. Lumos. The light caught fur, eyeshine, a dog shape too large and wrong for any natural animal. It leapt through the glow with fangs bared. Harry moved before thought. Not toward it. Around it. He seized Cedric's sleeve and yanked him sideways as the thing passed between where they had been standing. Missing by inches. Cedric stumbled, recovered instantly, and fired a stunning spell that hit the beast broadside. It slammed into the hedge with a yelp and dissolved into black mist. They both stared. Cedric lowered his wand slowly. Was that real? Harry listened. The maze seemed pleased. No, he said. Or not entirely. Cedric exhaled through his nose. Brilliant. They kept moving. The first true threat came 12 turns in. Harry only knew it was 12 because he had started counting to impose some kind of human order over a place that kept trying to dissolve it. Left, right, straight. Right again, narrowing gap, low arch of thorns, open stretch, dead end that had not been dead 10 seconds earlier, backtrack, another fork. Then the corridor filled with mist. It poured out of nowhere. Thin at first, then thickening into a low silver cloud that crawled along the ground and rose in sheets until their knees vanished inside it. Cedric cursed softly. What is that? Harry smelled it before it touched them. Sweet. Wrong. A sleeping draft made malicious. Not poison exactly. Dissolution. Something enchanted to dull thought, balance, direction. He opened his mouth to warn Cedric. Too late. The mist touched his boots and the world lurched. Not drunkenness. Worse. The solid line between perception and interpretation frayed at once. The hedge walls leaned inward. Cedric's outline doubled, then tripled. Harry's own limbs felt delayed from his thoughts, as if his body were choosing to obey from a short distance away. Don't breathe too deep, he said, and heard his own voice come from somewhere slightly left of his mouth. Cedric coughed. Helpful. The charmstone burned in Harry's pocket. He grabbed it by reflex. Fear, not fate. The sentence steadied one edge of the room. Enough. Finite. Cedric shouted, slashing his wand downward. The mist shivered but did not break. Harry's mind moved through options with artificial slowness. Not fire, hedges. Not brute force, spreading cloud. Air manipulation. Wind. Too broad. Too human. The infernal instinct beneath his thoughts offered something colder and simpler. Assert dominance over the space itself. Burn the enchantment out at its center and let the corridor remember who entered it. Harry gritted his teeth. No. Then Cedric stumbled hard enough to slam into the hedge. Thorns caught his sleeve. The maze, delighted by weakness, thickened the mist around his face. Harry chose. Not surrender. Use. He drove his wand downward, but the power did not come through the wand alone. It came through his chest, his scar, the deep coiling furnace that had waited all year for enclosed pressure and a reason to answer it. Red gold light burst from the point of contact where wand met ground. It spread in a ring, not flame but force, dry, searing, sovereign. The mist screamed, not audibly, magically. It burned away from them in a sudden clean circle, leaving the corridor sharp and real again. Cedric dropped to one knee, coughing, eyes watering. Harry stared at the scorched earth between them. The ring he had made glowed dull red for a second before fading. See. Edric looked up through coughing and saw it too. That, he said hoarsely, wasn't in defensive magical theory. Harry offered a hand. Cedric took it and hauled himself up. His grip was strong, steadying, grateful. Still together? Harry asked. Cedric gave a breathless huff of laughter. Unless you've started eating competitors. The joke landed harder than Cedric knew. Harry managed a thin smile anyway. Not today. They moved on. The maze did not rely on a single kind of danger. That, Harry realized within minutes, was its cleverness. No repeated pattern to anticipate. No fixed domain to master. Instead it shifted tactics the moment one ceased to work cleanly. Creatures emerged, vanished, or proved half illusion, half enchantment in maddening alternation. A patch of path turned. Dita sucking mud beneath Cedric's next step and nearly swallowed him to the thigh before Harry and a banishing charm together freed him. A swarm of stinging black insects burst from a hedge seam only to scatter when Harry's temper flared hard enough to send a wave of heat through the corridor. Then came the scroot. The blast-ended creature crashed out from a side path in a shower of clipped leaves and foul smoke, huge now. Its segmented body armored and obscene, reeking of burnt shell and old meat. Its rear blast ignited the air behind it in sudden explosive bursts. Cedric swore and fired twice. Neither curse did much. The scroot lunged. Harry felt it before he fully saw it. The exact line of movement, the compressed violence in its body, the route it expected prey to take when cornered in a narrow corridor. The infernal instinct in him mapped it instantly. Too quick to retreat. Too armored to stun directly. Vulnerable under the plates if turned. Dangerous tail end. He moved left. Cedric, to his credit, trusted the movement without asking why and followed half a beat later. The Scroot blasted forward past them, overshooting in its own speed. Harry pivoted and, with a vicious surge of heat he barely kept leashed, drove a curse into the unarmored joint where shell met underside. The beast shrieked. Cedric hit it an instant later from the other side. Together the spells fl-ed it hard enough that it slammed against the hedge wall and thrashed there in furious confusion. Run, Harry snapped. This time Cedric didn't question at all. They ran. Branches tore at their sleeves. Smoke billowed behind. The corridor split twice before the Scroot's enraged crashes finally faded. Only then did Cedric slow, breathing hard. You see them before they move. Harry stared ahead. Sometimes honesty felt like stepping off a cliff because the alternatives had all become thinner than air. Usually, he said. Cedric nodded once. No accusation. No fear. Just acceptance folded into practical recalculation. That's useful, Cedric said. The simplicity of it almost hurt. Harry turned to look at him properly. Cedric's face was damp with sweat despite the cool maze air. His hair had leaves tangled through it. One sleeve was torn nearly to the elbow. He looked like what he was, a young wizard in over his head and refusing to let it show where it counted. You should probably be more worried about me, Harry said quietly. Cedric held his gaze. That depends, he said after a moment, on whether you're more worried about you. The question landed like a thrown weight. Harry did not answer. Cedric exhaled. Right. Then we keep moving. And because the tournament had not yet succeeded in making either of them stupid, they did. At some point the maze stopped trying to separate them physically and began trying to separate them by truth. The corridor ahead opened unexpectedly into a small circular clearing walled by hedge on all sides except the entrance behind them and a narrower exit opposite. At the center stood a stone basin full of perfectly still water. Cedric halted at once. That's not suspicious. Harry was already listening. Nothing moved. No creatures. No rustle of shifting leaves. No hiss of hidden enchantment. The stillness itself was the trap. The charmstone in his pocket went hot. Fear, not fate. Don't touch it, Harry said. Cedric, halfway through raising his wand toward the basin, lowered it again. Not planning to. The water reflected no sky. That was wrong enough. Even beneath the maze canopy there should have been some trace of evening light. Some distortion of green overhead. Instead the basin's surface showed only depthless black until Harry looked directly into it. Then it showed Godric's hollow. He stepped back so fast his shoulder hit Thorn. The basin did not care. Its surface rippled once and sharpened the vision. A ruined nursery. Shattered wood. Blood. And in the corner, seated amid wreckage, an infant with green eyes and a scar not yet fully formed. Harry's throat closed. Cedric saw his reaction, not the image. What is it? The water changed again. Now Privet Drive. Dudley laughing. Vernon red-faced and huge. A cupboard door. A small boy inside it listening to footsteps and learning how silence felt safer than crying. Harry could not breathe properly. The maze had found the right seam. It was not merely showing fear. It was showing beginnings. The places where helplessness had fermented into that deep black need never to be cornered again. Not fate, Hermione had said. Fear, yes, but fear shaped early enough could pass for structure if you let it calcify. The basin rippled again. This time it showed him older, perhaps not much older than now, perhaps years. Hard to tell because the face had lost something human in the eyes. Harry, but leaner and colder, standing in the great hall while students knelt around him not in loyalty but terror. Behind him spread scorched wings. At his feet lay a broken wand. Cedric grabbed his shoulder. Harry. The touch cut through enough for him to blink. The image remained. That future self looked up from the black water and smiled. Not cruelly. Worse. Knowingly. As if the basin were not inventing anything at all, merely accelerating choices Harry had already begun making in small acceptable ways. The infernal power inside him did not recoil. It recognized the image's possibility. Harry's stomach turned over. He ripped his gaze away and spoke through locked teeth. Don't look in it. Cedric, pale now from Harry's tone alone, stepped back from the basin. Wasn't planning to. The water shuddered once as if annoyed. Then, behind them, the entrance hedge began to close. Move, Cedric said. They sprinted for the opposite opening just as thorn branches lashed inward where they had been standing. Harry felt the basin's vision tug once more at the edge of his perception, offering one last glimpse. Of that future him on a throne made of old fear and new power. He did not turn back. The clearing sealed behind them. Cedric's voice came rough in the narrow corridor ahead. You want to tell me what that was? Harry forced air into his lungs. It was me, he said at last. If I stopped choosing. Cedric glanced at him sidelong and did not look away fast enough to hide the shock. Yet when he spoke, he said only, then don't. Harry let out one strangled laugh. No pressure. Cedric's mouth twitched. Plenty of that already. They kept going. The maze began to take Cedric too. Rai noticed because the other boy's movements changed. Not dramatically. Just enough. Half-second hesitations at forks. One glance over the shoulder too many. A tightening around the eyes whenever the hedges whispered in the windless air. What are you hearing? Harry asked after Cedric nearly turned down a dead path that stank of curse magic so strongly Harry could taste it. Cedric froze. Then, because the maze had apparently exhausted both their patience for pretending, he said, my father. Harry waited. Cedric's voice stayed level only by force. Not actual words. More like whatever I think he'd say if I failed in front of everyone. That made vicious sense. Amos Diggory's pride wasn't cruel, exactly, but it was large enough to cast pressure like a shadow. Harry nodded. Ignore it. Cedric gave him a sharp look. Excellent strategy. Why didn't I think of that? Harry almost smiled. The moment of humor saved them. Or came close. Because as Cedric spoke, the hedge wall ad split open and something stepped through shaped like a man. For one terrible heartbeat Harry thought it was James Potter. Same messy hair. Same height. Same glasses catching greenish maze light. Then it smiled too slowly and Harry knew it for what it was, boggart, illusion, weaponized grief dressed in the exact shape required to pause him. Harry, it said in James's voice. You could end all of this. If you stopped pretending to be small. The words hit like a curse. Not because of the dead voice. Because the content matched what the darker instinct whispered when the world pressed Ardest. Stop choosing restraint and everything becomes easier. Cedric moved first. Ridiculous. The figure convulsed. Not into comedy. Into something worse. A corpse in James Potter's shape hanging limp from black wings. Cedric swore violently. Sorry. The boggart laughed in two voices at once, James's and something older, deeper, infernal. It lunged. Harry's control snapped. Not fully. Enough. He did not cast through his wand this time. The power came straight through his hands in a burst of red-black force that tore the boggart apart mid-leap. It disintegrated into smoke and whirling ash, but the corridor paid a price. Hedge leaves blackened. Thorns curled in on themselves. The ground split in a hot line where the blast had hit. Cedric stared. Harry stared too. His hands smoked faintly. The heat did not recede after the strike. It climbed. Somewhere ahead, the maze sensed escalation and thrilled to it. Harry felt the whole structure tighten around them like a net Cognizing the fish had finally started biting back. Harry, Cedric said carefully. I know. You're glowing. That was new. Harry looked down. Through torn spots in the sleeves of his task robes. Faint red light traced under his skin in branching lines like molten cracks in cooling iron. Not stable. Not visible from far, perhaps. But enough. The maze had done what pressure always did now. Found the seam, widened it. Waited for him to either break or let more through. Cedric's next words came low and even. Can you still think straight? Harry met his eyes. Yes. That, at least, was true. Cedric nodded once. Chose trust as deliberately as Harry chose control. Then let's finish. And because that trust was offered without fear or worship, without any of the things the dark. Our force inside him knew how to manipulate, it anchored harder than the charmstone for one precious minute. They moved on. The center of the maze pulled them in. Not by direction, by pressure. The closer they drew, the more the corridors seemed to narrow and twist in ways that forced confrontation rather than avoidance. Harmless paths vanished. Dangerous ones found them. Once, a section of hedge. Behind Harry opened just long enough for him to glimpse the Triwizard Cup's distant gleam through 3 layers of leaf and shadow, only to seal shut the instant he took a step toward it. The maze did not want speed. It wanted strain. That became undeniable in the final third. The hedges around them began whispering in voices they knew. Ron's laugh from the left, then a scream cut short. Hermie. One calling Harry's name from 2 corridors over in tones of precise terror he had never actually heard from her. Sirius, hoarse and furious, shouting don't let it take you. Dumbledore speaking calmly about sacrifice. Voldemort hissing promises through the leaves. Lily singing something half-remembered from no real childhood Harry had ever possessed. Fear, not fate. Harry repeated it under his breath until the words became rhythm. Cedric heard and, after a moment, began saying his own chosen phrase in low bursts Harry could not fully catch. Something about not being his father's performance. Something like that. The exact words mattered less than the fact of them. 2 boys threading themselves through a predatory enchantment with human sentences as anchors. Then the maze trapped them properly. The corridor ahead widened without warning into a long rectangular chamber roofed by the interlocked branches of the hedge walls. At the far end, maybe 40 feet away, stood the cup on a street. One plinth gleaming blue-white in the dark. Harry and Cedric both stopped. It was too easy. They knew it together. Could feel it in the shared pause. The space between them and the cup looked empty. That was the trap. Cedric whispered, "Any ideas?" Harry listened. Nothing. Then he looked down. The ground between them and the plinth was not earth. It was reflection. Not a literal mirror, but a thin, black surface like lakewater laid flat over packed soil, so still it returned distorted images upward. Harry and Cedric, the hedges, the cup, only each image carried the faint wrongness of delay. The maze had brought back the basin's lesson. Cedric saw it too. No. The reflected Harry on the ground moved first. The real Harry had not. Down below, Blackwater Harry straightened, smiled, and unfurled vast burning wings. Reflected Cedric lifted his wand not toward the cup, but toward Harry's back. Above, the real Cedric went rigid. "What does yours show?" Harry asked. Cedric's voice came tight. "You killing me." Harry closed his eyes once. Of course. The maze had finally found the simplest knife. Not their private fears alone, but the fear that pressure would turn them against each other because competition, power, and survival made betrayal efficient. When Harry opened his eyes, the reflected versions below had begun walking toward one another. Not toward the cup, toward conflict. The ground rippled. Then hands started reaching up from beneath it. Human hands. Too many. Pale, grasping, dragging themselves toward the surface as if some whole graveyard had been buried under black water and told the living above to come closer. Cedric swore. The reflected Harry bared his teeth in silent delight. The reflected Cedric leveled his wand. "This is it," Harry said quietly. Cedric glanced at him, meaning, "The maze wants one of us to believe the other one will choose the cup over people." Cedric looked back at the reflection of Harry murdering him. Then, with a composure Harry would remember for years, he said, "I don't." The sentence cracked something. Not in the maze. In Harry. Trust under these conditions was obscene. Irrational. Powerful. The infernal thing inside him, built to map hierarchy and threaten contest, did not know what to do with a rival who looked into an enchantment showing his own death and answered with faith. The maze knew exactly what to do, however. It escalated. The reflected Harry leapt upward from the black surface. Not as illusion now. As attack. He hit the real world in a shower of cold dark water. ND became solid halfway through the jump, hairy-shaped, winged, red-eyed, grinning with old appetite. At the same instant the reflected Cedric rose too, wand already spitting green light toward Harry. "Down!" Cedric shouted. They split. Harry hit the side wall, rolled, and came up with the charmstone in one hand and his wand in the other. The false Cedric's curse ripped leaves apart where he'd been. The false Harry laughed, a sound so much like what Harry feared his own laughter might one day become that it sent ice through even the heated chaos inside him. "Why keep pretending?" the thing said in Harry's own voice. "He already knows what you are." Cedric blasted the false Harry square in the chest. The thing barely staggered. "Not helping," Cedric yelled. Harry felt the answer before he understood it. The reflected selves were not creatures in the ordinary sense. They were possibility made hostile. Fear dressed in agency. They could not simply be stunned because the maze fed them from belief. They needed to be refused. The false Cedric lunged, wand now a knife in his hand. Harry parried instinctively with more strength than a body his size ought to carry, wrist locking against wrist. For one brutal second he was nose to nose with a version of Cedric whose eyes held only expediency. "You know you'd let him die for the cup," the thing hissed in Cedric's voice. "That's what power wants. That's what winning is." Quote. Harry answered without thinking. "No." The word exploded out of him. Not loud. Absolute. The heat inside his body, driven all evening toward some threshold the maze had so patiently prepared, surged through that refusal and found shape. This was not wings. Not gills. Not environmental adaptation. This was the first full answer of Sparda's blessing. To direct conflict over identity itself. Devil trigger. Harry did not know the phrase consciously. The power knew it. The transformation hit like a cathedral bell rung inside his bones. Every act line of red light beneath his skin blazed at once. Pain speared through muscle, spine, scar, and skull, not tearing this time, but revelation. The body did not change away from him. It aligned around him at impossible speed. Heat roared outward. His vision sharpened until every leaf edge cut the air. The world slowed, not literally, but in relative terms against the violent precision now flooding his limbs. Something armored and infernal overlaid him, subtle compared to the future horror the maze had shown, but undeniable. Dark crimson-black plates of energy locked over shoulders and forearms like living metal. His fingers tipped briefly in clawed force. Behind him, wings erupted again, not ragged this time, but cleaner, vast, and terrible, structured by will rather than panic. His eyes burned red under the green. The corridor chamber detonated with pressure. The false Cedric flew backward as if struck by a battering ram. The false Harry stopped smiling. Cedric, real Cedric, stared. Not long. Because Cedric Diggory, better than most adults Harry knew, responded to impossible things by adjusting priorities rather than freezing under them. "Right," he shouted over the infern. Wind howling suddenly through the chamber. "That's new." Harry should have laughed. What came out was something sharper. The maze pressed in from every side, feeding on the transformation, trying to decide whether this was victory or greater danger. The reflected creatures lunged together now, desperate to turn the power against itself before choice reasserted command. Harry moved. The devil trigger did not feel human. That was the cleanest truth. It felt precise where human bodies felt approximate. The false Harry's claws came in from the left. Harry caught the wrist, twisted, and hattered the construct's arm in one savage, glowing motion. The false Cedric drove for his ribs. Harry turned with impossible speed and struck once, open-palmed, sending the reflection skidding across the black surface until it shattered into droplets and smoke. The false Harry recovered, wings spreading wide. It looked magnificent. It looked monstrous. It looked like the thing the basin had promised if Harry stopped choosing. "See," it said, voice layered now with infernal resonance. "You only become honest when you stop being small." Harry launched. The two collided above the black Sioux. Our face in a whirl of force and reflected darkness. Harry felt the construct's strength, great, but hollow, built from fear rather than actual inheritance. It fought like appetite without principle. Efficient. Brutal. Empty. The kind of power Voldemort would admire if shaped differently. Harry hated it on sight. That hatred clarified more than any speech could have. He drove the thing downward, NNED it to the black surface with one hand at the throat, and said into its face, "You are not me." The construct smiled wider. "Not yet." Harry answered with action. He thrust all the force of refusal, memory, fear, love, Ron's trust, Hermione's logic, Sirius's warning, Ginny's plain truth, Dumbledore's sentence, power must answer principle, through the grip of his transformed hand. Red gold light tore through the false Harry. It screamed in his own voice and came apart into burning fragments that evaporated before they hit the ground. Silence hit hard. Not complete silence. Cedric was breathing somewhere to Harry's right. The hedges hissed and thrashed. The black reflective ground trembled like a struck pond. But the central tension had broken. The false Cedric, already damaged, ooked from Harry's still burning form to the real Cedric standing with wand raised and trust intact. Then it dissolved on its own. The black surface beneath the chamber cracked in silver lines. The reaching hands vanished. At the far end, the cup remained. Real this time. Harry landed hard, knees bending under the force of impact. The devil trigger held for 2 more breaths, 3. Then the power began to recede. Not from weakness exactly, but because it had answered the crisis it wanted and would not sustain itself longer without greater cost. The armor-like energy burned away in drifting embers. The wings folded into smoke and vanished. Harry staggered as full human weight returned all at once. His vision swam. Every muscle in his back and chest screamed. Cedric caught his arm before he fell. For a second neither spoke. Then Cedric said, voice rough with shock and certainty and something close to admiration, "You still said no." Harry looked at him. Through exhaustion and pain and the fading red afterimage of power, that sentence cut cleanest. "Yes," Harry said. Cedric nodded once, fierce. "Good." Then he turned toward the cup. They stood at the edge of the chamber together, breathing hard. Uniforms torn and filthy, both carrying what the maze had shown and what it had failed to make true. "The cup," Cedric said. Harry followed his gaze. The center of the task. The prize. The finish. After everything, the sight of it looked almost ridiculous. Gold handles, blue-white gleam, a piece of polished triumph waiting on a plinth as if the corridor around it hadn't just tried to murder their souls. Cedric gave a half laugh, half cough. "After you." Harry stared. "We came in together," Cedric said. "You saved my life at least twice in here. You saved mine." Cedric shrugged. Exhausted and sincere. "Then take it." The tournament wanted a single victor. The maze had spent an entire chapter of itself trying to prove that power and competition would eventually turn friendship, decency, or even simple mutual regard into violence. That at the center of pressure waited one truth only. One person wins, one loses, and the stronger appetite deserves the cup. Harry looked at Cedric Diggory and felt the answer come easy. Not because he was noble beyond temptation. Because after what the maze had shown, choosing anything else would have felt like surrender. "We take it together," Harry said. Cedric stared a second. Then he smiled, tired, astonished, real. "Mad," he muttered. "Probably." Cedric stepped beside him. Together they crossed the sea. Hamber toward the stone plinth while behind them the maze settled in frustrated silence, its last and finest trap broken not by brute strength alone but by refusal. Harry felt every inch of the walk. The drain of the transformation. The ache in his scar. The afterburn in his limbs. The human fragility beneath all of it, back in full and painful force now that the devil trigger had receded. It did not matter. At the plinth, the cup gleamed. Cedric met Harry's eyes once. "On 3. Harry nodded. 1. The stands beyond the maze might as well have been another country. He heard nothing. 2. The heat inside him had gone quiet. Listening. 3. Their hands closed around the Triwizard Cup together. The world tore sideways. There was no warning, no triumph, no shower of sparks announcing victory. No bagman shouting about a draw. The cup's metal turned viciously cold under Harry's fingers and the ground vanished beneath them. Portkey. The realization flashed too late to help. Harry and Cedric were yanked off the face of the earth in a whirl of hook-deep motion and screaming air. And the last thing Harry saw before the maze, the castle, the task, and the whole safe structure of Hogwarts ripped away was the brief, shining look of shared surprise on Cedric's face. And then darkness folded around them both. Portkeys were never kind. This one was vicious. The moment Harry and Cedric touched the cup, triumph vanished into motion so violent it felt personal. The world hooked behind Harry's navel and tore sideways. Wind became pressure. Pressure became absence. Then stone, cold air. And impact slammed back all at once. Harry hit the ground shoulder first and rolled through wet grass and grave dirt. For half a second he saw nothing but black sky and white pain. Then the world resolved. A graveyard. Old, cramped, and wrong. Crooked headstones leaned through waist-high grass like broken teeth. Yew trees loomed black against a moon too thin to be comforting. Mist lay low over the earth, not drifting so much as clinging. The air smelled of wet soil, old stone, and something sharper underneath, like opened crypts and extinguished candles. Beside him, Cedric swore and pushed himself upright. "This isn't Hogwarts." Harry's scar exploded. He dropped to one knee with a strangled gasp, hands flying to his forehead as pain speared from the lightning bolt down into his skull and spine. This was worse than Quirrell. Worse than anything the dreams had done. Not just because Voldemort was near. Because the whole graveyard reeked of soul magic. The place itself felt like a wound in the world, old death laid over older resentment, family graves, bloodline pride, memory curdled into ritual ground. The Horcrux inside Harry answered it with nauseating recognition, while Sparda's blessing answered with colder contempt. Two darknesses waking in him at once. Harry forced his head up through the pane. Cedric had his wand out already, turning in a slow circle. Harry. Don't. Harry sucked in breath through gritted teeth. Don't touch the cup again. The Triwizard cup lay on its side a few feet away, gleaming dully in moonlight between two tilted gravestones. Not a prize. A trap. Mist moved at the far end of the graveyard. Cedric saw it too. Something was coming up the path between the stones. Small footsteps. Soft, wet, dragging. Another set heavier and uneven, accompanied by a faint clink of metal and the rustle of robes against grass. A voice hissed through the dark. Kill the spare. Harry moved at once. Cedric did too. A jet of green light tore through the graveyard where Cedric's chest had been a heartbeat earlier, smashing into a marble angel behind him and blasting stone fragments into the mist. Cedric dropped into a roll. Harry shoved through the scar pane and fired back without aiming properly, forcing the attacker behind a tall headstone. Pettigrew. The rat-faced man emerged in jerking motion a second later. Silver hand gleaming like a wound under moonlight. In his arms, bundled in black cloth, was something tiny and writhing. Not a child. Not an animal. A shape too malformed for either. Harry felt the Horcrux in him convulse. Cedric had seen enough to understand the essentials even if not the history. His face went white, but his wand stayed steady. Who is that? Harry's answer came before thought. Wormtail. Pettigrew flinched at the old name like a man being struck by memory. Then the bundle in his arms hissed again, high and thin and full of hatred older than breath. Fool, said the voice. Do not stand there talking. Take him. The bundle shifted, and red eyes opened in the folds of black cloth. Cedric froze for a split second. That was all Pettigrew needed. He ed his wand through the air and the gravestones answered. Harry had expected curses. Maybe conjured fire. Not the dead. Iron chains erupted from the earth around Cedric's legs with a shriek of torn soil, winding up his shins and waist before he could leap clear. At the same instant a rope of black spell light caught Harry around the chest and yanked him backward hard enough to knock his wand from his grip. He hit a headstone base. Breath gone. Cedric blasted one of the chains apart, but two more wrapped his wand arm and dragged it down. Pettigrew was not skilled enough for elegance. But tool magic did not require elegance when the ground itself had already been prepared. The bundle in his arms laughed. Harry knew that laugh. Too thin now. Too damaged. Yet unmistakable. Voldemort. Not restored. Not alive. But here. The pain in Harry's scar became almost blinding. Beneath it, something infernal bared its teeth. Pettigrew crossed the graveyard in a limping rush and kicked Harry's wand farther out of reach. Then he turned to Cedric with murder in his face. The green light built. Harry reacted on instinct, not logic. No. The word hit the air like a thrown gauntlet. Heat surged through him so violently the rope spell around his chest smoked. Pettigrew flinched. The green curse went wild, grazing Cedric's shoulder instead of his heart and blasting the top off a grave marker behind him. Cedric cried out and sagged against the chains, robe sleeve burning away where the curse had clipped flesh. Alive. Still alive. Pettigrew stared at Harry with open alarm. The bundle in his arms did not. The red eyes narrowed. Interesting. That single word carried more hatred than a lesser man could have packed into a speech. Pettigrew recovered first, dragged Cedric's wounded body fully against the nearest family monument, and bound him there with another chain spell. Cedric fought even half-stunned, which earned him a vicious crack of silver fingers across the face. Be still. Harry lunged. The binding rope tightened, hauling him upright against a tall marble headstone at the graveyard's center. Its inscription became visible through the pane. Tom Riddle. Of course this was where it would be. The old family grave stood like a dark altar beneath the moon, and Harry had been fastened to it by the chest and wrists as if he were both sacrifice and blasphemy in one body. The rope charm bit hard enough to bruise. Pettigrew, trembling now with urgency, laid the black bundle on the earth before the grave and began pulling things from a leather satchel. A knife. A bone-white bundle wrapped in cloth. A silver dagger etched in old runes. A potion flask full of something thick and red. Cedric, dazed and bleeding from the shoulder, forced out, Harry, what is that? Harry's scar answered before he could. It's him. Cedric looked from the thing on the ground to Harry and understood enough for horror to complete the sentence. Voldemort's ruined homunculus body lay in the grass like a hatred born too early, pale skin stretched over a child-sized frame, limbs wrong, face flattened between serpent and infant, red eyes bright with cold intelligence. He should not have been able to exist at all. That he did felt like an insult to every law the world claimed to respect. Voldemort looked at Harry and smiled. It was the same smile from the diary. From the back of Quirrell's head. From every nightmare. Only now it carried hunger. "You have disappointed me repeatedly, Harry Potter," he said in that thin, whispering voice. "And yet, in the end, you have come to me." Harry spat blood into the grass between them. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. Still a child. The answer rose in Harry hot and immediate, shaped by anger, grief, fear, and the deeper sovereign violence under all four. "No," he said hoarsely. "You just keep meeting me too early." Something moved through the graveyard at that. Not wind. Pressure. Even Pettigrew felt it. He glanced up with rodent terror in his face. Voldemort did not take his eyes off Harry. "No matter," he murmured. "The blood will settle the rest." Pettigrew began the ritual. Harry had seen magic done with words. With symbols, with intent sharpened through wandwork and study. This was uglier. This was magic built from theft. Pettigrew unwrapped the first bundle with Shaw. King reverence and lifted a pale splinter of bone long buried in the earth. The graveyard itself seemed to inhale. "Bone of the father," he whispered, voice cracking, "unknowingly given, you will renew your son." He dropped it into a great stone cauldron Harry had not noticed until then because it sat in the fog like a missing piece of night. Flames leapt green at the moment of contact. The liquid. It inside, if liquid it was, froth thick and vile. Cedric strained weakly against the chains. Harry pulled harder against the binding ropes, already feeling the infernal heat gathering behind his ribs. Not enough yet. Not through this much ritual weight. The graveyard was helping the ceremony. Bloodline, death, ancestor, desecration, all of it aligned too well. Pettigrew turned next to the silver dagger. Flesh of the servant, willingly given. He did not hesitate. The blade came down. The scream that tore from him was animal and human together. His silver hand clamped around the bleeding stump of his wrist as the severed flesh dropped hissing into the cauldron. The potion flared higher, thicker, scarlet green and obscene. Cedric swore under his breath, face gone sickly pale. Harry did not look away. He watched because this was the point where fear became knowledge and knowledge was all that remained before action. Then Pettigrew turned to him. There it was. The last ingredient. The thing Voldemort had planned for years through diaries, servants, and the long slow machinery of obsession. "Blood of the enemy," Voldemort whispered, red eyes shining, "forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." Pettigrew advanced with the dagger. Harry's whole body locked. Not from fear of pain. That part had become background long ago. From the realization that this was where the collision would happen. Lily's protection. Voldemort's soul shard. Sparda's infernal blessing. All of it lived in Harry's blood now, braided together by history into something no ritual book anywhere had accounted for. Pettigrew grabbed Harry's arm. The silver hand burned like ice and acid at once. The knife bit deep into Harry's forearm and blood welled instantly, bright and shocking in the graveyard moonlight. The first drop hit the dagger. And the whole world shuddered. Pettigrew hissed and jerked back as if he had plunged the blade into a furnace. Smoke curled from the silver fingers wrapped around Harry's wrist. The blood on the dagger did not flow cleanly red. It shimmered, darkened, and flared at the edges in ember-bright patterns that looked for one heartbeat like infernal script crawling across metal. Voldemort's smile vanished. Harry felt everything at once. The Horcrux in him convulsed in panic and fury. Lily's sacrificial protection flashed gold through his veins. Beneath both, deeper than either, Sparda's blessing answered the violation with kingly wrath. Not at being hurt, at being used. The blood spilled anyway. Pettigrew, gasping, flung it into the cauldron. The potion exploded. Not outward, upward. A pillar of red-black fire shot into the night so violently it split the mist and turned every grave in the yard into a long black shadow. The C.A. Uldren screamed like iron plunged into hell. Green resurrection magic tangled instantly with the infernal force in Harry's blood and stopped behaving like obedience. Voldemort had intended restoration. What he got was collision. Pettigrew cried out and stumbled backward, shielding his face. Cedric twisted against the monument chains. Harry's binding rope smoked and tightened as the ritual tree. To compensate for power it had no language to process. The fire in the cauldron changed color by the second, green to red to gold to black and back again. Within it shapes writhed. A human skeleton. A serpent spine. A crowned silhouette with burning wings. A child's screaming face. 1,000 possibilities of dark power rejecting one another inside a single womb of magic. Voldemort laughed once in disbelief. Then stopped. Because something in the fire looked back. Harry saw it too. Not the dream figure this time. Not Sparda exactly. More like the outline of what Voldemort's ritual had accidentally summoned into awareness by dragging Harry's blood through a resurrection formula designed for ordinary enmity and mortal flesh. The infernal heritage did not enter the cauldron as passive ingredient. It entered as claim. The cauldron cracked. A jagged line split down one side with a noise like a cathedral bell snapping. Flame poured through the fracture and licked across Pettigrew's robes. He shrieked and beat at it with his remaining hand. Voldemort's voice rose razor-thin above the chaos. "Finish it. There's no, my lord. Finish it." Pettigrew, sobbing with pain and devotion and pure animal terror, seized the black bundle from the ground and threw it bodily into the cauldron. The world went silent. Then a shape rose. He was taller than before. Thinner than he should have been. And wrong in ways so subtle they took a second to name. Voldemort stepped from the cauldron naked and white as moonlit bone, his face reshaped into that noseless serpent mockery Harry knew too well. His eyes were red, his fingers long and pale. His body, at first glance, complete. At second glance, not. His skin did not hold together cleanly under moonlight. Faint dark fissures moved under it like something trying to right itself on flesh from the inside out. His left side, from throat to wrist, carried a pulsing black-red veining that no ritual book would have intended. Smock. He rose intermittently from the mark where Harry's blood had gone deepest into the rebirth. The hand Voldemort lifted to inspect himself trembled once before he forced it still. Incomplete. Not dying. Not harmless. But wrong. Pettigrew dropped to his knees at once, weeping with gratitude. "Master, my lord." Voldemort ignored him. He was looking at Harry. Not with triumph now. With fury penned by something more dangerous, uncertainty. Harry's scar burned so hard he could smell singed skin. Yet beneath that pain came another sensation he had never before felt from Voldemort. Instability. The Dark Lord's soul had already been too mutilated for the living world to receive easily. Harry's blood, touched by Lily and the infernal blessing alike, had not restored that soul cleanly to flesh. It had bound it into a body at war with itself. The result stood there breathing and murderous and powerful, but not anchored as intended. Voldemort knew it. That was why the silence lasted so long. At last he said, very softly, "What are you?" The question was not theatrical. It was the rawest form of hatred, the hatred of a man forced to realize the object of his obsession had become a category his own worldview could not absorb. Harry, still pinned to Tom Riddle's grave, bleeding from the arm and half drunk on pain, let out one ragged laugh. "You tell me." Voldemort's face changed. Not much. A flicker only. But Harry saw the precise instant when rage overran curiosity. The Dark Lord turned to Pettigrew and held out a trembling hand. "My wand." Pettigrew fumbled it over, shaking harder now that he stood near the restored body and could feel, perhaps, that the resurrection had not ended the uncertainty. Voldemort closed pale fingers around the wand. The tremor eased. Magic gathered around him like poisonous fog. There he was again, not broken enough to be safe. Just broken in new ways. Cedric had understood that too. Harry could see it in the other boy's face, shock, pain, dawning terror. But not surrender. His chains bit deeper into his injured shoulder as he strained against them, looking for anything loose, anything sharp, anything he could turn into a chance. Voldemort noticed. With casual disgust, he flicked his wand. Cedric was blasted sideways against the grave monument hard enough to crack stone. Harry saw red. Not metaphor. Not merely anger. The whole graveyard washed crimson at the edges of his vision. The infernal blessing surged toward the surface with the exact same answer it had offered every time pressure and threat became personal enough to strip away pretense. Dominate. Kill. Make this no longer possible. The ropes around Harry's wrists blackened. Voldemort turned back to him and smiled with too many teeth in too thin a face. I had imagined many versions of this night, he said. In none of them did my own rebirth carry your stain. That will be corrected. Harry tugged once at the bonds. The marble grave behind him cracked faintly. Voldemort's eyes flicked to the fracture. Interesting. He did not miss much, even now. Do you feel it? The Dark Lord asked softly, stepping closer. That thing inside you clawing to answer me. Good. Let us stop pretending that boyhood and friendship are the truest things in you. Harry's head came up. The old easy trap. The same logic the false Harry in the maze had worn. Power equals honesty. Dominance equals self. Restraint equals lie. He knew the argument now. He hated it more clearly than ever. Funny, Harry said, voice shaking but steady enough, I was about to say the same to you. Quote, for the first time since rising from the cauldron, Voldemort looked genuinely wrong-footed. Harry pressed into it. You think power tells the truth, he said, breathing hard through pain and heat and the pressure building under his skin. But all it ever told you is what you wanted to hear. The graveyard seemed to contract. Pettigrew made a frightened sound. Voldemort's wand arm lifted a fraction. Be silent. No. The word hit harder this time. Not because it was louder. Because Harry meant it with every layered thing inside him, human loyalty, earned rage, survival instinct. And the infernal refusal to kneel before lesser darkness wearing a crown of borrowed fear. The ropes burst. Not fully. One wrist tore free. Then the other. Voldemort struck at once. The curse came not green but red, crueler for interrogation than killing. Harry twisted sideways off the grave and felt its sheer heat from the air where his chest had been. He hit the ground hard, rolled, and came up reaching for his wand with his freed hand. Pettigrew lunged to stop him. Harry caught the silver wrist. This time there was no uncertainty. Hellfire ran thr. Our skin contact like judgment made personal. Pettigrew screamed as the silver hand blackened at once from fingertips to elbow, infernal cracks racing up the cursed metal. Harry shoved him away in. The traitor collapsed writhing in the grass, smoke pouring off his arm. Cedric shouted something, Harry's name, probably, but the graveyard had become motion. Harry's fingers closed around Hollywood just as Voldemort's next spell came. The two wands met. Not priori incantatum. Not yet. This was cruder. A collision of intent between two forces already linked too many ways. Holly and you spat sparks where their spells crashed. Gold from Lily. Green from death. Red-black from the infernal bloodline awakened now by grave magic and fury. The air between them warped. Voldemort's half-stable reborn body flickered. That dark veining under his skin ignited visibly for a moment, crawling up his throat like cracks in cooling lava. His face twisted, not in pain alone, but in insulted disbelief. Harry understood in a flash what the ritual had done. Voldemort had not merely taken Harry's blood. He had incorporated into his new body a resonance he could not dominate. Lily's sacrificial magi. See now lived under his skin where it did not belong. So did a diluted echo of Sparda's blessing, too weak to empower him, too alien to submit. Together they turned his resurrection into a hostile tendency. He was alive, but not alone in his own flesh. That was why the left side of him shook between spells. Why the cauldron had cracked. Why the question what are you still echoed in the graveyard like the true center of all this hatred. Voldemort saw realization on Harry's face and bared his teeth. You think this weakens me? Harry forced more power into the clash, feet digging ruts through grave dirt. I think it makes you unfinished. The answer hit. Not magically. Psychologically. Voldemort's rage flared hard enough to distort the spell line between them. The dark veining in his body pulsed violently. Smoke rose again from under his skin. Pettigrew, still crumpled and whimpering, looked up in terror at his master and saw it too. That was the moment Harry knew this was no temporary stumble. Voldemort's return had worked, but it had worked wrong. And wrong, for a man like Voldemort, was often more dangerous than failure. The clash broke apart in a shower of sparks and shredded grass. Harry staggered backward into the base of a grave. Voldemort did not advance immediately. He stood very still, chest rising and falling once, twice, one hand forced steady by will alone. In the silence that followed, Harry heard Cedric coughing against the monument and the far-off crack of thunder over the hills. Then Voldemort smiled again. It was colder than before. Very well, he said. If your blood has made my return imperfect, then then I shall simply enjoy killing you more slowly. Harry's scar pulsed. The infernal power under his skin answered, not yet fully released, but no longer content to stay banked. Chapter 14 would not be about survival alone. It would be about which darkness left the graveyard standing. The graveyard seemed to know a war was about to happen. Mist drew back from the center as if unwilling to be caught between them. The old yew trees shuddered though no wind touched them. Even the dead felt nearer somehow, every headstone and family crypt leaning into the moment like witnesses gathered for the wrong coronation. Voldemort stood in the moonlight with his wand raised, pale and terrible and newly restored in all the ways that mattered to horror. Yet Harry could see the flaw in him now. It was subtle if you looked like an ordinary boy. It was glaring if you looked like prey that had learned to map predators for survival. The fort side of Voldemort's body did not move quite cleanly. That hand flexed slower between spells. That shoulder held tension like a fracture hidden under skin. And beneath the wax-white flesh, the black, red veins of the failed ritual pulsed with every spike of rage, like something trapped in him that did not belong and would not bow. Voldemort was alive. He was also carrying foreign law in his own blood. That made him furious, which made him dangerous. Cedric coughed against the broken monument, still chained, still conscious, one sleeve soaked dark with blood from the curse graze across his shoulder. Pettigrew had dragged himself halfway through the grass and was trying with panicked, one-handed desperation to smother the hellfire still crawling through his silver arm. It did not obey him. It ate steadily upward, leaving metal cracked black where it passed. No one mattered to Voldemort right now except Harry. That was the one advantage Harry had always hated and could not afford to waste. The Dark Lord took one slow step forward. Then another. His voice drifted through the graveyard like a blade drawn across silk. You have become theatrical. Harry tightened his grip on his wand. Coming from you. That's saying something. Voldemort's mouth curved. Defiance. The oldest refuge of boys who mistake survival for parody. The old answer tried to rise hot and immediate, anger, insult. Retaliation sharpened into fire. Harry forced it down one notch. He had learned enough now to distrust any impulse that felt too clean in moments like this. Voldemort wanted him furious. Fury was easy to bait. Easy to steer. So Harry said the truer thing instead. You're stalling. For one sliver of a second, the smile faltered. Harry saw the truth land. Voldemort's body was holding, yes. But every second he spent standing still with Harry's blood singing in hostile resonance through his veins was another second he had to dominate his own instability by pure will. The ritual had returned him. But not in perfect ownership of himself. Voldemort's eyes thinned into red lines. Then he attacked. The first spell was a cutting curse so fast the air itself split around it. Harry threw himself sideways and answered in the same motion, sending a blasting hex at Voldemort's feet. Grave dirt and broken stone erupted upward. The Dark Lord vanished through the debris in a swirl of robes and reappeared 10 yards left near the Riddle family monument, wand already flicking again. Purple fire snarled through the mist. Harry ducked behind a headstone as the fire ate marble to liquid slag. He felt the heat on his face, smelled old stone melting, and for one terrible heartbeat the infernal force in him thrilled at the challenge of it. Fire against fire. Domination by escalation. No. Human. Think. He rolled out from cover an instant before Voldemort's next curse shattered the stone where he had been and sent shards past his cheek. Harry retaliated with a chain of 3 spells in fast succession: Stunner, Reductor, Severing Charm, not because he expected one to land, but because layered pressure sometimes forced mistakes. Voldemort batted the first aside, twisted from the second, and let the third strike the hem of his robes. It burned through black cloth and scorched flesh beneath. The black-red veins under his left side flared visibly. Voldemort hissed. There. Harry had his pattern now. Any spell forcing impact or stress along that side disrupted the ritual's borrowed stability. Not enough to win by itself. Enough to matter. The Dark Lord knew Harry had seen it too. That made the duel stop being a contest of superiority and become what it had always wanted to be, an argument over what kind of darkness ruled the field. Voldemort raised his wand high. The gravestones answered him, not just with chains this time, but with the dead weight of old family magic. White hands burst from the earth around Harry's ankles, not real corpses, T conjured remnants shaped from grave loyalty and ancestral spite. He blasted one apart, kicked free of another, and nearly lost his footing when a third hand clamped onto his boot. Voldemort's curse came green. Harry's whole body reacted before thought. The devil trigger surged halfway to the surface. His vision sharpened. Heat roared up his spine. He moved not like a duelist now but like some thing engineered to refuse being cornered. The green bolt sliced past his ribs instead of his heart. Harry twisted in mid-motion, drove his wand down, and sent a red-black pulse through the ground. His spectral hands blew apart in a circle of burning dirt. Voldemort stared, not at the spell, at the fact Harry had moved like that with chains on his legs and death on the line. How curious, he whispered. You are learning not to be human when it matters. The sentence hit deep because it was almost true. That was why it was poison. Harry answered with action. He sprinted, not away, straight at Voldemort. Every sane part of the graveyard recoiled from the choice. Even Cedric shouted something sharp from the monument. But Voldemort himself hesitated by half a beat, because boys chaw. RGED from panic or stupidity, and Harry's face carried neither. He carried intention. Harry wanted close range. At range, Voldemort's experience, knowledge, and cruelty multiplied. Up close, the unstable body mattered more. Up close, Harry's altered reflexes, hellfire touch, and infernal resistance stopped being dramatic side effects and became the language of the fight. Voldemort understood too late. They collided near the cauldron wreck, where cracked ritual stones still smoked in the grass. Voldemort slashed low with his wand hand, aiming not to kill but to cripple. Harry caught the wrist. Again. This time both of them were ready. Hellfire surged through Harry's palm. Voldemort's skin did not blister like Pettigrew's had. But the black-red veins under the flesh ignited violently, racing up his arm in jagged light. Voldemort made a sound Harry had never heard from him before, something between fury and involuntary pain, and drove his free hand into Harry's chest with enough force to send him skidding backward through wet grass. Harry crashed into the cauldron base. Iron split further. His ribs sang with pain. Voldemort stood over the scorched patch where they had clashed, breathing once, hard. The left side of his neck pulsing like a fissure. Now the philosophical core of it stood naked between them. Voldemort's darkness was parasitic. It stole bodies, stole blood, old death from the dead and life from the living. It hollowed, fragmented, fed, and called that immortality. Harry's was not cleaner by nature. That would have been too easy. But it was different. It was living, sovereign. Predatory in the old kingly sense, not wrath that spread through others because it could not sustain itself, but force that stood openly and demanded the world answer it. No less dangerous for that. Perhaps more dangerous, yet not fundamentally built from theft. Voldemort felt that difference like an insult. You dare look at me as though I am lesser, he said, and now the fury truly split through his calm. I have conquered death. No, Harry said, rising despite the pain. You keep begging it for extensions. The words landed. Voldemort's face twisted. Magic detonated from him. No wand movement this time. Pure rage and soul violence. A wave of invisible force slammed across the graveyard and hit Harry like a cathedral door. His feet left the ground. He flew backward into Tom Riddle Sr.'s grave with enough violence to crack marble across his spine. For one dizzy, white-hot second he could not feel his left arm. Voldemort advanced. This was where he was strongest. Not in clean dueling. In soul pressure. In making the whole field itself hostile to personhood. The air thickened with his mutilated will. Harry felt it clawing at his scar, at the Horcrux shard, at memory, identity. Self-definition. That was what the pressure wanted. Not physically. Existentially. Except that this was older, greater darkness and let your own be folded into it. The infernal force inside Harry did not bow. It rose in absolute, contemptuous refusal. The devil trigger came fully. This time there was no panic, no accidental eruption. Harry chose it. Pain flooded him, yes, but structured now. The armor of red-black infernal energy locked into place over shoulders, chest, and forearms like war remembered by the body. Wings burst wide in a ring of heat that set dead grass smoldering. His eyes burned red. The cracked lines of power beneath his skin lit him from within like molten script. The graveyard recoiled. Even Voldemort stopped. Not out of fear, out of recognition. Here it was at last, the living answer to his own style of darkness. Not a Horcrux. Not a cursed child. Not an accident to be corrected. A rival category. Pettigrew made a strangled, worshipful noise and tried to crawl farther away from both of them. Cedric, half-conscious and bleeding, stared through fever and pain as Harry rose from the cracked grave marker, not as a boy touched by strange power, but as the first true embodiment of it. Harry's voice, when he spoke, carried infernal resonance beneath the human shape of it. You don't get to define what power is. Voldemort smiled again. At last. This was the fight he wanted. He raised his wand and the sky answered. Green lightning ripped through the clouds. Not natural weather, summoned malice, graveyard. Magic dragging the storm down to witness. Voldemort moved in a blur and Harry met him in one of pure speed. Curse met clawed force. Wandlight met hellfire. They collided between gravestones and shattered names from marble. Voldemort aimed for the soul every time. That was his genius. He did not merely try to kill Harry's body. He sought the seams, scar, grief, horcrux, fear of monstrous selfhood, and tried to split them open with every curse. Twice Harry felt the pressure slide under his ribs and reach for identity itself, and twice he answered not by walling it out, but by filling the space with chosen memory. Ron's laugh. Hermione's certainty. Sirius telling him instinct is not loyalty. Ginny's quiet. The trick is not letting them teach you to do it too. Dumbledore's voice. Power must answer principle. Each memory struck like a ward. Voldemort felt them and despised them. Still hiding in other people, he hissed through the duel. Still believing that's weakness, Harry shot back. He drove forward hard enough that Voldemort had to yield 2 steps for the first time since regaining a body. The black-red veins on the Dark Lord's left side flared bright. Smoke rose from under his skin again. Harry seized the opening and struck, open-palmed, across that shoulder. Hellfire met unstable resurrection flesh. Voldemort screamed, not loudly, worse, tightly, furiously, as if even pain must be disciplined into hatred. He retaliated with a curse that struck Harry full in the chest and sent him crashing through a row of old graves. The devil trigger armor held the worst of it. Barely. Harry lay amid shattered stone for a single heartbeat and realized the cost of this form with cold clarity. It made him faster, stronger, more resistant. It did not make him invincible. Every second it burned through magic and body alike. His lungs felt scorched. His scar pulsed in time with his heartbeat. If he let the form keep escalating unchecked, the line between using the power and being used by it would thin fast. Voldemort knew that too. He was backing off now, not from fear, but to let Harry carry the weight of the transformation longer. Smart. Infuriatingly smart. The Dark Lord straightened at the far end of the graveyard, robes ruined on one side, body visibly unstable but still held together by monstrous will. He lifted both arms. The dark mark burned. Ari could not see Death Eaters arrive yet, but he felt the pulse of the summoning through the air like a bell rung underground. Reinforcements. Witnesses. Time shrinking. Cedric forced himself upright against the monument. Harry. His voice cut through the pressure. Harry turned his head. Cedric jerked his chin toward the cup lying half hidden in the grass beyond the cracked cauldron. Portkey. Still there. Still possible. Voldemort saw the glance and smiled with immediate understanding. You think to flee. Harry bared his teeth. I think to win. The answer startled Cedric into a half laugh despite everything. Voldemort did not laugh. He moved to block the route to the cup. Harry moved faster. The devil trigger answered the need for pure motion with terrifying grace. Wings snapped once, hurling him through the graveyard in a line of red-black force. Voldemort whipped up a shield. Harry smashed through it at an angle, not trying to overpower cleanly but to break structure. The impact blew green sparks across the stones and forced Voldemort sideways. Not enough to pass. Enough to fight at the cup's edge. They clashed over the fallen trophy like rival kings over a crown. Wand against burning forearm. Death curses against hellfire arcs. Each exchange tore the grass black around them. Harry caught one of Voldemort's wrists and forced it down. Voldemort answer. Ed with soul pressure so intense Harry's vision filled with infant Godric's hollow, cupboard walls, dragon blood, lake dark, the basin throne future, every fear at once, weaponized. This was the real danger. Not death. Temptation. In the center of that psychic violence, Voldemort pushed one final argument, as intimate and poisonous as breath. You could end all of this. Rule the fear instead of being shaped by it. The devil trigger in Harry shuddered. For one catastrophic instant it almost agreed. Because yes, rule would be simpler than uncertainty. Monstrous certainty easier than human struggle. To stop choosing every day and simply become the strongest thing in the room forever, what frightened child hidden in a cupboard would not feel the seduction in that? Harry saw the future self from the basin again. Not as threat, as offer. He refused it. Not with calm, not with saintly detachment, with rage, with every exhausted, grieving, stubbornly human part of himself that had Eden Burnden still loved too many people to surrender into ease. No, he said into Voldemort's face, and the refusal tore through the whole devil trigger like a clarifying bell. I'd rather suffer than become you. The power aligned instantly. Not weaker. Cleaner. The wings behind him flared once like judgment. Then Harry drove his free hand straight into the black-red fissured side of Voldemort's chest. Not into the heart. Into the wound the ritual had made. Hellfire, Lily's sacrificial resonance, and the still-living enemy blood Voldemort had stolen from Harry all collided in one point of contact. The effect was catastrophic. Voldemort convulsed as if struck by a killing curse from inside his own body. The left side of him burst into crawling red-black fractures. Smoke tore from his mouth. His wand arm spasmed wide. The dark mark call shattered incomplete in the air. The body held, barely, but every line of it flickered with instability. The Dark Lord staggered backward for the first time. Truly backward. Not strategic repositioning. Loss of control. Harry saw then, with crystal certainty, that he could not kill Voldemort here. Not fully. Not with this body. Not without crossing lines the story still needed and the soul might not survive. But he could cripple the restoration. He could mark the return wrong enough that nothing tonight became clean victory. That was enough. He turned from Voldemort. Not in surrender. In choice. Cedric. The other boy had already torn one arm partly free from the damaged chains. Harry reached him in 2 steps and ripped the rest apart with transformed strength. Cedric almost fell. Harry hauled him upright with one arm around the waist. Voldemort, half kneeling by the broken grave, forced his own body back under command through pure malice. His wand came up shaking. No. The curse he cast then was green and absolute. Harry did not dodge. He turned, spread one wing. The killing curse hit infernal force and exploded. The devil trigger armor cracked down Harry's left side from shoulder to hip. Pain beyond language tore through him. He almost dropped Cedric. The wing burned, shredded, and vanished into ash. But the curse did not pass through. For one heartbeat the graveyard stood in total silence. Voldemort stared. He had just watched a killing curse fail to move through a power it had no theology for. Harry stared back through agony and smoke. Now the fear was there. Not in Harry. In Voldemort. Not fear of death. Fear of category collapse. Fear that his chosen opposite, the boy Mark, to validate his own myth, had become a darkness outside his understanding, one that refused subservience and refused corruption into the familiar. That fear would poison him more effectively than any wound. Harry let him keep it. He kicked the cup toward them. Cedric, bloodied and shaking but still magnificently functional, understood instantly. His hand closed over one handle. Harry's closed over the other a second later. Voldemort lunged. Too slow. The portkey activated. The graveyard, the graves, Pettigrew writhing in smoke, the broken cauldron, the moon, and Voldemort's fractured body all tore away into spiraling dark. The last thing Harry saw was the Dark Lord standing amid his failed perfection, left side burning from within, face twisted not by triumph but by the unbearable knowledge that he had returned to life wrong. And that Harry Potter had done it to him. Then the portkey ripped them home. The portkey threw them out of the dark like broken weapons. Harry hit grass first. Not graveyard grass. Trimmed, enchanted, school-kept turf. The Quidditch pitch. The maze. The center of the third task. He knew it in fragments, the smell of cut green under summer dusk, tea. He distant collapse of crowd noise into stunned silence, the impossible contrast between Hogwarts air and the grave dirt still in his lungs. Beside him, Cedric slammed down hard enough to skid across the ground and lose his grip on the cup. The trophy rolled twice and came to rest gleaming innocently in the grass, as though it had not just been the hinge between worlds. For one heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the entire stadium screamed. Not cheered. Screamed. Because Harry had not come back looking victorious. He came back looking like war. One side of his robes had been shredded nearly to the bone. The left half of the devil trigger had collapsed in transit, but traces of it still clung to him in smoking lines of red-black energy crawling over torn skin like dying armor. One wing was gone entirely. The other hung half-formed behind him in ragged infernal embers, dissolving by the second. His scar blazed like a coal beneath sweat and blood. His eyes, not yet fully his own again, burned red in the deepening dusk. Cedric looked hardly better, bleeding, ash-streaked, shoulder charred, face split at the lip, chains still dangling in broken lengths from one wrist. And both of them were alive. The judge's platform erupted. Dumbledore moved first. Not Bagman. Not the ministry officials. Not Madame Pomfrey or the Aurors or the teachers standing nearest. Albus Dumbledore crossed the distance from the platform to the center of the pitch with such impossible speed that later half the school would swear the old wizard had apparated, wards or no wards. He dropped to one knee beside Harry. Harry. The word carried no public gentleness, no ceremony. Only urgency. Harry tried to answer. What came out was blood and smoke. His whole body shook once, violently, as last of the devil trigger burned itself away. The remaining infernal wing collapsed into black sparks. The red light under his skin flickered, held, then dimmed to a deep ember glow beneath bruised flesh. Human shape reasserted itself in painful increments. Bones. Skin. Breath. Weakness. It hurt more going back this time. Cedric, somehow upright on one elbow, turned toward Dumbledore first. He's back, Cedric rasped. The stadium noise wavered strangely, as if the entire gathered school had inhaled and forgotten how to exhale. Dumbledore's eyes snapped to Cedric. What did you say? Cedric swallowed hard, face gone white under the blood and dirt. Voldemort. He's back. The words hit the pitch like a killing curse. Every whisper in Britain, every old fear, every buried newspaper headline and parental warning and childhood nightmare suddenly had a name again. Harry saw the soundless recognition pass through the crowd in ripples, older students paling, younger ones looking confident. Used for half a second before the adults, reactions taught them what terror should be. Bagman actually stepped backward. Karkaroff vanished. Harry saw it dimly through the haze, saw the Durmstrang Eadmaster's face drain of all color and then disappear into the confusion like a man already running from consequences. Dumbledore did not move. He did not need to. His presence changed. The whole pitch seemed to feel it. The pressure of command. The old, terrible authority of the only wizard alive who could hear that name under those circumstances and not let panic decide the next minute. Silence. He thundered. The word tore across the stands, the maze, the teachers, the judges, the very air itself. And Hogwarts obeyed. Harry had never heard Dumbledore's voice like that before. Not calm, not warm, not twinkling. This was power older than schoolmaster kindness, stripped down to order under threat. It rang through the pitch like iron. Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore said, already rising. Take the students to their houses. Immediately. No exceptions. Phileas, with her. Pomona, secure the grounds. Severus, come with me. The school moved because he had spoken. Students protested, cried, shouted questions. Tried to lean farther for a better look. Prefects herded. Professors barked. The stands dissolved into controlled chaos. Somewhere near the front row Ron was fighting. 3 people at once to get down to the pitch, Hermione right beside him, both of them white-faced and incandescent with refusal. Madame Pomfrey arrived at a run and dropped beside Harry with the bris. Horror of a healer who had already decided outrage could wait until survival was guaranteed. What in Merlin's name? Later, Dumbledore said. Harry forced his head up. No, he said. The single word came out shredded but real. Dumbledore looked down at him. Behind the half-moon spectacles, the old wizard's gaze was sharper than any blade. Harry, he needs to hear it. Harry coughed once, tasted iron. And pushed through. Now. Cedric, still half collapsed beside the cup, nodded hard enough to wince. He's right. Dumbledore took 1 second. Then he said, Pomfrey, keep them stable. McGonagall, my office. Now. The walk, or rather stagger, to the castle became the strangest procession Hogwarts had ever seen. Harry remembered it in pieces. Madame Pomfrey's arm under one shoulder. Cedric on the other side between Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick, refusing a stretcher because pride was a disease Diggory's apparently carried in the blood. Ron breaking through the outer line of teachers and reaching Harry before anyone could stop him. Hermione arriving one breath later, face pale but jaw set with scientific fury. Neither asked permission to come along. Neither was removed. For that alone, Harry would always love McGonagall. The corridors emptied ahead of them under shouted orders. Portraits craned and whispered. Suits of armor stood at rigid attention as the group passed. Harry's feet left smeared traces of grave dirt and blood on ancient stone. By the time they reached the spiral staircase, the last visible signs of the devil trigger had receded from his skin. That did not make him look better. It made him look more frightening in a quieter way, too pale, too thin, eyes too sharp in a face drawn tight by pain, as if the thing he had come out on the pitch had folded inward rather than vanished. Dumbledore's office did not feel like a schoolroom anymore. It felt like a war room pretending to be civilized. Fawkes stood on his perch with every feather lifted. The portraits were awake now, no longer feigning sleep. McGonagall arrived seconds after the first group. Snape came in hard behind her with the kind of speed that suggested he had already guessed more than he wanted confirmed. Moody limped in too. Harry saw him and felt something cold, old, and immediate move through the remains of the infernal heat in his blood. Wrong. Not just suspicion. Recognition of dissonance. Something in the graveyard, in Voldemort's ritual, in the shape of the year itself, clicked one notch louder at Moody's presence. Harry had been too busy surviving to name it before. Now the pattern pulled tight. Dumbledore noticed Harry noticing. That, Harry thought later, was when the evening truly split in two, Voldemort's return and collapse of the mask that had arranged it. But first came the story. They told it in shards. Cedric spoke first because he was steadier. The cup was a portkey, he said, voice hoarse but unwavering. It took us to a graveyard. Little Hangleton, I think. There was Wormtail. Cedric swallowed visibly. A creature. Him. Voldemort. Not whole. Then there was a ritual. Harry took over where the words became harder. Bone of the father. Flesh of the servant. My blood. Madame Pomfrey made a horrified sound. Snape went very still. Dumbledore asked no empty questions. No, are you sure, or could you have mistaken? Only the things that mattered. What happened to the ritual? Harry closed his eyes once, seeing it again, the cauldron, the fire, the cracks under Voldemort's skin. It worked, he said. But wrong. Wrong how? McGonagall asked sharply. Harry opened his eyes. He used my blood. He looked straight at Dumbledore because the old wizard was the only one in the RO who would understand the answer at full weight. All of it came with it. Silence. Then Snape, very quietly, Lily's protection. Harry nodded. And more, Dumbledore said. Again Harry nodded. Ron and Hermione, standing just behind him, understood enough to go even paler. Cedric looked between them. He came back, but he wasn't right. He grimaced through pain, forcing the memory into language. His left side kept flickering. Like the body didn't fit properly. He's anchored wrong, Harry said. My blood didn't just restore him. It interfered. He's carrying things he can't dominate. Snape's eyes flicked to Harry's arm where the ritual cut had already scarred dark and strange. That should have destroyed the ceremony. It almost did, Harry said. He forced it through. Dumbledore absorbed that with a face carved from old thought. And the duel? Cedric glanced at Harry once before answering. He fought Voldemort. No one in the office breathed. Cedric's voice did not rise. It did not need to. He hurt him, not just with spells, properly. The ritual damage got worse every time Harry touched him. And when Voldemort tried to kill us, Harry cut in before he could stop himself. It wasn't enough. The room turned toward him. Harry stared at the floorboards. I couldn't kill him, he said, and the confession tasted like ash because part of him hated saying it aloud. Not there. Not without, he stopped. Without becoming the wrong thing too fast. Dumbledore, damn him, understood that without needing it explained. What did you do instead? He asked. Harry lifted his head. I made sure he didn't leave clean. That answer satisfied no one emotionally. It satisfied Dumbledore strategically. The old wizard nodded once. Good. That single W. Ord landed like a stone dropped into deep water. Not celebration. Not dismissal. Recognition of the exact shape of victory available under impossible circumstances. Then the room shifted again because Moody spoke. Potter said the blood interfered. Too interested. Too eager. Harry turned fully. There was a clarity now in the way the false Moody held his body, too intent, too sharpened by the details of Voldemort's condition. Too quick to seize on the one point that would matter most to a servant planning the next move. Harry's scar did not burn. The infernal sense did. The same one had recognized hostile magic at the World Cup, false categories in the maze, and wrongness in the graveyard ritual. Not dark magic exactly. Alignment. Pattern. A lie shaped carefully enough to pass until the structure around it changed. Harry looked at Dumbledore and said, very clearly, that isn't Moody. The office froze. For one heartbeat, no one moved. Then every adult in the room did. Snape drew his wand first. McGonagall second. Dumbledore did not draw at all. His power simply filled the space like a door slamming shut across half the world. Moody's magical eye spun madly. The face twisted, not with surprise, but with fury at losing initiative by one sentence. I should have killed you on the pitch, he snarled. That voice was wrong too. Younger, wilder, devotional in a way real Moody never sounded. Then the polyjuice began to fail. Or rather, Dumbledore forced it to. One brilliant spell snapped through the room, hit Moody's center mass, and blew the disguise apart in cascading silver vapor. The wooden leg changed shape first. Then the face tore and shrank and reformed around fever-bright eyes Harry knew from the World Cup woods and had never truly seen in full. Artie Crouch Jr. stumbled backward into the desk, laughing. Actually laughing. Magnificent, he gasped, staring at Harry with religious madness. Do you know what you did to him? Do you know what he is now? Snape moved like murder. Only Dumbledore's raised hand stopped him. Barty's grin widened. You don't even understand your own miracle. Harry, who had no energy left for being looked at that way by anyone, said the truest thing he had left. I'm not your miracle. For the first time, something like anger cut through Crouch's worship. Dumbledore bound him where he stood. The ropes of magic held. The room, however, would never again believe in the old, safe version of the school year. The trap inside the tournament had a face now. A loyal fanatic. An infiltrator. A servant. Who had gotten Harry to the graveyard and back again, and still spoke about the night as if it were holy. McGonagall went pale with fury. Cedric swore softly. Hermione's voice, when it came, was very small and very steady. He put your name in. Barty laughed again. Yes. That answer destroyed the last fiction. What followed felt like 3 nights trapped inside one. Horrors came. Crouch screamed praise for Voldemort until Dumbledore silenced him by force. The real Moody was found hours later imprisoned in a magical trunk, furious enough to terrify half the staff on site. Cedric W. as taken to the hospital wing and returned from it before dawn because, as it turned out, surviving a graveyard and exposing a Death Eater made one stubborn enough to ignore half the healer's instructions. Harry did not return so easily. Madame Pomfrey and Dumbledore argued over him in voices pitched low but carrying enough for him to hear the shape if not always the words. Internal magical burn, not just exhaustion. Whatever he became out there, Albus. I am aware. Harry drifted in and out beneath potions and pain and the peculiar, dangerous quiet that followed the devil trigger's full use. The infernal blessing had not gone to sleep afterward. It had settled deeper. Changed. Not tamed. Not sated. Almost attentive. As if the graveyard had not merely tested it, but confirmed its place in the world. When Harry finally opened his eyes properly, dawn stained the hospital wing windows pale gold. Ron was asleep in the chair beside the bed with his neck bent at a criminal angle. Hermione had a book open in her lap and was not reading a word of it. Ginny sat at the far end of the room pretending to revise. Sirius, in his dog form because no one sane was taking chances tonight, lay beside the bed with his great dark head on his paws and one eye open. Harry looked at them and knew, with a clarity sharper than any transformation, that this was the line. Not power. Not monsters. This. The people who stayed when he looked least human and most exhausted and refused to make those opposites. Hermione saw he was awake first. Don't move, she said. A moment later, more softly, hello. Ron jerked awake, nearly fell off the chair, then pretended he had meant to do something dynamic and heroic. Ginny closed her book at once. Sirius transformed back with a grimace. hair wild and eyes too tired for a man who had come within inches of losing another child he loved. Harry tried to sit. Every part of his body protested. "You're all looking very dramatic," he muttered. Ron made a broken sort of laugh that turned halfway into relief. "That's rich coming from you." For a while they said very little. They did not need to. Harry had come back. Cedric had come back. Voldemort had returned. Yes, but not cleanly, not undefeated, and not to a world in which only one apex darkness remained. Eventually Dumbledore arrived. He dismissed no one. That, more than any formal declaration, told Harry the old man had stopped pretending this story belonged only to institutions. "The Ministry will resist the truth," Dumbledore said without preamble. Ron snorted. Shocking. Dumbledore's mouth twitched by half a degree. "Yes. Unfortunately also true. Cornelius Fudge has seen Barty Crouch Jr. He has heard Cedric's and Harry's account. He has also, I regret to say, seen enough tonight to fear not only Voldemort's return, but the implications of Harry's power." Harry let that sit. Not surprise. Confirmation. "He's frightened of me too," he said. Dumbledore did not insult him with denial. Yes. The word landed cleanly. Hermione's expression turned murderous. Ron's did too, though in a simpler, more bludgeoning style. Dumbledore continued. "Fear makes poor statesmen choose familiar lies over uncomfortable truth. Voldemort's return is one such truth. You are another." Harry stared at the bedclothes, white under morning light. "What exactly am I supposed to be now?" Quote. It was not a dramatic question. Not self-pity. Not even despair. Just exhaustion asking for a shape. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Yourself, first. Always." Beyond that, he looked toward the window where dawn was rising over the grounds of a school that had just seen a different future crack open. "You are, I think, proof that the OL.D. war can no longer be fought by its old definitions." Silence settled. Sirius leaned forward slightly. Dumbledore's gaze returned to Harry. "Voldemort has built his life on a simple story. Power is domination, darkness is corruption. Fear is the natural response of the weak to the strong." His voice softened. "You are now living contradiction to that story. Not because your power is gentle. It is not. Not because it is harmless. It is not. But because you have carried monstrous capacity and still chosen people over appetite." Harry thought of the dragon nest. The lake. Cedric at the cup. Gabrielle. Ron sleeping underwater. The basin-thrown future he had refused. The killing curse stopped on a burning wing. Dumbledore went on. "That is why the rules have changed. The wizarding world understood itself through opposites, light and dark, protector and monster, chosen child and dark lord. Those opposites are broken now. In you, there is power the old world would call infernal, and yet it has defended, refused, and constrained itself where Voldemort would only devour. The coming war cannot be understood as simple purity against corruption any longer." Ron frowned. "You're saying Harry's, what?" A third sighed. Harry almost laughed because if anyone else had tried to phrase it that way, it would have sounded absurd. Dumbledore, however, only inclined his head. "In a sense, yes." Harry looked down at his hands. Human hands. Scarred now in faint dark lines where the infernal energy had run hottest. Not claws. Not armor. Not the basin's prophecy made flesh. Just hands. "And what if people can't tell the difference?" he asked quietly. Ginny answered before Dumbledore could. "Then they'll have to learn." Everyone looked at her. She shrugged once, as if she had merely stated whether. "It's not your job to become smaller so frightened people can stay comfortable." The sentence struck deep enough that Harry had to look away. Sirius smiled first. Then, unexpectedly, Dumbledore did too, briefly. Tiredly, but with something like relief. The news did what news always did. It spread badly. By the end of the week, Britain had split into frantic stories. The Ministry released careful statements that said almost nothing and implied far too much. Barty Crouch Jr.'s presence at Hogwarts could not be denied, but Voldemort's return was buried under bureaucratic language about ongoing investigation, possible impostor, and magical instability within the tournament. That phrase became its own small scandal. Magical instability within the tournament. As if Harry's name had merely been misplaced by weather and not by a Death Eater fanatic. As if Cedric Diggory's testimony and Harry Potter's graveyard wounds were clerical ambiguities. As if Voldemort's twisted rebirth and return to flesh could be filed under administrative inconvenience. The Prophet, for its part, performed its usual acrobatics. One issue called Harry, the traumatized, but increasingly alarming fourth champion. Another suggested that Crouch Jr. may have manipulated existing abnormalities in Potter's magic to create the appearance of a greater dark plot. Rita Skeeter did not know whether to fear Harry, sensationalize him, or both, so she did all three and made journalism weaker in the process. It did not work cleanly. Too many people had seen the pitch that night. Too many had seen Cedric and Harry return from the cup not triumphant but bloodied, smoke-marked, and wronged. Too many had heard Cedric say the name out loud. Too many had watched Dumbledore bind Barty Crouch Jr. in public. Too many now knew that whatever the Ministry wanted to pretend, the old certainties had already broken in front of the entire school. Durmstrang left early. Art Karoff fled before formal inquiry could touch him. Beauxbaton stayed just long enough for Fleur to press Harry's hand once at parting and say, "Do not let Jem make you apologize for surviving differently." Cedric, before boarding the train for summer, found Harry alone near the lake. Neither boy had healed fully. Cedric still moved carefully on the cursed shoulder. Harry still carried Acasio. Null flashes of heat under his skin when pain or anger aligned the wrong way. The lake lay blue and harmless in daylight, which neither of them believed for a second. Cedric shoved his hands into his pockets and looked out over the water. "They asked me if I was sure." Harry glanced at him. "About the graveyard. About all of it." Cedric huffed a bitter laugh. "Voldemort. Crouch. You." He looked down at the grass. "The last one annoyed me most." Harry did not know what to say to that. Cedric solved it himself. "I told them what I saw." He turned then, expression very clear. "You had Eve. Right chance in that maze and graveyard to become exactly what frightened everyone. You didn't." The wind moved lightly over the lake. Cedric's mouth twitched. "That's not small, Harry." He left it there. That was enough. On the final night before students departed, Harry stood alone on the astronomy tower. Below him, Hogwarts slept fitfully. Lamps glowed in a scattering of windows. The lake reflected the stars without offering their depth back. The Quidditch pitch, restored now, looked absurdly ordinary from this height, as though the maze had never existed, as though the cup had never vanished from its center. As though the old world had not ended in those hedges and begun again in a graveyard. The wind moved through his hair. His scar was warm, not painful, never quite ordinary again, perhaps. But no longer a raw wound of confusion either. More like a sealed door he knew how to stand in front of without pretending it wasn't there. Under his skin, the blessing of Sparda rested. Not dormant, not raging, present. He could feel its truths now more clearly than he had when fear first woke them. It was not merely a weapon. It was challenge answered by transformation, yes. It was danger met with dominion over impossible conditions, yes. But deeper than that, it was a force built to stand between worlds that believed themselves irreconcilable, human and demon, protector and monster, power and restraint. Death and refusal. The old war would have asked Harry to choose one side of those opposites and kill the other. The new war would not be so simple. Voldemort had turned to Britain believing he would once again define darkness for the entire wizarding world. Fear, corruption, death, domination, his grammar, his hierarchy, his myth. He was wrong now. Not because Harry was stronger in every way. He was not. Not because war would be easy. It would not. But because the field itself had changed. There was now another darkness in the world, older in spirit, living rather than parasitic. Terrible without being automatically damned, and carried by a boy who had repeatedly refused to let power call itself truth just because it felt larger than pain. Harry looked out over the grounds and thought of all the labels the year had tried to hand him. Chosen, monster, threat, miracle, inheritance, weapon, none fit cleanly. Good. He was tired of clean stories. Behind him, soft footsteps approached. Dumbledore. The old wizard came to stand at the parapet beside him, robes moving gently in the night wind. For a while they said nothing. Then Dumbledore asked, "How do you feel?" Harry thought about giving the easy answer and found he no longer had much use for easy answers. "Like I'm still here," he said at last. "And that matters more than it used to." Dumbledore's gaze remained on the grounds below. "Yes," he said, "it does." Harry folded his arms on the stone. Are you afraid of what I'll become? The question hung between them. Dumbledore did not dodge it. I am afraid, he said slowly, of any power that enters the world through trauma and learns quickly from violence. I am afraid of the fear others will project onto you and the temptations that fear creates. I am afraid of the enemies who will misunderstand you on purpose and the allies who may misunderstand you by accident. He turned then, blue eyes very clear behind the glasses. I am not afraid of your capacity to choose. Harry looked away before that answer could do too much to him. Below, somewhere in the darkness, an owl crossed the grounds in silent flight. And Voldemort? Harry asked. Dumbledore's voice thinned into iron. He will not forgive this. Harry almost smiled. No, he said. I don't think he will. Because that was the final truth of it. Voldemort feared many things in abstract: death, weakness, loss of control, but he hated only a few with real purity. Harry had now become one of them in a new way. Not merely the boy who survived. Not merely prophecy's problem. He was now the living proof that darkness did not belong exclusively to Voldemort's kind of soul. That insult would burn hotter than almost any wound. The war ahead would be vicious for it. Harry welcomed that knowledge without enjoying it. He pushed away from the parapet. I think, he said slowly, that for a long time I thought this power meant I'd even to ally have to choose between being human and being, whatever this is. Dumbledore listened. Harry looked at his own hands once more, then out over the sleeping castle. Now I think the real choice is whether I use it to stand over people or stand between them and things like him. The night held still around them. Then Dumbledore smiled, small and tired and proud in the quiet way only old men who had seen too many wars ever smiled. Yes, he said. That is the choice. Harry let out a slow breath. The wind cooled his skin. The blessing under it remained warm. Neither cancelled the other. For the first time all year. That felt less like contradiction and more like truth. Below them lay Hogwarts, ancient, flawed, watchful. Beyond it lay Britain, already slipping toward fear, denial, factions. And the long dark climb toward open war. Somewhere far away, Voldemort rebuilt plans around a body that hated its own stolen blood. Somewhere deeper still, old infernal history stirred and listened through Harry's veins. Not as destiny, but as possibility. Let it listen. Harry Potter stood on the tower between night and dawn, between boyhood and whatever came next, between the old war and the new one. And did not flinch from any of it. He was not the boy who lived anymore. Not only that, he was not a monster either, no matter how frightened people might need the word. He was the line that had not existed before. The kingly darkness that refused to kneel to rot. The impossible answer to a world that thought power could only corrupt or be destroyed. The guardian of a new hierarchy no one had asked for and everyone would have to learn to survive. And far below, beyond lake and forest and sleeping stone, thunder rolled once across the horizon though the sky was clear. Harry smiled into the dark. Let the world hear it. The war wasn't obsolete because he could end it alone. It was obsolete because the old rules no longer applied. The night gave him back only wind. That was enough.